Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Otsutsuki Naruto Got Harem? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The battle between Sasuke and Naruto had just ended and Sasuke had decided not to kill the unconscious Jinchuriki, not that he would have succeeded with a guardian watching over him from a nearby mountain and with Itachi and Kisame seeing the battle just in case Sasuke would try to kill Naruto since that would interfere with the Akatsuki's plans. As Sasuke left, Kisame moved forward toward the fallen body of Naruto, having seen the opportunity to take the Nine Tails without the need for a struggle during which Naruto without doubt would release the Nine Tails. Kisame, stop, our orders were to watch, it's not time yet to take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. You saw how weak he is, said Itachi trying to stop Kisame from taking the boy's body without blowing his cover. Yes, I also saw his potential, Itachi. He will one day surpass us in skill and power and I don't want to get more hurt while we subdue him, so it is better that we do it now while he is still this weak, said Kisame with a decided tone showing that only death would stop him from achieving his goal. If you say so, but remember you will have all the responsibility if this goes wrong, said Itachi transforming his eyes into their Magenkyo Sharingan form. Having decided to kill Kisame before Itachi could act, a man fell right before them, kicking up a cloud of dust. As soon as the dust cleared they saw the man standing before them. He was 185 to 190 centimeters with white hair, a lean body and a pair of unnerving ice blue eyes that seemed to shine with an inner light. The man was wearing a white coat much like those that Akatsuki members wore, only this one was totally white. I'm afraid I can't let you do that to him, he said, gesturing to Naruto. Too bad, we will have to kill you too then, old man, said Kisame drawing his sword. I hope to avoid this, but remember you asked for it, said the old man with regret laced into his voice. Kisame launched forward intending to cut the man in half with his sword but was stopped by the old man producing a sword out of nowhere. The sword was still in its sheath, but still its design was very strange. Imagine a medieval broadsword. Neither Itachi nor Kisame remembered to have ever seen such a sword design in all of the elemental nations, and they had seen almost all of them. The old man took the blade out of its sheath, causing a shockwave which threw them off balance and cracked the rock they were standing above. Itachi threw his kunai toward the stranger, but the old man simply deflected it using the flat side of the blade and returned toward Kisame. Kisame had used this time to summon forth a wave of water nearly 10 meters tall and 11 meters wide, intending to crush the old man with a wave of water and ending the battle, but the old man simply disappeared and reappeared behind Kisame, and before he could react he punched him in the face, sending him 50 feet away and making him cough. Itachi used his great fireball jutsu, but the old man disappeared and reappeared behind him. Itachi ducked from the punch and attempted to sweep his opponent's feet from under him, but the old man jumped and from nowhere, he simply summoned a wave of water 3 times the size of Kisame's without any hand signs, and with a wave of his hands the wave moved to cover him and Kisame, but Kisame used his water release tide reversal to turn the wave against the old man, but he could feel his chakra reserves rapidly depleting against the old man hold over the water. The old man felt his chi reserves depleting against Kisame's jutsu, but chi always regenerated faster than chakra, and even if that wasn't the case he had insane reserves of any kind of power, chi, chakra, ki, mana, etc., so he wasn't worried about of running out. But what worried him was the fact that he wasn't to harm Itachi, for he would be a great ally for his young MSTR in the future. As the old man struggled to keep control over water, Itachi again used his fire release great fireball, hoping not to kill the old man. After all, he was an ally and quite a powerful one, judging by the way he was handling both Kisame and him without any wounds, and that was quite a feat, but he had to keep his cover. Before the fireball could touch him, the old man's eyes shined a bright blue and a wave of force came out of his body and spread over the battlefield, destroying the fireball, the body of water near him, threw Kisame and Itachi a good 100 feet away from him and fractured the rock around them for a few hundred meters. You made me use the power of my eyes. Congratulations. Last time I used them it was a century ago against a very powerful demon, the old man stated matter-of-factly. But now you are in deep sh. Before they could react, the old man said gravity and the gravitation, the area around Itachi and Kisame increased 100-fold, creating a very large crater. Itachi and Kisame got up, They were covered in bruises and cuts, and they might have some broken ribs from the intense gravity. What baffled Itachi was the fact that his Mangekyo Sharingan reacted to the power of the old man like the knowledge of such power was instilled in his very genes, like a song that you remember the melody but not the words and title. Kisame launched himself toward the old man, but the old man simply jumped away, but instead of falling down he stayed up there floating. The old man took his sword out and said wind, and the sword glowed the same soft blue as the old man's eyes as he swiped, and a massive wind blade was directed toward Kisame and Itachi. It was only Itachi's speed that saved them both from being cut in half. "It has been a long time since I had so much fun," said the old man with a creepy grin. "Since I sparred against Hashirama Senju's would release." "Actually, you are lying. You can't be that old, and how could you even stand against somebody who could defeat even the great Madara Uchiha himself?" asked a trembling Kisame. Madara was talented, but he forgot to hone those skills further, believing himself invincible even after he was proved wrong by Hashirama, who trained a lot and was capable of unlocking part of the limitless potential of the wood release, as much as a mortal can. "Anyway," the old man stated matter-of-factly. "What do you mean with the limitless potential of the wood release?" asked Itachi, trying to stall him, preparing to use his Tsukiyomi. "Of all the advanced nature transformations, the wood release is the one with the greatest potential, the potential of a god's power in it," he explained. Itachi smiled as he said Tsukiyomi, only for the old man to smile and say reversal, and Itachi crumpled to the ground, imprisoned in his own genjutsu. Kisame took this opportunity to attack the old man and succeeded in landing a punch, and as the old man was falling he body flickered to the ground and attempted to impale the old man. Attempted being the key word, as the old man shifted in the last moment and Kisame succeeded only in cutting through his shoulder. The old man became white smoke and then reformed behind a boulder. The wound from Kisame had touched T-bones, and he had to do this or risk losing control of himself, and he couldn't do that or his young SR would die. From the old man's body BLD flowed, but unlike human BLD it flowed upwards and disintegrated, releasing great pressure and heat, a gift from one of the old man's battle against a very powerful demon. "Yin-yang, healing of the damned," said the old man, as pure yin and yang energy, unlike shinobi's yin and yang that was polluted with chakra which dampened their powers of creation and destruction, formed in his hand as halos of red and blue, which he pressed against his wound, and the wound healed instantaneity. But before he could react, a wave of water broke the boulder he was standing against in half and surrounded him, trying to either crush him with the pressure it had or kill him from the lack of oxygen. The old man closed his eyes, and then when he opened them, golden light poured from them as an inhuman voice said, "Gate of the dawn, light open," and from the old man's body light flowed outwards and the water evaporated instantly, and from it stepped out the old man, now bathed in golden light, which caused the rock around him to turn to lava. Kisame, terrified at the display of power, tried to run, only for the old man to reappear right in front of him, and with a punch he threw Kisame 20 feet deep in the rock with a severe condition of burning from the ultra-hot body part that touched him. As he saw that, he run with the speed of light toward where Itachi was, and as he arrived there he stopped using the power of the gate and his cloak of golden light disappeared. He approached Itachi and touched him in the forehead and said, "Awaken," and Itachi opened his eyes, but those were not the eyes of a man tortured for days within his mind, but those of a man who had been woken from the best dream ever. "You could have left me in there for a little while more," Itachi complained. "Then you would have been lost forever within your longing, as I have an almost limitless supply of chakra, and then your mind would refuse to awake," explained the old man. "So what are your intentions for stopping us?" asked Itachi. "I seek only to protect my young," said the old man. "Who? Naruto?" asked a surprised Itachi. "Yes, he is one of the few remaining descendants of the Otsutsuki family and the only one with the gift," explained the old man. "What gift? And wasn't that the family of the Sage of the Six Paths?" asked an even more intrigued Itachi. "Yes, that was, but before that they were even more powerful, but then they declined, and generations later Hagoromo surfaced to bring them back to glory, as that family is always destined," explained the old man. "In time the family split into different branches, the Senjus, the Uchihas and the Hyuga. After some decades other families split off from them, but the most prominent were the Uzumakis, who had inherited some of the skills of their ancestors in the form of seals, and due to their nature they were prime candidates for one with the gift to be born, and they didn't fail our expectations. As for what's the gift, it's not my secret to give away," So can you at least tell me your name? Asked Itachi. In another time and place, perhaps, but not now, said the old man. Do you know any healing jutsus? I do. Why? Asked Itachi. Because I overdid it a little with your friend. Now go and get him to me here because only my powers can heal what the dawn's light harms, said the old man in a sheepish tone. And I need you for an explanation on why he is still alive. Without saying a word, Itachi left to take Kisame's body and returned after 10 minutes, only to find the old man in a meditation pose levitating 3 feet of the ground. Hey old man, I brought him, said Itachi. I know, I felt you both the moment you arrived, said the old man as he floated down to the ground. He approached the unconscious form of Kisame and held his palms right in front of Kisame's abdomen where his robes were torn and showed burned flesh and even some crisped organs. It was a wonder that he was still alive. Yin-yang, healing of the damned, said the old man as his palms were again covered in the ethereal halos of pure yin and yang energy, and he touched Kisame's abdomen. The wounds all disappeared, only leaving a broken rib or two, for show, mostly, and a big scar in Kisame's abdomen. Unfortunately, it takes more power than that to properly heal the damage wrought by the dawn's light, and I'm not willing to waste it on your friend here, said the old man. Take him and leave. A group of ANBUs led by Kakashi Hatake are almost here, and it wouldn't do to find you here, would it? As Itachi and Kisame left, the old man swore as he sensed that Kakashi had seen Itachi and Kisame, but he didn't have the time to fix things. The machinations of destiny had been put to work, and without a fully fledged ME, there was nothing he could do. Kakashi Hatake was having a troublesome PRD, and that was saying something. Initially Orochimaru had attacked Konoha, and then Sasuke left or had been taken, nobody knew, and since there wasn't something better available at the moment, they sent a group of rookies to do a veteran's job. Surprisingly enough, they had succeeded. He guessed that Naruto had rubbed off on them, and then when he came to the Valley of the End, he saw 2 missing Nins leaving the valley, and he could have sworn he saw a third person in a white coat, but then it was only a brief moment, and he could have been wrong. As they entered the valley, they were getting readings of residual 9 tails chakra that were off the charts, and that could mean that the seal had loosened enough for Naruto to draw chakra from the 9 tails. He suspected that had been Minato's plan all along to give his son a fighting chance against the masked man. After a minute, he saw Naruto's body lying unconsciously in the valley's bottom, and a man in a white coat was kneeled in front of him. The old man was currently kneeled in front of the unconscious form of his young emissary. The boy had the potential to be better than every one of his predecessors, but he had to grow out of his childish naivety first if he was to survive the oncoming trials ahead of him. He sensed Kakashi Hatake body flicker nearby, and he felt the worry for Naruto rolling off in waves from him. Come forth, Kakashi Hatake, I don't mean any harm to you or you sensei's son, he said calmly. How did you know? I suppressed my chakra signature, said Kakashi Kanai, ready to attack. There are more ways than one to feel a person's coming, shinobi, and to save us some time. I know he is Minato's and Kushina's son because I was there the night he was born, but unfortunately my hands were bound and I couldn't interfere that night, but I can today. Explain the old man. How is he? Asked Kakashi, sensing truthfulness coming from the person in front of him. Just exhausted and some emotional trauma, but he'll get over it, eventually, said the old man. Yang. Regeneration, said the old man as he moved his hands over Naruto's body. He felt Kurama shiver within its prison as it felt a presence even older and more powerful than itself. There, that should do it. Take good care of him for me, Kakashi Hatake, said the old man as he disappeared. Wait, said Kakashi, but the old man disappeared before he could say anything. 3 days later, Konoha's hospital. Naruto? A voice whispered within Naruto's mind. Don't be that evil, Gigi, let me sleep some more, answered Naruto. I'm not Hiruzen et Naruto, answered the voice. Who are you? Asked Naruto, realizing they were in his mindscape. My name will be revealed at a later time. As to who I am your protector, answered the voice. How do you do this? It's so cool, asked an excited Naruto. It's but a fraction of my power, the ability to manipulate pure ing energy to get into somebody's mind and dreams, although it's the least used of my abilities, answered the voice. Cool. Can I learn how to do it, please? Asked Naruto. That and more, my young. Unlike me, your only limitation is imagination, answered the voice. Wait. Why do you call me MSTR? Asked Naruto. Because I have served your family for centuries before they fell from grace, explained the voice. Really, so I am what? Royalty? Asked Naruto. I will explain when we meet, but I came to warn you that right now there's a conspiracy to kick you out of He Village, warned the voice. But why? How? Spluttered Naruto. Because of the 9 tails, they don't understand you, and what they don't understand they fear and seek to destroy, explained the voice. I don't care, was the cold answer from Naruto. Finally I'll be rid of this hateful people. Don't judge many by the actions of few. There are good people in Konoha, but right now those who seek to harm you prevail. Don't worry, I have made my move, and if worst come to pass then I will take you in, comforted the voice. Thanks, said Naruto as he felt himself return to consciousness. At the same time, Hokage's office. The new Hokage, Tsunade Senju, was about to attend her first council meeting. She knew she was in for a very difficult challenge, as the old man had already told her about the councilman's plans to banish Naruto from the village. The boy was the only reason she accepted the office in the first place, and if they thought that she was going to just accept it, they were in for a surprise. As she entered the council chamber, she saw the full council was in there, which was quite surprising as most of the time half of them were missing, especially the civil part, as they always had some important business to attend to. That being said, this only meant this was a very important matter for them all to be reunited, the only other occasions being urgent meetings, the foundation of Konoha, and the reunion 12 years ago to decide what to do with the heir of the 4th Hokage. Good day, gentlemen. I'm really flattered that you are here today on my first council meeting as the new Hokage, said Tsunade, deciding to play dumb. The honor's all ours. However, we came here to present you a motion that concerns the safety of this village, said Kusumoto Hirakumi, a very influential businessman of Konoha, thinking that she didn't even know what was to come as their spy informed them. What is this matter? I haven't heard of any such thing, have you, Shizune? Asked Tsunade, deciding to bait them even more. No, my lady, answered Shizune. This matter just came up, my lady, said Kusumoto the demon boy. He has been proved to be a danger to the whole village, as he had almost released the 9 tails in the Valley of the End, and that calls for the renewal of the seals placed on him by his father. I don't get where the big danger is here, said Tsunade, causing whispers to erupt within the council. Yes, but there is also the fact of 2 missing nins, Kisame Hashikaji and Itachi Uchiha, leaving the valley, and we have reason they are after the boy. Banishing him would be the best course of action that won't endanger Konoha, said Kusumoto with a malignant grin. If that's the case, then we should banish all of our best shinobis, including you, Kusumoto, as you currently have a killing contract on your head. Currently this contract has been taken by an organization called Akatsuki, which Kisame Hashikaji and Itachi Uchiha are members. She concluded, causing nods of approval from some of the heads of the Konoha clans and shouts of outrage from the rest of the clan's heads and the civilian council. That's not the same. The boy is also in danger of releasing the 9 tails while the rest of us doesn't, said a very angry Kusumoto. And I already told you there's a solution to it, a fairly simple one, or didn't you get it? Said Tsunade, barely keeping her composure. He is a demon, cried one of the members of the civil council, while the rest of the shinobi council just stayed silent. He is a vessel, for crying out loud. And even if it was so, I have the final say, as he is a ninja, said Tsunade, a vein showing in her forehead. Let's put this at vote. All those in favor of banishing Naruto Uzumaki raise their hands, said Kusumoto as he played his trump card, and 3/4 of the council raised their hands. Indeed, a majority vote, but you forget that I am essentially a military dictator to which all shinobis owe their allegiance even more than to their own clans, and I didn't remember asking for a vote, said Swanda calmly. Hereby you, Kusumoto Hirakumi, are arrested on charges of undermining the authority of the Hokage, and all your fortune is sequestered and passed under ownership of the village of Konoha. Anyone has any objections? Danzo watched from his seat as 2 Anbu dragged as screaming Kusumoto away. He liked the new Hokage's approach to things, but that went against his plans of recruiting the boy for his route Anbu. Their spy hadn't informed them of this, but that was something that could be fixed easily with his backup plan. One so well versed in the art of deceiving and politics always had an ace under the sleeve. Now we are a member short. I plan to appoint my apprentice Shizune Tadamasa as the new councilman, effective immediately, said Tsunade, earning an uproar of displeasure from the council. If I didn't know you better, I would think you are trying to replace the council with people loyal only to you, said Hayashi Hyuga with a hint of amusement in his voice. I'm merely replacing a retired councilman with another who is suitable for the job and who is more suitable than someone whom I have personally trained, said Tsunade in a sweet tone that sent shivers down everybody's spine. That's very wise of you, my lady. If we have concluded this council meeting, I have important business to attend to, said Danzo as he got up. Indeed, we are finished for today. The council is dismissed, said Tsunade as she waved her hand. All the participants of the council left the meeting room and headed outside to discuss this new development. 3 hours later, in a mountain cavern in the border between the land of fire and the land of iron, the old man came out of a nowhere, causing a ripple to spread in the air around him. As he sat down in a rock, he let 2 almond-shaped jewels the size of a human eye drop out of his punctured arm into a metal box and then return to his arm. Him and the kid. Because of him I lost my favorite coat, said the old man as he said Inyang. Heavenly restoration and golden light covered his punctured arm and healed all the punctures and the venom that had been in his body before he could lose control and level the whole mountain. I see you haven't changed, Takagi, said an ethereal voice. But it can't be, you are supposed to be dead unless, trailed off the old man, Ege Takagi. Unless I have transcended time itself. Yes, I learned how to do that. Unfortunately, I only figured it out moments before I died, said the voice stepping out of the shadows, revealing a man with gray skin and horns. Hagoromo, it's been a long time since I saw you, said the old man as he hugged him. Indeed it has, sensei. My brother would like to say hello, but he still hasn't got over sulking the fact that he left his eyes in the energy vessel and now has to rely on his other senses, said Hagoromo as suddenly a wave of force came out of nowhere and knocked him out of balance. I heard that, came a voice much like Hagoromo's own but a bit deeper. That's the downside of having an ascended brother. He always gets to punch me even from another dimension, said Hagoromo. I heard that too, you know, said the voice, sending again another wave of force. You still haven't grown out of your childish behavior, said Takagi laughing, very strong. It has been the only thing that has kept us sane this last millennia, said Hagoromo. So what do you need? A pair of Rinnegan jewels? I'm going to give the Rinnegan to Naruto Uzumaki, the heir to the gift of the emperor, said Takagi. So finally one has arrived, and we who though he was just the reincarnation of Azura, said Hagoromo. Well, that means I will have to give him the half of my power earlier, and so will my brother. You know, once he comes into his power he won't need that, right? Asked Takagi. True, but this has been my goal for all this time, to find a reincarnation of Indra and Azura that will break the cycle of hatred, and to do that they are going to need to inherit half of my power each, said Hagoromo. Well, just wait until he has advanced enough in his training before dumping all of that power on him, said Takagi in an authoritative tone which didn't take no for an answer. His full powers are greater than whatever you two combined can have, but he is still too young and unexperienced. Of course, sensei, you know I always was the responsible one, said Hagoromo. That is not true, remember Nishikawa, said the voice of Himura Otsutsuki. Shut up, said Hagoromo. Make me, was the reply. Hagoromo disappeared and Takagi could have sworn he heard them mock fighting again like they did when they were young, and he had trained them into the use of their powers as was his duty to train the heroes chosen by the emperors to eat the fruit of the Shinju, although Kaguya stole it, so she wasn't classified as a hero despite being descendant of the last emperor. Danzo stood there listening the heads of some of the ninja clans of Konoha and the rest of the members of the civilian council discuss on how to get rid of the demon child. Frankly, what they were doing was in his interest, as he would gain a Jinchuriki as a member of Root, but he was afraid of the reaction of the new Hokage. She had shown she wasn't as passive as Hiruzen, and she dealt with opponents ruthlessly. The execution of Kusumoto for high treason was a perfect example. There was only one way to do this, and he would have to go out in the open in order for that to work. Gentlemen, said Danzo stepping out of the shadows. I think that I may have a solution for your problem. Danzo, though you were neutral in this affairs, said a smirking Minamoto Hatsune. She was head of the Hatsune clan, a small clan which trained some of the best swordsmen in this village and were now, after the fall of Uchiha, trying to gain influence. Let's say I have an interest in keeping you all alive, said Danzo. The Hokage won't kill us. She still needs us and our money, said Osaki Ryu, currently the third wealthiest man in Konoha. You fools, You think you are still dealing with Hiruzen, said Danzo laughing. She is the granddaughter of Tobarama Senju and she has inherited his ruthlessness from him. Then what do you propose we do? Minamoto. Simple, we go to the only person who has more power than the Hokage, said Danzo. Who? Oh, the Daimyo. He won't listen, why should he? The Hokages have never failed him until now, answered Minamoto to Danzo's suggestion. He will if we present our case the right way, said Danzo smirking. We will present the boy as a danger to the village, his battle with the Uchiha and subsequent release of the Nine Tails chakra being the prime example. If the Hokage says he is no danger, the Daimyo will believe her instead of us, said Osaki. He will not if the boy is a relative of hers, said Danzo, his smirk turning into a full-blown smile. What are you talking about? Asked Minamoto. The Uzumakis were allies of the Senju and the first Hawk married Mido Uzumaki, and from there we all know the story, but what many don't know is that Kushina Uzumaki was the niece of Mido from her sister, thus making Naruto and Tsunade cousins, explained Danzo, much to the shock of everybody. So we have a way to banish the brat, but the problem is that contacting the Daimyo will require lots of time, probably years, said Minamoto. True, but if you have the right friends then it won't take nearly as much, a month or so, said Danzo. However, to do that we will need a lot of money, which our estimate friends will be happy to give to us, right? Yes, we will give anything to make that monster leave so that our children may be safe, said Nakashima Yuringa, the second wealthiest man in Konoha. Very well then, prepare 5 million ryo within the week, and in less than a month we will have a decree signed from the Daimyo which will legalize the brat's banishment, said Danzo, and then we body flickered away, leaving the conspirators to discuss some more on this new development. As Danzo left, he couldn't help but laugh at the sheer stupidity shown by the group of conspirators. It would take only 1 million ryo to buy an audience with the Daimyo, but they unknowingly were paying for Root's continued existence, and what's more important, they would help him gain a new weapon, the greatest one out there, the Nine Tails. The next morning, in the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto had been waiting for this moment for the last 3 days. He would finally meet the old man himself, and not just through dreams. He had arrived in the clearing that the old man had described, at least he hoped that was the right clearing. Naruto looked around, but he could only see the trees, small animals moving, but not even a trace of the old man. After some time he decided to sit down and meditate in the pose the old man taught him. It was pretty simple actually. The clearing was so peaceful that it almost felt natural to meditate in such a place. After an hour or so, Naruto felt the tip of a kunai pressed into his back. Reacting from instinct, he pushed his body forward and used his feet to kick back, but his feet found only blank space. Naruto got up and at the same time drew a kunai from his bag and got into a fighting stance, only to see that the kunai that was pressed into his back was simply floating on thin air. Nice reflexes, but anything beyond a chunin and you would be dead, said the old man from up in the branches of one of the trees surrounding the clearing. So I suppose you are the old man, said Naruto. Indeed I am. Now I need to train you so that you can at least fight on an equal footing with a Kage-level opponent, said the old man. Cool, so what are we going to learn? Some cool jutsu or some kick-butt taijutsu? Asked an excited Naruto. No, we are going to learn history, said the old man as he jumped from the tree and right in front of Naruto. That's dumb, why do we needs to learn history anyway? Asked a disappointed Naruto. You do because you need to learn the history of your family so that you can know the power that you hold, explained the old man. So what power do I have? Asked an eager Naruto. You possess the greatest ability that exists. You possess the gift of the emperor, said the old man as he gestured for Naruto not to interrupt, seeing as he was dying to ask a question. Now the power originated from your many times grandmother, Araki Otsutsuki, exactly 4,500 years ago. Who are the Otsutsuki clan? I have never heard of them, asked Naruto. They are best known to shinobis as the family of the Sage of the Six Paths, but before that they were the emperors of the elemental nations and even a great deal of territory beyond that, explained the old man. So I am royalty? Asked Naruto. No, while you do have the gift, the empire ceased to exist 1,500 years ago when the last emperor and the last member of your clan to possess the gift choose to die, answered the old man. Choose to die? Asked Naruto. Yes, one with the gift can only die when and if he chooses, but that's not your power, it's a byproduct of your power, but we will get into that later, answered the old man. Keep telling me about this Otsutsuki clan, said Naruto. Well, your ancestor Araki Otsutsuki was the first one to have the gift. She hated war, so she sought to end it and unite the land, which at the time was in continuous war between the noble families, said the old man. In order to do that, she united a group of people who had her same opinion and founded the Gamer Corps using her vast power. We gamers have the ability, well, to make our lives as a game. The most useful ability was the one called Dungeon Creator, which allowed us to create a pocket dimension in which we trained. Our power grew quickly and the wars were finally stopped, and your ancestor was chosen as the first empress. In time, the gamers noticed that they could cheat through their power, and from the best of them a Black Ops group was created. I myself was the best cheater of my generation and became the last emperor's personal bodyguard and assassin. In the end, I was entrusted by him with immortality and chosen to train the new emperor, finished the old man. So you are my mentor? Asked Naruto. Yes. Now about your power. The gift of the emperor is a pretty simple power, said the old man, taking out a scroll. It allows you to take things from fiction and make them real. For example, in this scroll there is a description of the crystal that gives the power of a gamer. You can take it out and then you will simply have to break it and you will have the power of a gamer, which you must because every emperor must have it. So how do I do it? Asked Naruto. That I don't know. The last emperor said you must try to put your hand in the scroll and the story and the rest would be instinct, said the old man. Really helpful, old man, said Naruto. My name is Takagi, and for as long as we train together you will call me Takagi-sensei or sensei, said Takagi. Yes, sensei, said Naruto as he tried to put his hand in but failed every time he tried. Naruto tried to put his hand into the scroll once more but failed again. He had been trying for the last 3 hours but to no avail, as he always failed. In a gesture of rage he punched the scroll, but the very anger he now felt caused something inside of him to click, and instead of hitting the scroll his fist, and due to the momentum his entire arm fell inside the scroll, and he felt with his hand the big pile of gems and he took one. Naruto looked at the gem. It was almond-shaped, about the size of his hand. It had a deep purple color and it radiated pure power that he could now see clearly, but no more than him. After taking out the gem, Naruto had began to see the power of everything mostly in levels, and his was simply level. Apparently his gift of the emperor couldn't be measured in levels like most other beings' power. Remembering what Takagi said about the gem, he crashed it into his fist, quite easy apparently, and he felt his body filling with the power that was once in the gem. He tried to use the dungeon creating skill and a panel appeared in front of him, enter name of the dungeon, and enter level of the dungeon, and Naruto simply said, Chakra Training Dungeon, and after some thought he had a brilliant idea, dungeon level, 100, and he found himself standing before a gigantic bear as tall as the 9 tails, made of blue chakra with a sign above his head, Chakra Bear LVL. 991. The bear at the sight of him, roared and charged, and Naruto tried to escape but he couldn't as the bear hit him with his gigantic paw and sent him hundreds of feet away, breaking every bone in his body. The bear tried to finish the job and kill Naruto for good but was stopped by a blue dome of energy, and as soon as the bear's paw made contact with the dome, the bear flew back a few hundred feet. Takagi stepped out of the dome and took his sword out of its sheath, Sword of Nightmares, and as he slashed it at thin air the gigantic bear fell into the ground, cut into 2 pieces. Takagi took them out of the dungeon. While dying in a dungeon wasn't actually dying, as you were reborn immediately, it was uncomfortable to say the least, and Naruto was too young to experience that, so he had to use some of his more powerful healing powers, seeing that having the gift made him pretty resistant to magic or any other form of power except his own. Yin-yang. Restoration of the Empire. That little technique had no visible after effects but was the only power that would work on him without him exhausting himself. That use of the yin-yang was created by the first empress when she noticed her immunity to the powers that others yield, and that worked as he heard Naruto's bones creak as they returned to their places and fully healed. After taking in the still unconscious form of Naruto, he decided to give him the Rinnegan already since the boy was so reckless. He took out the 2 gems from his inventory, opened the lids of Naruto's eyes and placed the gems above. With a flash of light the gems disappeared and Naruto's blue eyes became the soft purple of the Rinnegan. The boy is a natural. Not even me can absorb the Rinnegan gems so easy. It should have caused at least a reaction, discomfort, pain, anything, but no. I guess it has to do with the fact he has Hagoromo's BLD flowing in his veins, thought Takagi as he watched the unconscious form of Naruto. Time skip. Naruto woke up with a pounding headache. He looked around and what he saw surprised him. It wasn't the waterfall or the gigantic trees that seemed to touch the sky or the gigantic temple where he woke up, but the fact he could see chakra, including nature chakra. He tried to get up, but his body didn't respond well at this attempt. His muscles still sore from staying for some time without moving. Take it easy, Naruto. You have been unconscious for the last 2 days. Your body needs to get used to moving again, said Takagi from one of the temple's ledges. 2 days I need to leave. Tsunade must have the ANBUs searching for me, said a worried Naruto as he scrambled to his feet. 2 days within this dungeon, Naruto. In the outside it has been merely half an hour, said Takagi. What dungeon? Oh, this one doesn't have bears, right? Asked Naruto. No, this is a Rinnegan training dungeon, explained Takagi. Why do we need a Rinnegan? Said Naruto as he ran to the nearest pool of water and screamed when he saw his eyes. What did you do to my eyes? Calm down, Naruto. I gave you the Rinnegan after seeing how reckless you are. If the power of a god doesn't keep you safe, then you leave me no choice but to stay always near you, and I don't fancy that, said a bored Takagi. You turn the Rinnegan off and on at will, since those eyes are truly yours and none can use their full potential except for you. Really, said Naruto as he focused and his eyes returned to their normal blue. With what are we training first? With the Deva path, as it has the most destructive potential, said Takagi. Time skip. Naruto and Takagi came out of their dungeon looking fully refreshed. Naruto's eyes were still in his Rinnegan form as the old man had advised him to use it so that he could get used to the vision they granted. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow, and no further exploration of dungeons without my presence, at least no dungeon above level 10, understood? Asked Takagi with a slightly threatening one. Yes, sensei. In what dungeon should I meet you tomorrow? Asked Naruto. Outer path training dungeon. You still have to MSTR that path, said Takagi as he teleported away. Naruto then turned around and headed for the village. It had been a long 12 days for him and Takagi, although outside it had been only 3 hours. The cool thing about dungeons was that despite the amount of time you spent inside, you only aged according to the amount of time that had passed outside. In that time, Naruto had mastered all of the 6 paths thanks to the use of the multiple shadow clone, especially the Deva path, which he had mastered to a degree that allowed him to perform some gravity-based jutsus unknown to anyone except for the sage of the 6 paths, his brother, Takagi, and Naruto. The other path that Naruto had easily mastered was the Preta path. His mastery was thanks to his using of the multiple shadow clone jutsu, and according to Takagi, he had mastered the 6 paths except the outer path even faster than Hagoromo Otsutsuki, even if he had used the multiple shadow clone jutsu. The power that he had discovered in the Preta path was amazing. Not only one absorbed chakra from other living beings, but it could also absorb nature chakra even while moving. Technically, it would allow him to become a sage without the need of summons and to keep such a form for a limitless time span. Furthermore, it gave one a perfect control over chakra to the point one could replicate bloodline limits, and if he was right, it could have the ability to turn natural chakra into normal chakra, granting one a limitless supply of chakra, seeing as natural chakra was infinite. As he got near the village gates, he turned off his Rinnegan and he felt that without it activated, something was missing. The world lost its color and everything seemed so dull. The guards didn't even pay attention to him when he entered the village gates, so he headed immediately for his home, not looking back to see the dirty looks the guards were giving him. 2 months later, Danzo was a very happy man. He had finally got the decree sign from the daimyo, and although it had taken more time than expected, he would now have the perfect weapon against the enemies of Konoha. He had entered the Hokage Tower with a smile and was heading toward the room where the meeting of the council was happening. When he got to the door, he stopped smiling and adopted a serious face and then entered the room. At his sight, the council members smiled and prepared to teach the Hokage a lesson. Yes, Danzo, with what may I help you? Asked Tsunade. I'm here to attend the council meeting, or have my rights as councilman been removed? Asked Danzo, pretending to be offended while transporting the parchment to the hands of Minamoto. No, of course not, but I thought you had some pressing matters to enter like that, said Tsunade, turning back to the other members of the council. Lady Tsunade, we have a pressing motion to present before you, said Minamoto. And what would that be? Asked Tsunade, obviously bored. A motion for the removal of the demon child, Naruto Uzumaki, said Osaki Ryu. Either we closed the matter 2 months ago, or do you want to pay a visit to Kusumoto? Threatened Tsunade. Of course not, but for the safety of the village you mustn't let your emotions control you. He may be your relative, but he is still a danger to the village, said Osaki. I'm being objective, said a very angry Tsunade, releasing her killing intent. The daimyo doesn't think it that way, said Minamoto, producing the scroll with the seal of the daimyo. The daimyo has no right to banish my subjects, said a very angry Tsunade, many of the civilian council fainting from the intense ki in the room. No, but he does have the authority to declare a ninja a missing nin, and that's what Naruto is as of now, and a village who harbors a missing nin, who would contract us anymore, said Minamoto, tossing the scroll to Tsunade. After reading it, the amount of ki that Tsunade was releasing increased immensely, and only the ninja members of the council were still conscious. With a sign of her hand, she summoned an ANB. Find Naruto Uzumaki and see him outside of the village, but no harm must come to him or you'll deal with me, threatened Tsunade. Immediately, my lady, said the Inbu, and he body flickered away. Wake them up and then leave my sight, except you, Minamoto Hatsu. You are under the charges of treason against your Hokage. How do you plead? Asked Tsunade. Innocent, how may I ask? Have I betrayed my Hokage? Asked Minamoto. You have undermined my image in front of the daimyo, and last time I checked that was treason, said Tsunade, waving her hand, and two Anbu entered the room. You are doing this just because you don't want the boy to be banished, said Minamoto. Be that as it may be, you are still guilty. Take her away, said Tsunade to the two Anbu. Her replacement will be Kakashi Hatake. Anyone here has any complaint? Said Tsunade, and when she got nods of no, she said, Very well, you are dismissed. In the meantime, outside of Naruto's apartment. In the last 2 months, Naruto had fully mastered the power of the Rinnegan and had been trained in the other powers by Takagi. He was allowed to even slay Ajuras and Devious and acquire their powers, so it wasn't a surprise that he felt the Anbus approaching, especially since they were oozing negative emotions. Two Anbus, one wearing a tiger mask and the other a fox mask, body flickered in front of him. Naruto Uzumaki, you are hereby banished from Konoha by the order of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, said the Anbu who had the tiger mask. On what grounds? Asked Naruto. You are a danger to the village and you are a demon, aren't those reasons enough? Asked the fox Anbu. Not for me, but since you don't want me anymore, I'll get my things and be off, said Naruto as he headed toward his apartment. No, you're not. You are a missing nin, and so you will leave with only the clothes you are wearing, said maliciously the tiger Anbu. I don't think so, said Naruto as he was about to enter his house. You just made my day, said the tiger Anbu. Fire release. Fire bullet. Naruto, sensing the chakra spike, teleported away and saw as the fireball touched the wall and the wall exploded. He turned his Rinnegan on and he said lightning release. Heavenly artillery without making any hand signs, as his Predapath made it useless, and 5 streams of electricity came out of his hands and headed for the Anbu, who dodged and retaliated by using the fire bullet jutsu again. Naruto dodged, summoned a massive storm of flames through the use of magic by muttering a few words. That kind of magic needed no power, only the ability to calculate, which Naruto had in abundance. The storm took them by surprise, and the tiger Anbu quickly made some hand signs and shouted fire release. Fire torrent, and from his mouth a large stream of fire came out, but it only served to strengthen the firestorm more, and he was hit by it. When the storm cleared, the tiger Anbu was laying in the ground completely NDE, since his clothes had burned in the fire and his body was covered in nasty burns which would kill him if he didn't get medical attention. The only reason he was alive were his chakra-imbued clothes. The fox Anbu had been smarter and had dodged the storm and tried to attack Naruto from behind, only to hit a clone which dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Naruto whistled to the Anbu, who looked up to see the boy standing on the roof of his apartment and quickly flashed through a few hand signs and shouted wind release. 1,000 cutting blades and a strong wind gust which held the power of 1,000 blades headed toward Naruto, who muttered a few words, and an arrow made of golden light headed toward the Anbu and passed right through the enemy jutsu, which ceased to exist since Naruto absorbed all the chakra it held and pierced the Anbu right below his heart. A fatal spot, but not immediately. He entered his house and put all of his items in his inventory and then proceeded to teleport away in the forest outside of Konoha. When teleported in the forest, he stumbled a bit and cursed himself. He had never been very good at long-range teleporting since the calculations changed a bit, and he had yet to master them as he did with the rest of the calculations of that magic. "Come here, Takagi, I have already sensed you," said Naruto as he sat down in a meditative pose. "So they succeed to banish you. The fools, they have no idea what they have lost," said Takagi as he took the same pose as Naruto. "They even sent a couple of aggressive ANBUs, but I dealt with them," said Naruto. "I should go down there and turn that village into rubble, but there are still good people there and they don't deserve to suffer for the wickedness of few," said Takagi, seething with rage. "What do we do now?" asked Naruto. "Now we turn you into the mightiest warrior this world has ever known since the last emperor," said Takagi with an all-too-sweet tone, and Naruto knew he was in for a lot of pain in this 2 years. Naruto had fully mastered the normal powers of the Rinnegan. The curious thing about the Rinnegan was that it simply mirrored the human potential. Everything that can be done with the Rinnegan can be achieved through training, although it could take insane amount of time to achieve such a level of power. The only humans to have even come close to such a power being Hashirama Senju and the first Uzuki, especially since he discovered way to permanently seal the Sharingan, Madara not counting since he had a watered-down version of the Rinnegan. The eyes spared Naruto the need of centuries of training and allowed him to delve further into the Rinnegan's more advanced powers. One such example being the power of the Preta Path to absorb nature energy, even if you were moving, and turning it into normal chakra, but it could also be used to maintain the Sage mode for an indefinite amount of time. According to Takagi, the eyes were as powerful as the owner, which meant he was the only one, alive, to be capable of yielding the legendary power of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The Sage of the 6 Rinnegan had the added benefit that it allowed him to use every special jutsu derived from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and it had none of their drawbacks. He had also learned different magical discipline, at which he excelled especially when it came to magical dueling, vast area spells and runes, although he was still lacking when it came to potions or the more mundane spells. When it came to the usual ninja stuff, he could be considered an S-rank ninja, but that was if he used his Rinnegan and magic, and he didn't like to become dependent on them. The area he most liked was Fuinjutsu, which was no surprise due to his Uzumaki heritage, and the Namikaze heritage gave him a speed and dexterity bonus which was gladly accepted. His current level in Fuinjutsu was Exotic Fuinjutsu Mastery LVL 15, but he was currently stuck there because it needed too much EXP to gain a new LVL. And despite he used it every time he fought in his dungeon dimensions, the advanced mastery was strong to level up. Naruto had managed to recreate the Flying Thunder God technique and had improved it a bit, although this new improvement had yet to be tested. He had also learned the art of technique creation. The process was pretty boring, as it involved calculations, as it was needed to calculate which hand seals were needed for the jutsu, the right way to mold the chakra, etc. Strangely, being the son of the Yellow Flash gave him an plus 30% EXP when it came to new technique creation. He had already achieved to create 3 new jutsu, although one might be considered a new bloodline limit. The first was meant to imitate the Susanoo but was also meant to be way superior to it in the same time. It evolved from a simple technique to a full-blown nature release. He nicknamed it the Celestial Release, as it was used to draw mystic energy, nor chakra, mana, ki, etc., and give it a shape, the shape of an armor, which increased the wearer's strength, speed, and regenerative abilities. Now, while the Rinnegan didn't give the ability to create bloodline limits, seals could take 2 or more different chakra natures and merge them to create a new bloodline limit, and then the chakra was introduced into the body's chakra pathways little by little, causing it to imitate the new chakra. The only reason this wasn't done was that it put the body under a lot of pressure, enough to kill, and it was only thanks to healing spells and the yin-yang heavenly restoration that Naruto survived. The second was the ultimate jutsu, a one-shot kill technique, capable of bypassing every kind of defense one might have, and the yielder of such a jutsu could technically speaking destroy armies without even getting a scratch. The technique was a kenjutsu, a sword jutsu. It could be performed with any sword as long as it was made of chakra-conductive metal, and that the user had enough chakra. It worked by causing the sword to go through dimensions, multiple dimensions at once, to avoid a Kamui user to survive by becoming intangible, and the tip of the sword was transported right inside of one's body, usually in the middle of the heart, in the frontal lobe or at the intersection between the brain and the spine, meaning instant death. The only downside being that only those with really large chakra reserves could even think about using it, since it required a lot of chakra to utilize. The third was an army killer jutsu. The jutsu was an lightning release technically speaking, because the user only spent minimum amounts of chakra to gather the clouds and then to cause lightning in the clouds to become stronger by 10-fold, which wasn't done by chakra, so one only needed to start the reaction and then it continues on its own. The result was a massive thunderstorm which could be directed by small amounts of chakra to hit any target in a half-mile radius. The lightning bolts from the storm were truly destructive, especially when used against large numbers of foes. In those 2 years he had gained a reputation as the Lightning Fox Warrior or as the one-man army due to him always taking almost suicidal missions, alone, and coming out unscathed and successful. The first nickname was earned by using his father's flying thunder god, which he used in the form of senbons who had a small piece of paper, with the formula attached to it, in combination with his army killer jutsu, that he had named Lightning Release, Heavenly Retribution, while the second out of the fact that he could create up to 2,000 clones and still have enough chakra to equal that of a few jonins, and the way he utilized them made him resemble more to a small army than to a single ninja. Takagi appeared before him using his teleport ability. He was wearing armor beneath his usual white coat, which meant a lot of trouble. "Naruto, come here, now," said Takagi with a concerned voice. "Yes, sensei," said Naruto, appearing right in front of Takagi in a burst of "But it's time for your first mission of an emperor class," said the man. "Well, that's good, right?" asked Naruto. "Not so good, you'll have to face a demon," said Takagi with a frown. "Didn't the previous emperors kick them all out?" asked Naruto. "No, not all of them, they're just too many to get rid of completely," explained Takagi. "So this one is particularly dangerous?" asked Naruto. "He's a medium threat, but still I'm worried about you. You have yet to become immortal," said Takagi with a reproachful glare directed at Naruto. "I'm not becoming immortal, I thought that was settled," said Naruto. "It'll happen, whether today or after a few decades. It is inevitable," said Takagi. "Yes, whatever, old man. Anything I must know about this demon?" asked Naruto with a shrug to Takagi's comment. "Yes, its name is Morio. This little guy found how to merge himself with the released negative energy of the entire mankind, and there's a whole lot of it around," explained Takagi, "but as expected for one so weak he only succeeded partially, but that still made him stronger and technically immortal, so there's no way to kill him, and I'm not that good with seals yet," said Naruto. "No, his physical form can still be killed by the ancient chakra I gifted to the priests of the land of demons, but they are only human and don't have enough chakra to pull it off," explained Takagi. "So all I'll have to do is combine my chakra with one of the priests and bye-bye demon?" asked Naruto. "No, it's too dangerous for you, and if the priestess of the land of demons can effectively seal it, then there is no need to take unnecessary risks," answered Takagi. "You'll be hired as an independent ninja to escort her to the shrine where the body of the demon is sealed. However, there's a problem there. I didn't expect nothing less." "What is it?" asked Naruto with a bored face. "There's only one priestess left and her guardians have already contacted ninja from the Leaf. A team is supposed to meet them tomorrow, but some of the old people still remember me, so they will grant an audience to us two in order to decide who is going to escort her, and even that is more for bureaucracy than anything," said Takagi while clearly lost in memories. "Fond memories?" asked Naruto. "A few, but that isn't your concern, young man," answered Takagi, snapping out of his memories. "Of course it is. As your emperor I must look out for the well-being of my subjects," said Naruto, joking. "Not until you kill your first god, and even then I will judge whether you are mature enough," said Takagi with a smirk. "That's not fair," pouted Naruto. "And yet it is how things work, so no complaining. Get back to training," said Takagi with a small smile upon his face. "Yes, sensei," said Naruto before throwing a stink bomb in front of him and disappearing within one of his dungeons. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the face of the old man when the stink bomb exploded and was rewarded with a giant club SWNG to close to his head for his own comfort. Not that he couldn't avoid it, he just didn't like being so close to dying, although he knew he would be resurrected if he died within one of his dungeons. Avoiding the club, Naruto jumped away and prepared to face his new opponent, a 16 feet tall ogre, with gray skin, yellow eyes, proportionally large limbs, totally naked except for a piece of cloth in front of his crotch. He was LVL 53 giant ogre. Those guys were dangerous, especially if they hit you, but on the other side they were pretty slow. Naruto took out a bunch of senbons and threw them in the air, and with enhanced seal they dispersed all over the dungeon's superficies, or at least a decent piece of it, as these things were as big as needed. He took out a very long katana. This katana was pretty normal except that its blade was 150 centimeters tall. It weighed 8 kilograms, not a big deal for Naruto, especially since he used seals which made the sword lighter, but only for him. He lazily started teleporting around the ogre waiting for others of its kind to gather, and he wasn't disappointed. In less than 10 minutes 30 of them were gathered in a circle trying to hit him. Then Naruto teleported to a nearby tree while switching with a shadow clone and rapidly mande the 6-hand seals needed to summon his army killer jutsu. In a less than 30 seconds, storm clouds gathered around the ogres and 3 lightning bolts came down, hitting in 3 different parts of the ogre formation and totally obliterated the ogres. He looked satisfied at his handiwork and smiled. He had been getting better in the precision strikes from the storm, and then he saw a massive ogre yielding a staff with a red skull upon it approach him, looking positively pissed. Naruto used his observability on him and it said Ogre Shaman LVL 59. This ogre had shamanistic powers, and he is seriously pissed at you for killing its children. Naruto smiled. That was what he was after. The ogres he had just killed barely gave him enough EXP to fill half his level up meter, and this was only an LVL 6 dungeon, since Takagi stopped Naruto from going into higher levels since he refused to become immortal, or maybe he just cared too much for him. Either way, it seriously pissed him off, especially as it was Takagi, who told him that he was a prodigy surpassed only by the 1st and 5th emperor. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts in time to teleport away from the tree just as it was struck by a lightning, not as powerful as his but still strong enough to do some big damage. Okay, playtime over, said Naruto, going through 8-hand seas and said ninja art. Piercing sword of truth. His katana's blade glowed with all the colors of the rainbow, especially the first 10 centimeters of its blade. In a second the glow was over and the ogre fell, BLD coming out of his mouth, as his brain was cut in 2 from the inside of his head, no outside injuries. He saw 5 more shamans running toward him while sending fireballs in his direction. He dodged them and went through the hand seals again and said ninja art, 8,000 piercing swords of truth, while pointing his sword toward the approaching group, and they fell, their brains severe from the spine, meaning immediate death. For the next half an hour, Naruto fought against wave after wave of shamans, and after leveling up only once, he got out of there while saving it as a boss fight stage, a stage where you fought only against boss class opponents. You could have as many as you wanted, for every level that you got to kill 10 bosses in. He wasn't even tired. Takagi had taught him what he called cheat codes, messages that if sent through a mental channel to none in particular gave you an unfair advantage, in this case infinite chakra and stamina. Him, as the one with the Emperor's gift, had an infinite array of ways to cheat, of which cheat codes were but one, while the other gamers had only cheat codes, given to them by the Emperor and a Ludo board game in which you wrote in every quadrant, a bonus for example, plus 30 intelligence, plus 30 stat points etc. But they must have at least 3 different types of bonuses for the gamer ability to interpret as something gained in a mission. He didn't use them often as he felt they made him seriously overpowered. After emerging from his dungeon, he saw that Takagi was sitting in a lotus position, in the middle of a small pond and was meditating. He immediately opened his status page. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL, 56 points to next level 8. 000/106. 000 age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms. HP, 14. 700 chakra points, 64. 100 MP, 150. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 80 horsepower per second. Kurama's HP regen, 700 horsepower per second. Chakra points regeneration, 2. 000 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen, CP/section. MP regen, 15. 000 energy, 131 control, 100 strength, 53 speed, 115 vitality, 91 dexterity, 80 intelligence, 151 wisdom, 128 luck, 100 special status, Uzumaki and Namikaze heir, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps and plus 10% to stealth. Stat points to allocate. 10 Naruto didn't think twice. He really needed to improve his speed, especially if he was going up against a very powerful enemy, and the speed he had could make the difference on whether he died or lived. Well, he wasn't so worried about dying, since we was pretty sure Takagi would resurrect him, just to have the pleasure to rub it in his face that he needed immortality. With it he put the entire 10 points into speed. He wasn't in the mood to create a Ludo board, so he could gain some more points. Naruto Uzumaki class, Gamer LVL, 56 points to next level, 1,000/107, 000, age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 14. 700 chakra points, 64. 100 MP, 150. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 80 horsepower per second. Kurama's HP regen, 700 horsepower per second chakra points regeneration, 2. 000 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen, CP/section. MP regen, 15. 000 energy, 131 control, 100 strength, 53 speed, 115 vitality, 91 dexterity, 80 intelligence, 151 wisdom, 128 luck, 100 special status, Uzumaki and Namikaze heir, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps and plus 10% to stealth. Stat points to allocate, 0. It is good to know that I have gotten rid of the prankster king status, though Naruto, that thing was really a pain in the butt, and then he added as an afterthought, I should really stop using the Ludo game board. That thing has made an really overpowered ninja, especially when it comes to chakra and mana regen. When he opened his eyes he saw Takagi standing over him with a scroll in his hand, and with a very evil smirk. Before Naruto could do anything, Takagi dropped the scroll, which emitted an obnoxious brown-colored gas, which really stank. Takagi, you will pay for this, shouted Naruto, dispelling the stink gas. His only answer was a laughter that came from nowhere and a piece of parchment which said, you're free to do whatever you want until tomorrow. I expect you in the border of the land of fire and the land of wind in 12 o'clock tomorrow. Naruto shrugged at the letter, and though it would be a good time to visit Gaara. In those 2 years he and Gaara had become great friends, and he was always invited to stay in Tsunade every time he passed by during a mission. During this time he and Temari had gotten closer, and that earned him a friendly talk by Kankuro and Gaara which had made Naruto blush and answer, I quote, it's not like I like her like that, which caused Gaara and Kankuro to double over from the laughter. Next day, in the border of the land of fire and the land of wind, Naruto appeared in a flash, in what seemed a desolate strip of rocky cliffs which marked the border between the two lands. He saw Takagi was already there, wearing the same armor as yesterday and keeping a sword much like Zabuza's, only this one didn't have any bandages to hide the silvery metal, which he recognized as mithril. So how was your girlfriend? Asked Takagi, joking, and earning him a blush from Naruto. For the last time, she isn't my girlfriend, shouted Naruto, at the top of his lung. Yeah, whatever you say, said Takagi with a non-committal shrug. So are we going to go or what? Asked Naruto. Of course. Grab my forearm, said Takagi, offering Naruto his arm. Not that, please, not that's, pleaded Naruto. Of course we'll use heavenly transportation, or do you know any better method of travel to a place you have never been? Asked Takagi with an evil smirk. I swear, you must do that on purpose, said Naruto, grabbing Takagi's forearm. Naruto felt himself being squeezed through a tube, the result of traveling in that particular dimension. While it allows for you to go to places that you haven't been before, It also makes one puke, at least someone not used to that particular method of travel. When the squeezing feeling stopped, he and Takagi were standing in the middle of a courtyard, filled with different trees, bushes, and among those bushes grew small flowers. Those are the Emperor's Bell. I gifted them to the priestess and priests of this land almost 1,000 years ago, explained Takagi's. Most lower-level demons can't stand being within a mile radius of this flowers, while the rest are burned, less if they are really powerful, due to the energy that they have gathered by being near emperors for 3,000 years. Cool, but doesn't that mean that my weapons or pets will become something like that? Asked Naruto. No, they were fed on purpose by the Emperor's mana. They never liked demons trying to sneak into the palace, so they created this, he answered, pointing at the flowers. This are Takagi. We are so honored that you came here to assist us on this task, said an elderly woman, whom he found through his observe, to be named Yoshimura. Of course, I would never leave you defenseless in the face of such grave danger, but now my apprentice will be taking over my duties, said Takagi. If he can do half of what you can, then we are in very good hands, said Yoshimura. Unfortunately, the people on the council are too young to remember you and appreciate your power. That won't be a problem. He can give them a show of his power, said Takagi, not worried in the slightest. The problem is that your apprentice is going to face Kakashi Hatake, an S-rank ninja. Last time I checked, said Yoshimura. It must have been a long time ago then. He currently is A-rank ninja. Although with a bit of training he could be back to the level of power he once held and even surpass it, interrupted Naruto while making battle plans. So who else are in his team? A girl named Sakura Haruno, Niji Hyuga, and Rock Lee. Why? Asked Yoshimura. Well, while he may be strong, they normally use a 4-man team, and I was curious to know if any of my friends was here, replied cheerfully Naruto, making the two elder people face-palm themselves. Either way, go get ready, said Taki. I already am, replied Naruto with an evil smirk, which scared the SHT out of Yoshimura and made Takagi smile. Then go and met your friends, ordered Takagi, while I take care of this little brats. Immediately, sensei, said Naruto as he disappeared in a burst of speed. The kid is special, said Yoshimura, leading Takagi toward the council room, and it is not because of his power that he is, said Takagi as he entered the council room. Naruto appeared in front of Sakura, Niji, and Lee in a burst of speed which caused them to grab their weapons and almost impale him, like they could. When they saw it was Naruto, they were so surprised that their jaws meet the ground. Naruto, it's so good to see you, said Sakura as she hugged him. It's good for me too. So how are you guys doing? Asked Naruto. Very good, I'm still waiting for a rematch, said Niji. And I do want to test my strength against someone as youthful as you, said Rock Lee with fire blazing in his eyes. Get in line. I'm pretty sure I'm going to fight Kakashi first, answered Naruto, which caused their eyes to go wide. But he is an A-rank ninja. How can you hope to defeat him? Asked a worried Sakura. I have a few tricks up my sleeve, answered Naruto with a smirk. The four young people spent the next hour talking about how life had gone in Konoha after he left, learning about the moves the Akatsuki had made. Although he and Takagi had been keeping an eye out for the Akatsuki, not even them were omniscient and they needed every piece of information they could get. Itachi had been a great help in that regard, but even he didn't know the endgame of Akatsuki, and Naruto had a feeling it was going to be something really big. After an hour, the Council of the Land of Demons, Kakashi and Takagi came out of the meeting and headed toward the four ninja. The council stopped at the entrance of the garden, but Yoshimura, Kakashi and Takagi moved toward the young ninja, and by the way that their chakra flared they were positively pissed. Kakashi-sensei, it's great to meet you again, said Naruto with a bow. Nice to meet you too. It has become very boring in Konoha without you around, said Kakashi, ruffling Naruto's hair. What can I say? I'm unique, said Naruto with a very big grin. Don't give yourself so much credit, said Kakashi. You know Tsunade has been giving hell to the council for your banishment. Well, knowing her temper, I'm surprised she didn't gut them instantly, said Naruto with a passive look. Well, the council decided that a fight was in order to decide who would be the best SRT for Lady Giant, said Kakashi. Well, I'll make sure not to hurt you too much. We can't have a member of the council going to a meeting covered in bruises, said Naruto with a mischievous grin. I see you have a great informant, but you must also know I can kick your butt any time I feel like it, said Kakashi, smiling behind his mask. I have been training to be Lady Tsunade's replacement, and yet you are an A-rank ninja, But it's not your fault you have small chakra reserve and a blind spot when you are no using you Sharingan, said Naruto. Hey, I don't have small chakra reserves, they happen to be average, exclaimed Kakashi. But for the position you are attempting to occupy, they are small, replied Naruto. We can't all have chakra reserves matching those of a small Biju, answered Kakashi. You are so wrong. No matter how much you train, most mortals can never even go close to the reserves of even the one tail, they are just too big. It's just that the Uzumakis inherited the high chakra reserves of the Sage of the Six Paths, said Naruto, causing all present except for Takagi to go wide-eyed. You must be kidding me, said Kakashi. No, not at all. The Senjus, the Uchihas and the Uzumaki are all descendant from the Sage of the Six Paths, intervened Takagi. Where do you think the Sharingan came from, or the immensely large life force of the Senjus, Uzumakis not included as they are descendant from the early Senju, thus not directly linked, asked Naruto. I never thought about it that way, replied Kakashi. Well, there's a reason that only those of Uchiha bloodline can use the Sharingan without dying of chakra exhaustion, said Naruto, but don't get discouraged, all the powers of the fabled Rinnegan and Sharingan can be achieved with training, a lot of it, but there's a possibility at least that you can actually achieve such a power and beat me. No need to worry at all because I'm going to defeat you, said Kakashi. Well, so cocky? I would have, though my father would have taught you better, commented Naruto, which really shocked Kakashi. How did you find out? Asked Kakashi. I was examining my seal when I found 2 foreign chakra signatures that were not of the 9 tails, whose name I'm not at liberty to tell, and I figured that they would be there for some reason, so after months of strong work, meaning 3 months ago, I created a seal which allowed me to extract that chakra and seal it somewhere else, while at the same transferring it a bit of my chakra so that they could last for more than one meeting, explained Naruto. Imagine my surprise when I found out that the 2 chakras belonged to Minato Namikaze, aka the Yellow Flash of Konoha, and Kushina, the Red Death of Konoha, and that their chakra signatures were almost identical to mine. Wait, wasn't Minato Namikaze also the 4th Hokage, the one who supposedly killed the 9 tails? Asked Niji. Yep, the one and only. He decided that he couldn't force someone else's child to be the container, so he made the ultimate sacrifice and sealed it into me, his son, while leaving a part of his soul and chakra to help me in dire need, said Naruto, much to the shock of the council and the 3 young ninja. My seal, however, allows me to feed my chakra to them and so create a connection to their souls in the Pure Land, so that I can speak with them anytime I want to. Can you let me speak with him? Asked Kakashi in a pleading tone. Of course, but I'd better keep you from my mother, or she will tear you apart, dead or not. Especially if she learns you still read Ika, said Naruto with a chuckle. Yep, sounds like the Kushina I knew, commented Kakashi. Now we are going to fight outside of the temple. They don't fancy seeing their flowers being trampled. Well, what can you do? They really love their flowers, rhetorically asked Naruto, while sending some of his mana into the flowers, causing hundreds of them to blossom, and caused the council to drop their jaws. In a few minutes they were out of the temple. That place was really big, and came in a rocky meadow to some distance from the temple. He and Kakashi bowed to each other, and then Naruto dived to dodge an attack from Kakashi. He had gotten faster, but he was more. Naruto took out a dozen senbons and threw them to the sky, saying, "Flying Thunder God, amusement park," causing the senbons flying in different directions and landing a very big distance from him, which caused Naruto to smirk. I suggest you use the Sharingan, or I might hurt you, said Naruto. You forget that I saw your father use that jutsu and I know its weakness, replied Kakashi. You forget I'm not my father, said Naruto as he disappeared in a yellow flash and gave Kakashi a punch in the gut. Remember you asked for it, said Kakashi, revealing his Sharingan. With that he launched himself with greater speed toward Naruto, who simply teleported out of the way and into a tree branch only to feel the tip of a kunai to his throat and see the Kakashi in the field dispel. He teleported away again only to dodge a kunai charged with lightning chakra. So that's how he wants to play, though, Naruto, as he spawned a few dozens of shadow clones without the need of hand signs. The clones teleported away with the signature yellow flash, and Naruto went through a few hand seals before shouting Celestial Release, Sky Guard Eternal Armor, and in a millisecond a mass of energy wrapped itself around Naruto, taking a human form, albeit a 3-meter-tall one, and with Naruto in the center, the armor had the same azure color as a cloudless sky. Told you, that you can have the power of the great eyes, without the need to actually have them, said Naruto with a grin. A copy of Susanoo. I'm impressed, said Kakashi, making a few hand seals, fire release. Twin fire spears, and 2 streams of fire shot out of his hands. No, the idea came from Susanoo, but this is way better, said Naruto as his armor withstood the flames without even flickering once. It seems a bit small, don't you think? Said Kakashi as he tried to analyze the jutsu, and a bit small too. I wasn't planning to destroy mountains, said Naruto as he disappeared in a flash of azure light and punched Kakashi in the gut and then hit in the city, causing him to go through a few trees. I hope your armor can withstand this, said Kakashi as he took the position to create his signature jutsu, lightning cutter. Naruto didn't move from the path of Kakashi and took the full brunt of his attack, or better, the armor did. Kakashi was surprised when his hand didn't pierce through the armor but was instead stuck in a small crack enough to fit the tips of his fingers in it. He didn't have the time to react before he was kneed by Naruto and was sent flying. Naruto jumped and tried to chop Kakashi in the neck, but the moment he hit him, Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke and was replaced by a log. Naruto smiled, and instead of falling down he flew with a great speed toward a few trees, and although he missed Kakashi, he did totally disintegrated a few trees, getting disbelieving looks from the council and his friends and an approving nod from Takagi. Man, I need to fix that flaw, said Naruto as he landed. What flaw? Asked Kakashi, blood dripping from his mouth. It was designed to withstand your lighting cutter, without even a scratch, said Naruto with a shrug that was imitated from the armor. Also, well, that armor is already an S-rank jutsu. I shudder to think what it would be like if it was as strong as you planned for it to be, said a flabbergasted Kakashi. Well, if you think that is strong, I would really be interested to know your opinion of it when I go in my special sage mode through celestial release. It puts the Rinnegan to shame, commented Naruto, causing Takagi to face palm. The Rinnegan Sage mode was more powerful than the Celestial Sage mode. Enough talking, let's fight, said Kakashi, taking a bunch of explosive tags and saying, Kemi. The tags were teleported right in the back of his armor and exploded, filling the entire field with smoke. Kakashi really hoped he hadn't killed him. The smoke was cleared away from a strong gale of wind, and they all saw Naruto standing in the middle of a crater, with his armor having a few gashes from where the explosive tags exploded. Kakashi-sensei, let me show you the true power of the Uzumaki, said Naruto as in a yellow flash a few pieces of paper appeared in the armor's hand. SHT was the only thing Kakashi could say at the obvious display of durability of Naruto's armor. It offered the perfect defense. Naruto got out of the crater and went for Kakashi, only for him to dispel. Using his momentum, Naruto spinned around and threw the pieces of paper toward Kakashi and said, Sealing art. Great orb of gravity seal, and channeled chakra through the pieces of paper, and immediately a giant wave of gravity created a massive crater where once Kakashi stood. Kakashi came out in the back of Naruto's armor accompanied by a shadow clone, and went through a few hand seals and said, Fire release. Phoenix flame formation, and a few dozen fireballs went toward Naruto while the clone said, Lightning release. Storm's barrage, and the same amount as the fireballs of electricity ball headed toward Naruto and met the fireballs midway and merged in orange glowing orbs. Kakashi said, Explosive release. Explosive barrage, as his clone dispelled, having spent all his chakra, and the orbs crashed in Naruto's armor, creating a huge explosions, way more powerful than the explosion from the explosive tags. When the smoke cleared, in the recently created crater, was left only a few strips of azure energy but no sign of Naruto. Before Kakashi could do anything, Naruto appeared behind Kakashi, in a yellow flash and without his armor, and hit him in the back only for Kakashi to dispel in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi came from the underground and hit Naruto with a chakra-enhanced punch, right in the jaws, sending him flying seemingly unconscious. As Naruto hit the ground, a second Naruto, clad in his armor, appeared right behind Kakashi and placed a seal on him, which caused Kakashi to go stiff and fall to the ground senseless. The Naruto standing in the ground dispelled, revealing to be a shadow clone. He immediately dispelled his armor and neared Kakashi and started to transfer some chakra and placing a few healing seals on him, since his CP and HP meter were flashing red and covered his eye. I think we saw who won, Ishui, said Yoshimura to a member of the council. Indeed, the boy wins this contract. He will be the one to SRT Lady Shine to the shrine, said the man named Ishui as he turned and left. Congratulations, Naruto, but what was that armor made of? Because I saw it and it wasn't chakra, said Neji. It's a secret, said Naruto. Awesome jutsu, Naruto. The flames youth burn bright in you, said Lee with fire in his eyes. I still want to fight you but later, when I have grown a bit stronger. The same goes for me, said Neji, a small smile having made its way in his lips. Whenever you feel like it, said Naruto, and he turned toward Kakashi who was up and smiling, his seal and chakra having restored him at his fullest. Thanks for the chakra and seals, also brilliant strategy, complimented Kakashi. Thanks, it means a lot coming from a genius like you, said Naruto with a bright smile. Not such a genius after all, said Kakashi scratching the back of his head. Are you sure you don't need any help with this? We would be more than happy to help you. Nah, I can handle it, answered Naruto, which made everybody sweat drop. You never change, do you? Asked Kakashi rhetorically. Never. Now take this seal and when this mission is over push some chakra in it and it will take you to my hideout, said Naruto. But? Asked Kakashi. So me and the old man can help with those low chakra reserve and take you back to the S rank you once were, said Naruto. Even if you helped me with my chakra reserves, it would still be in vain. The eye consumes too much and it stays active all the time, explained Kakashi. Well, the old man can help you with it. He is a legendary seal emissary and that is a rank, the highest possible. I still am an exotic seal emissary, meaning I still have to achieve the adept seal mastery before I become an legendary seal emissary, explained Naruto. Do you think he can seriously help? Asked Kakashi. Of course, the last person who was a legendary seal emissary discovered how to permanently seal the Sharingan and possibly the Rinnegan. Helping you will be a piece of cake, said Naruto. Now I must leave. I mustn't keep a lady waiting. Naruto entered the building in front of him, with a smirk in his face. In a few minutes they were standing in front of a blonde girl with kind of creepy eyes and she just exuded an aura that said, Prat. He looked at her for a minute before turning toward Takagi. So we're supposed to protect the blonde Prat? Rhetorically asked Naruto, which caused Takagi and Yoshimura to chuckle and the rest of the council to go red from anger. Boy, watch your mouth. SE is the priestess, and her name is Cheyenne, not Prats, said a member of the council, which Naruto didn't even bother to learn his name. You say Cheyenne and I hear Prat, replied Naruto looking at the slightly amused face of Cheyenne. You'll die, said Cheyenne plainly, with no emotion. You will be impaled in this tea by a monster. Nice. I'm so scared, replied Naruto. Star Naruto, pay attention to her warnings. She can see the future, warned Yoshimura. Yeah, I know she sees the death of peoples, but I have a bad news for you. Priestess, I will not die, not until I achieve my goal and I have at least meet my nephews, said Naruto with his trademark grin. Foolish boy, you know nothing. I wished it was that simple but my visions always come true, said a visibly angry Cheyenne, displaying emotions for the first time since their meeting. You know, you remind me of a boy who had a fixation with fate until I beat it out of him, replied Naruto. My visions can't be changed, relied Cheyenne back in her monotone voice. You know, I'm tempted to actually hit a girl for the first time in my life, said Naruto telepathically to Takagi, which made Takagi chuckle. Yeah, just wait and see, said Naruto defiantly. Enough with this disrespect toward the priestess, or we will, threatened a member of the council before being interrupted by Naruto. What? Hire the Leaf team, you will not because you need the best and I am the best, so shut up and let me do my job, said Naruto rather angry. Why do councils have to be pricks with a stick shoved up their asses everywhere? Naruto, you will not fall to their levels, said Takagi in a calm voice but that showed great disappointment. Yes, sensei, said Naruto with a slight bow toward Takagi. Very well, and you will not disrespect him anymore or else there will no longer be a land of demons, understood, said Takagi. The last part he said in a demonic voice, and the council members nodded. Well, we will be retiring to our room, said Takagi, and as he was leaving the room he added, oh, and by the way, we will be sleeping in the room next to the priestess. As Takagi and Naruto were walking along the hallways toward their temporary room, Naruto looked positively angry and he entered the room so angry you could actually steam coming from his ears. As soon as they entered the room they would be standing in, Naruto summoned some chakra ink and guided it with his chakra to form into a triangular seal which glowed blue before becoming totally invisible. Takagi sat on a chair and smiled. You did very well, commented Takagi. Are you sure? Won't the spy get suspicious that we used a mental channel that can be spied and very easily? Asked Naruto. No, since there are very few that can actually do that, he would think that we didn't think that anyone could do that, so we were very lax on security, answered Takagi, taking out a pipe and started smoking a foul-smelling herb, which actually made the brain work even better. Seriously, paranoia is the sign of a true ninja, but then again, I'm not exactly a ninja, said Naruto with a shrug. Indeed, let's just hope Orochimaru falls for your reckless attitude act, said Takagi. I still don't get it how Orochimaru is more dangerous than the entire Akatsuki, asked Naruto. He is because he is a genius, a mad genius, but a genius nonetheless, and the fact that he is crazy only makes him more dangerous, responded Takagi. Yes, I know you can foresee what a sane person would do but not what a crazy person would, mechanically recited Naruto. True, now get some sleep, you'll need it, said Takagi, getting up. See you in a few days, Gramps, said Naruto, laying down on his bed, not before making some other seals, just to be on the safe side. Don't worry, if you need me, I'll be there, said Takagi. Like, there is anything out there that can harm me, said Naruto. There are, said Takagi. You seriously lost your sense of humor, said Naruto, pouting. Well, 3,000 years of life do that to a person, replied Takagi, chuckling, but if you survive this mission, I will teach you the ultimate cheat, one taught to me by the Emperor himself. Really, what is it? Asked Naruto. You'll find out when I teach it to you. It's not that you don't have better or more versatile cheats in your personal Emperor cheat guidebook, but this one is pretty awesome, commented Takagi before disappearing in a cold blue flash, a flash with the same color of his eyes. Naruto wondered what powers did those eyes grant to the old man, probably a lot, seeing as those eyes could block the Rinnegan itself. Nothing to worry though, a cheater could never turn against its MSTR or their bloodline. Without permit from a fully fledged emperor, they were the equivalent of Anbu and Root Anbu, loyal to the end. Sleep claimed him after a while, before he woke up to screams of men dying, the smell of charred flesh, the coppery smell of BLD and massive chakra spikes. He was up in a second, his sword in his hand, and in a flash he was outside in the courtyard. Naruto saw the first sight of a carnage. Every other battle he had fought had been quick, the least bloody he could manage. Even his heavenly retribution turned all enemies into ash, but this was a true carnage, made by people who loved pain and BLD, and they would pay. He didn't have any illusions. He too was evil, but at least he granted his enemies a quick death. He was an evil the world needed. He saw them firing fire jutsu against the guards which were trapped in genjutsu. He stopped to use observe on his enemies. Kusuna LVL. 38, Jitai LVL. 34, Setsuna LVL. 34, Shizuku LVL. 34. They weren't much of a threat, but he would play it carefully. With a though, chakra ink flowed from his inventory, and guided by his chakra it created a circle which flared with a bright red color, creating a massive dome of yellowish energy which prevented anyone from entering or leaving the monastery. The four ninjas saw the red glowing seal and immediately went toward it to destroy it. Fools, they act as street brawlers and not as ninjas, though Naruto, before appearing behind the ninja named Shizuku, and with a silent swipe of his sword his head departed his shoulders. Before the BLD splatters could touch him, Naruto retreated in a small bamboo forest that this guys had planted within the monastery. From within the forest he created 100 shadow clones and put them to work on seals, for while his opponent were weak, being prepared was the second golden rule of ninjas. The first was to kill silently and quickly. The three remaining ninjas had stopped and had gathered back to back, smart but useless, as he flashed to the nearest of them. His name was Jitai, and with a quick slash of his wind chakra-enhanced blade, he was now headless. The remaining two tried for the last time to reach the seal and destroy it so that they could escape, but it wasn't mean to be, as two pieces of paper appeared beneath their feet, and one of them produced a violet fire which engulfed and killed Setsuna, while the other piece of paper absorbed Kusuna, and with that the battle was over. Naruto walked over to the corpses of the two decapitated ninja and placed a piece of paper on their bodies. The papers glowed before burning themselves and the bodies leaving nothing beyond ashes, and at the same time filling Naruto's head with information regarding them. The information he got made him frown. The demon, or at least half of him anyways, had found a way to give them some of his power. No wonder they were acting so mindlessly. He turned around to see the surprised faces of the guards. He didn't care, so he walked past them and toward the council, which had arrived only moments earlier, and they too were surprised at the demonstration. Though the yellowish dome of energy disappeared, some show of power was needed, especially if they were to trick Orochimaru into thinking that he was reckless and a show-off. "Did you enjoy the demonstration?" asked Naruto as he passed by them. He couldn't manage a smile, but he managed a weird grin. He had killed. What did they expect of him? He had just killed 3 men and was about to interrogate another. He didn't expect for an answer but walked past them. On his way to his room, he saw the blonde girl hugging one of the guards and whispering something to him. She turned around and saw Naruto with a shocked expression, which meant that the person she was hugging had been saved by him, but as to why that would shock the girl so much he didn't get. Cheyenne neared him with an expression that seemed like shyness, but he knew it was the pride she was swallowing. "Naruto, I came here to thank you for saving my friend. His name is?" said Cheyenne, swallowing her pride. "Erasure," said Naruto, shocking Cheyenne even further. "How did you know?" asked Cheyenne. "Because I'm Death, the destroyer of worlds, and I don't like being cheated," said Naruto in a scary tone, frightening Cheyenne and her 2 guards before laughing out loud. "Kidding. I heard one of the guards call him by his name and I memorized it as any ninja would. Anyway, thanks. Maybe fate isn't set in stone," she said, blushing from the embarrassment of being scared and letting it show. "I told you so," said Naruto, slipping back into his immature persona. "Very well. See you tomorrow," said Cheyenne as she turned around to leave, bright red from anger and embarrassment. "Okay, and don't take any of your guards with us," said Naruto, turning around. "Why?" Cheyenne asked while her imagination began to run wildly at what the reason was. "I travel very fast and they would only delay us. And while I can carry you on my back, I can't carry them around," said Naruto as he entered his room. Naruto unsealed the body of Kusuna and immediately activated his Rinnegan. He placed his hand on Kusuna's forehead and activated his human path ability Soul Worm. Immediately information entered his mind as the soul of Kusuna screamed in his hands. Not that anyone who hadn't the Rinnegan or at least the Mangekyo Sharingan would hear or see him. He let the soul go to the afterlife. He hadn't gotten much more information that with the rest of his team, even if he had used Soul Worm on him, the most advanced ability of the human path, that he knew anyway. It allowed him to extract the soul and absorb all of its knowledge and skills, but he couldn't do yet the skill part, and also it wasn't supposed to kill the person it was used on. Naruto disposed of the body with the seal that produced the purple flames. That thing was a lifesaver. It totally destroyed a single object. Unless the seal was modified for other purposes, it didn't release any smoke and it emitted no smell. Not even an Inuzuka dog could tell that a person was incinerated on that room. As he laid on the bed, his mind replayed on his match with Kakashi. He was awesome, he knew it, but still without his Rinnegan or the Furball's chakra he was way below the S rank, probably a low A rank, but even if Kakashi had abandoned his training completely he would still be at least a high A rank. And when the match was over he actually looked relieved. It had probably something to do with the Stone Army, golems to be more exact, but they didn't know it. They were just elaborate stone puppets, and it would be better if they kept thinking that, because that would mean that they would still hope that there was a hope to destroy them. In reality they were lucky the demon was only half awake, otherwise the golem army would be invincible, by ninja means of course, and they would have lost by now. That meant the match was just a way to gauge his skills, and apparently he was pleased. Naruto suspected it had something to do with his flying thunder god. Amusement park, he had created it to compensate for his slow progress with the original Flying Thunder God. The technique practically allowed one to defeat even opponents as powerful as Madara or Hashirama Senju, but that was if you were a true MSTR of it, and he wasn't. Hell, he doubted if his father had the necessary mastery over it, despite him being the one who transformed the jutsu from a kenjutsu support technique into a weapon of mass destruction. Naruto banished those thoughts and emptied his mind. This technique allowed his body to fall asleep faster and require 1 hour less sleep. As he though sleep claimed him in less than a minute after activating his semi-meditation state. His sleep was troubled by a dream that was remarkably similar to the vision that Cheyenne had told him about. He woke up in the morning drenched in sweat. A quick water jutsu in the backyard of the temple took care of that. He changed clothes to be more similar to the ones his father wore while in missions. It wasn't that he was trying to copy him or anything, but that outfit was the most suited when in operations that required stealth. After all, he didn't want to draw the attention of a thousands-year-old demon by wearing orange as much as it pained him to give up on orange. Cheyenne was waiting in the courtyard dressed in a white shirt, brown pants and a vanilla-colored coat. Flanking her were her loyal protector Tsuruho and the members of the council, which by the way were looking positively pissed off except for Yoshimura, and even she was a bit worried. "What is this travesty I have heard of, boy?" spat a male member of the council. "What, you finally realize those robes you are wearing are a crime against all mankind's eyes?" asked Naruto nonchalantly. "Enough, you little?" said the council member. "Enough. Takeda, stop this nonsense. He's a kid, for crying out loud, and you demand of him to behave according to a set of rules he doesn't even know," said Yoshimura in a stern voice that caused everyone present to flinch, Naruto included, "and to make it worse you treat him like he was your servant, when he is the one who will protect the high priestess. Show more respect, like he deserves it," said the now-named Takeda, with a very low voice. "Did you say something, Takeda?" asked Yoshimura in an all-too-sweet voice, and "No, nothing," said Takeda quickly. "Well, that's settled then, young Naruto, you may now leave toward this destination," said Yoshimura in a neutral voice, and away from this morons, she added in a voice that only Naruto and Cheyenne heard. "Hop on," said Naruto pointing to his back. With reluctance she hopped on Naruto's back, and she felt herself being tied by some invisible force into Naruto's back. Naruto immediately jumped across the wall of the temple and landed a few dozen meters away. Cheyenne shrieked from surprise, but after a few dozen other jumps like that she finally relaxed. While they were jumping across trees, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen soon enough, and not one to ignore his sixth sense. He created a few hundreds clones which quickly spread through the forest, sealing scrolls at ready for any emergency. Surprisingly, Cheyenne didn't ask any question but just stared at the clones for a moment before returning back to her brooding. Luckily, his suspicion was proved wrong, and the day went on without a problem even when they crossed the border between the land of demons and the land of fangs. Her paused a couple of hours after they crossed the border. The sun was setting and the foliage of the forest was dense enough to hide them from the eyes of all but the most talented ninja, then in part to the seals he had placed around the campsite to prevent anyone from finding it. The seals worked as a subtle suggestion that told one to leave the area without properly checking it, and only those with the strongest willpower could go through them. Such a thing could only be done by an S-rank ninja and some high A rank, but even if they did pass through them he would know, and it would take him exactly 32 seconds to leave the camp together with the Air High Priestess in training and detonate a whole SHT lad of modified explosive tags. He unsealed 2 tents and called some of his clones to help set the camp while he went to meditate and have a chat with the furball. He found a secluded place within a minute. It was a small excluded clearing, even more so than a normal clearing in the forest. In the middle there was a stump of a tree and a few flowers that he couldn't make out in the dim light offered from the moonlight that found its way through the dense foliage of the forest, and he couldn't bother to activate his observe just to find out their names. Naruto sat down on the tree stump in the lotus position and cleared his mind and willed himself to enter his mindscape. Once that was a tedious task, he couldn't stay still for long until he found out that because of his abnormally large reserves of chakra, so Takagi had given him some chakra storage seals to pour his extra chakra into them, allowing him to actually stay still for more than half an hour and to always have extra chakra in the far-fetched case he might be running low. He felt himself being pulled into his mindscape. The feeling wasn't bothersome in by itself, but for someone who was trying to access mental powers the feeling was quite unnatural, especially since he was training to project his mind outside of his body rather than inside. But the mindscape was the perfect place to evaluate your progress as it contained what you had learned and even your reflexes, but he had learned to stay away from them. A week of getting tickled every time the wind blew over his skin had taught him that. His mindscape was designed after a giant mountain that never ended, filled with caves that held memories, things he had learned, skills, etc. That made it difficult for someone entering his mind to take control, especially as the mountain was always shifting, and that stopped only when he was inside it. He quickly made its way to Kurama, or rather he willed himself there, since inside a mindscape will and thought were the only thing that mattered. The cage looked the same as ever, though if you looked inside you would notice that the space was limitless and filled with stuff that the fox liked, not that you could tell since Kurama knew a trick to make the seem blurry when you looked upon them. Kurama appeared right in front of him and stretched his hand attempting to capture and probably squeeze Naruto. "Yeah, nice one Kurama, but we both know you love me too much to actually do that," said Naruto in a bored voice while sporting a small smile. "That's disappointing considering that you used to jump away when I did that," replied Kurama chuckling. "Yeah, that was like 1,000,000 years ago," answered Naruto a bit flustered. "Not that much, a few months actually," replied Kurama laughing at the expression on his face. "So what you came here for?" "I feel something coming," said Naruto slipping into serious mode. "I do too, but don't worry, you can survive it," said Kurama. "After all, the most powerful of the tailed beasts is going to help you." "Still insisting on this matter, you're not the most powerful of the tailed beasts," said Naruto seriously annoyed. "I challenge you to find a tailed beast more powerful than me," boasted Kurama. "Let me think," said Naruto with a wicked grin plastered on his face. The 10 tails original form, Thursdarin of the Flaming Tails. "Do you still want me to continue?" "Thursdarin doesn't count. He is a demon, not a tailed beast," pouted Kurama. "He counts. Being made of chakra, check. Has many tails, check. Is an arrogant bee, checked," replied Naruto, his grin threatening to rip his face apart. "Hey, I am not an arrogant bstrd," exclaimed Kurama. "Yeah, and I am Kaming," answered Naruto. "Whatever, if you wanted to know if I will help you then yes, now leave all but," roared Kurama. "Sore loser," said Naruto. "Am not," replied Kurama as Naruto fully vanished. "You are," echoed the voice of Naruto. "Cheeky brat," muttered Kurama with a foxy grin. Naruto woke up from his trance and nodded to his clones to dispel. He returned to camp and entered his tent without talking to Cheyenne. Seriously, she was worse than Neji and Sasuke combined, and that was saying something. He didn't need to sleep that much, but he still needed to be at full strength for whatever was coming, and he wasn't talking about the demon. He was a minor nuisance for someone that was a seal MSTR and had his powers but no something else was after them, and he had a feeling that he wanted to prepare himself for whatever was about to come. He woke pretty early and started to pack everything. After he had packed everything except the tent in which Cheyenne was sleeping, he created a dozen clones and went to warm up a bit. When he returned, he saw Cheyenne sitting in the middle of the clones, and when they dispelled, he learned she had gone through a fit when she learned he hadn't woken her up and that he had left her with some meager copies. "You are seriously annoying," said Naruto as he threw over his shoulder and took off. "Let me down, you ignorant peasant," screamed Cheyenne. "If you say so," said Naruto as he threw her from his shoulder and down the tree, but before she could fall to the ground, a shadow clone snatched her and brought her in front of the original Naruto and dispelled. "What was that for?" asked a visibly shaken Cheyenne. "That was for making fun of my clones. They are a part of me given form by chakra, so please refrain from insulting them. Least next time you fall they decide to let you fall," said Naruto. "Are you threatening me?" asked Cheyenne, taken aback. "No, Kami forbid it. I'm simply warning you. I can't always control what my clones do," said Naruto as he offered his back to Cheyenne. "Why do you treat me like this?" asked Cheyenne as he hopped on his back. "Because I don't like people like you," answered Naruto. "People like me?" asked Cheyenne. "Yes, people that use fate as an excuse for their failures," said Naruto. "You don't get, do you? Whatever I see comes true and I only see death," said Cheyenne. "Oh, but I do. The old man told me how it works," said Naruto, shocking Cheyenne. "However, instead of respecting their sacrifices, you throw them all away by being a prat." "I'm not a prat," answered Cheyenne. "No, are you sure? Because you sure do look like one to me," replied Naruto. "You don't understand, do you?" "Of course not, you have never experienced pain like I did," said Cheyenne bitterly. "On that one you're right, I haven't felt pain like that, I've had much worse," said Naruto. "How?" asked Cheyenne. "I am a Jinchuriki," said Naruto, confusing Cheyenne. "But shouldn't you be treated as a hero? You saved them all by imprisoning a demon," asked Cheyenne. "True, but civilian are idiots and ninja found it easier to just blame me instead of seeing me for what I am, so they just shunned me. They didn't let their children play with me, they yelled at me for no reason, stuff like that," said Naruto with a sad tone. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," whispered Cheyenne. "It's not a big deal, really," said Naruto, "but don't expect me to apologize for earlier. I really hate people that use the fate bullshit as shield from reality." "Why?" asked Cheyenne. "Because the only persons who use it are spoiled people who had a much easier life, and when life gets tough then they play the fate card, and the fact fate doesn't exist. Destiny does, but that is more like a destination rather than a set road. You chose the path you want," explained Naruto. You really think that? Asked Cheyenne. Of course. Now keep it quiet or someone is bound to find us and then things will get ugly, said Naruto as he quickened his pace. The next few hours were peaceful, with Cheyenne asking more of Naruto's life in the hidden village in the leaf and Naruto answering. Cheyenne was starting to come out of her shell slowly, but she was coming out. The problem started when they passed the border of the Land of Claws. A few minutes after the pass through he felt 2 massive chakra signatures. Such signatures could only belong to S-rank ninjas. One of the signatures was weird, like there were 5 signatures mixed in it, but 4 were being surprised by a powerful earth-natured signature. He immediately recognized it as the signature of Kakuzu, that while terrible was a tolerable presence when compared with his teammate. Haiden, the result of the experiments of the Jashinist cult, immortal, could only be killed by the all-killing ash bones or the truth-seeking ball, powers that Naruto didn't possess, or incredibly powerful magic that while he possessed, Naruto was reluctant to use lest he end up destroying a nice portion of the country in which they currently were. The fools, dabbling in such dark rituals and magic and what's worse using chakra to fuel them, thought Naruto as he sensed them gain on them. Naruto changed course and quickly created a shadow clone and gave Cheyenne to him, and with a gesture which told her not to ask questions but leave, he turned into the opposite direction and ran as fast as he could. He stopped when he arrived in the bank of a river. Trees didn't grow in a distance of 100 meters of the river on both sides. All in all as good place as any to fight 2 S-rank ninja. He didn't have any illusions he would have to use the Rinnegan if he was to stand a chance, especially against the 2 of them. The 2 ninja appeared in front of him in less than a second. He used Observe on them and what he saw troubled him deeply. Haiden LVL 85 Jashinist Immortal and Kakazu of the 5 Hearts LVL. That was, to put it lightly, troublesome. Haiden was not that much of a problem as he relied on getting somebody's BLD, but Kakazu was not a foe to underestimate after all. He had fought the first Hokage, even if it was after the first Hokage's prime, and had escaped with his life, a feat only 4 ninja in the entire world could brag about, including in their Madara. Come with us willingly, and we won't hurt you much, said Kakuzu. And if you don't, I'll offer you as a sacrifice to Jashin-sama, said Haiden with a gleeful voice. No, thanks, I don't plan on becoming a sacrifice to a demon, said Naruto calmly. Jashin-sama is a god, not a demon, you little Uzushio, screamed Haiden. Oh, but he is a demon, he is called Jashin of the Black Mist, said Naruto calmly, enraging further Haiden. Enough, Haiden, he is trying to get under your skin, warned Kakuzu before Haiden could move. Oh, enough with the talks, let's dance, said Naruto as he jumped in the air, flying Thunder God. Amusement park, dozen of senbons shot out of Naruto's sleeves and flew up in the air before speeding in different directions. In the meantime, Kakuzu went quickly through hand seals and shouted, water release. Swirling vortex, and from the river a vortex of water circled Naruto and closed on him with great ease. Naruto escaped, flashing away with his flying Thunder God, but before he could rest he heard Kakuzu shout, fire release. Spiraling dragon, massive dragon of fire spiraling onto himself, flew toward him. Naruto, instead of fleeing as Kakuzu expected, blurred through a few hand seals and shouted, wind release. Cleansing wind of the north. And a massive gust of wind overcame the dragon and dissolved it into a cloud of fire which Kakuzu avoided, but Haiden was not so lucky. Earth release. Forest of spikes, shouted Kakuzu, and true to the technique's name, a forest of earthen spikes sprouted from the ground and forced Naruto jump upon a nearby tree, only to be met by a punch that sent him flying. Naruto recovered quickly and with a single hand seal said in an even voice, Uzumaki's secret fuinjutsu, playing ground of death, and immediately from countless slips of parchment different fumes of different colors came out. Some exploded and some weird arrows made of some dark wood flew toward Kakuzu, who managed to dodge. Before he could go through other hand seals, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and he saw Haiden's scythe sticking out of his belly. He jumped forward and activated a seal which glowed yellow before his wound closed like it never existed. Nice strategy, boy. But you forgot that you are fighting 2 S-rank ninja, not one, said Kakuzu in a disappointed voice. Who said I did? Responded Naruto as a shadow clone appeared from a seal right underneath Haiden and shouted, fire release. Spiraling Rasengan, and an orange Rasengan that looked much like a drill hit Haiden in the CST and sent him flying a few hundred meters away with a nice hole in his CST. Demon Kid, I wanted to do that myself, said Kakuzu before he fell on his knees. What is happening to me? You breathed, answered Naruto as he plunged a kunai into Kakuzu's teeth. When he noticed that Kakuzu wasn't getting up, Naruto rolled his eyes and made a few hand seals and shouted, "Wind release." Grand dragon breath, and a gust of wind came out of Naruto's mouth and headed straight for Kakuzu, which substituted with a log in the last moment. So you know what gave it away? Asked a smiling Kakuzu. You have 5 different chakra signatures. Which one I destroyed? Asked a grinning Naruto. Do you really think I will tell? Stated Kakuzu. It was worth a shot, said Naruto with a shrug. UFO, shouted Hayden, waving his sai. What did you do? I made you look prettier, stated Naruto, which turned to Kakuzu. What is he? A street brawler. You know I ask that to myself every day, said Kakuzu before speeding toward Naruto, which simply flashed behind Hayden and cut his head off. Before he could shove an explosive tag into Hayden's head, a black WHP hit Naruto in the back and sent him flying. However, before crashing into a tree, Naruto flashed right behind Kakuzu and crashed into him with the momentum of his hit, and before Kakuzu could recover, he flashed away again. Kakuzu got up quickly, accidentally, shoving a mouthful of dirt into Hayden's mouth and speed toward Naruto again. Naruto speed toward him only to flash away in the last moment, and appeared behind Kakuzu, but he found his kunai blocked by a black WHP and a punch coming his way. He flashed away, leaving the kunai in the WHP, and when he reappeared he found his kunai traveling toward him, which he dodged before he made a simple hand seal and said, Uzumaki barrier. Toxic death barrier. Around Kakuzu a dome of energy appeared, and the dome was quickly filled with toxic gas. The gas disappeared after a minute or so, only to see that Kakuzu was standing there unaffected and with his senses telling him he hadn't lost another heart. He silently cursed as he settled into the ragging whirlpool, a fighting stance designed to fight an opponent that was one superior in brute strength and hopefully give him an edge against him, when he felt Kakuzu's chakra spike in surprise and fear. He immediately turned around to see a blade coming toward him, and he flashed away to a tree in the opposite part of the clearing his battle had created, and what he saw made his heart plummet. There, standing in the tree exactly opposite to him, was Orochimaru, wielding the legendary Kusanagi. What do you want, Orochimaru? Asked Kakuzu. Cuckoo, is that a way to greet a friend? Responded Orochimaru. You little effer, I'll cut you into little ribbons and offer you to Jashin-sama, said Hayden, trying to cut Orochimaru with his scythe only for him to sidestep him and with a swipe to cut him in two. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, leave, ordered Orochimaru in a tone which sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Why should we do that? Asked Kakuzu, preparing himself for a fight. Because you like your little form of immortality? You know, Kakuzu, there's a way to destroy all your 5 hearts at once, and I know it, and then Hayden, I know that's technique, said Orochimaru, making both ninja afraid and making Naruto wonder if there was another jutsu that could kill Hayden, as the 2 ways he knew required the Rinnegan, which Orochimaru didn't have. You're lying, stuttered Hayden, taking a step away from Orochimaru. You want to bet? Said Orochimaru, getting into a fighting stance. Come, Hayden, we're leaving. It's not worth, said Kakuzu as he joined a now stitched-up Hayden and left. They're nice boys, taunted Orochimaru with a creepy smile. What do you want? Asked Naruto. Isn't that obvious? Retorted Orochimaru. The 9 tails, replied Naruto. Stop feigning to be stupid and brash. I saw through your act the moment I laid eyes on you, snarled Orochimaru. Now answer me, what do I want? To test my flying thunder god, answered Naruto. True. To an extent, I also want to see the progress of the son of the only ninja to both defeat me and outsmart me, said Orochimaru in an excited tone of voix. Jiraiya still kicks your butt, retorted Naruto. True, but the fool can never outsmart outside of combat, and even in combat he only wins because he has got overwhelming power more than intelligence, explained Orochimaru calmly. Yeah, but he can force Itachi to a stalemate, and if the circumstances are right, even defeat him. While last I heard of you, he totally crushed you, scoffed Naruto. He can, but that is much due to his greater mastery over seals when compared to mine, explained Orochimaru with a hint of anger in his voice, and then he fights to kill and I to capture. It wouldn't do to kill such an incredible specimen, would it? Well, thanks, I'll be leaving now, said Naruto. Coo, and you will leave your little friend to die? Asked Orochimaru, pointing toward the unconscious figure of Shine in the hands of an Orochimaru clone. What guarantees me that you won't kill her anyways? Asked Naruto. Because I still need her to imprison the demon, answered Orochimaru, surprising Naruto, but his sixth sense told him that that was the truth despite not sensing any chakra fluctuation from him. If you want a fight you will get, said Naruto as he slid into a fighting stance and activated his Rinnegan. My such a surprise, you truly are an unpredictable ninja, aren't you? Said Orochimaru before speeding toward Naruto. This chapter. Naruto stared at Orochimaru waiting for him to make the first move, and Orochimaru did, by throwing a smoke bomb which nullified the advantage of the Rinnegan. He truly was a genius. Orochimaru appeared behind Naruto with a body flicker and threw a nasty punch aimed at Naruto's head, but he found his fist blocked in mid-flight. Naruto turned around and threw a few explosive tags at Orochimaru and then disappeared with a body flicker just before the tags exploded. Orochimaru, having the speed and reflexes of an S-rank ninja, escaped with a body flicker as well, only to find the place where he dropped out of the body flicker, littered with imploding tags. He disappeared again in a body flicker and then turned to see Naruto standing a few meters from him. You're good, but such tricks won't work on me, Orochimaru shouted as the noise that the tags going off made hearing a bit strong. Perhaps, but I was just testing you, said Naruto nonchalantly before he disappeared in a flash of yellow. He appeared in the left side of Orochimaru, who, having expected Naruto to appear behind him, had launched a kick right behind him and procced to stab Orochimaru in his arm. He had initially tried to stab him in the kidney, but he had reacted too quickly and the kunai had only stabbed his arm. Naruto flashed again, but this time to a more remote location, preparing himself for a battle he couldn't win. Although he had a lot of speed and strength, the most powerful bloodline limit ever and the most feared assassination technique, in an upgraded version, he could at most delay him and hope for Takagi to arrive. Orochimaru didn't stay idle but quickly flashed through hand seals and said, "Earth release." Crushing earth wave, and immediately a large wave of earth rose from the ground and proceeded to increase in size, and then it fell down to the ground beneath. With a big explosion, an area of a few hundreds meters around Orochimaru was torn apart. Naruto had survived using Kamui and teleporting to a different dimension, but he knew he would be vulnerable when he returned, so he decided to make a big entrance. Orochimaru jumped and turned back when he felt a pressure gather behind his back. Just like when Tobi decided to drop by and he saw two different Narutos running toward him and yelling, "Wind release, Rashuriken," and "Fire release, Spiraling Rasengan," and when the two attacks converged they yelled, "Collaboration technique, Flaming Doombringer." The giant flaming shuriken flew toward Orochimaru, breaking the sound barrier, and then collided, exploding into a massive dome of pure fiery destruction. Orochimaru felt a thrill run down his spine as he barely made a substitution jutsu with a nearby log. He would have used one a bit farther, but somehow there were none. Work of the boy, no doubt. Though Orochimaru, as he felt the fiery backlash of the jutsu used by Naruto slam into him and almost incinerate him, but he would survive. He wouldn't fall to him no matter how powerful he was already. Only when he would get to the level of his father, only then would he give him the pleasure to actually free him of his earthly vessel. Clutching at his carbonized arm, his body littered with second and third degree burns, Orochimaru stood in the edge of the crater formed by the attack and broke down in a maniac laughter. Well, it seems that you have inherited something more of your father other than looks, said Orochimaru. What can I say, kicking your butt runs in the family, said Naruto as he prepared an almighty push. Indeed, but let's see how you handle this, said Orochimaru as he shed his skin and came out of his own mouth in full health. You? That's gross, but then considering your experiments this is normal for you, said Naruto as his eyes brimmed with pure power ready to be unleashed. Instead of answering, Orochimaru lunged forward but was instead met with two words that made his BLD run cold, almighty push, and an unstoppable wave of force slammed into him only for Orochimaru to turn into mud, and then he turned around in time to dodge a kick aimed at his head. How foolish of you to waste such a technique. Now you will need 5 minutes before you will be capable of using it again, said Orochimaru as he flashed through hand seals and said, "Wind release, Razor arrow," and what looked like a transparent arrow of air headed for Naruto. That would be correct if I was not a true emissary of the Rinnegan, said Naruto with a smirk, and then he said, "Almighty push," and a massive gravitational force negated the attack of the Sannin and then slammed into him, throwing him a few dozens meters away and totally annihilating every tree in that distance. What Naruto said to Orochimaru was true, but that wasn't what he did, because for every use of the almighty push before a 1-minute cooldown, for someone that has a natural Rinnegan, its cost went up by 5%, and while he had chakra to burn he didn't have that much. Instead he simply released only a fraction of the true power of the almighty push, having anticipated such a move and then released the rest when the true Orochimaru tried to attack him. He saw the health bar of the Sannin drop dangerously low and flash red. Such was the power of the almighty push used by a true heir of the Rinnegan, but he didn't let his guard down and he was proven right when the snake Sannin shed his skin once more and he noted that his chakra bar dropped by another 10% of his original chakra capacity. He was being pushed back. He knew it, but he wasn't going to give Orochimaru the pleasure of acting like a headless chicken. Naruto hated Orochimaru with every fiber of his being. He had killed his grandfather figure and he had tried to destroy Konoha even more times than just the invasion. He knew that from his father, or more exactly his father's tether to the mortal plane. Minato Namikaze had been a man who did everything for a reason, but not even him anticipated that someone the level of Takagi made of the remnants of his chakra a tether to allow him temporary respite from being in the Shinigami's stomach and allow him to impart his knowledge to his heir, that being the only reason he could use the flying thunder god at all. Orochimaru had once had the chance to have Minato as his pupil but had passed him in favor of another team, one that had a so-called prodigy. During the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had come to regret missing the chance to shape him, as he showed himself as literally the greatest ninja ever produced from Konoha, and it was expected of him to achieve a level equal or surpassing that of the likes of Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju, and he would have had he not died in an effort to stop a fragment of a primordial. During the Third Shinobi World War, Minato had waged a secret war against Orochimaru, denying him the Sharingan time and time again and almost killing him several times. The only thing stopping him was the fact that he was one of the Sannin, and his death would have severe repercussions on the morale Konoha army, and Orochimaru knew it. During this time, Orochimaru arranged for Minato to meet his future rival, A, and his brother Killer B, accompanied by another borderline S-rank ninja from Kyumo, in hopes of getting him killed while eliminating serious threats against Konoha and his future plans. The plan failed, and it ended with the ninja accompanying the future Raikage and his brother dead, while the Jinchuriki was seriously wounded and survived only thanks to his enhanced healing powers, while A was crippled from the battle and was unable of joining any battle for 3 months. That was the start of their rivalry. Upon his return, he casually strolled in the village and foiled 3 different plots from Orochimaru to gain the Sharingan. As revenge, Orochimaru sent him to assassinate the Tsuchikage, Anoki, using his success into defeating A and his team as a pretext. Minato again blew his plan by successfully infiltrating IWA and fighting the Tsuchikage and his personal guard and whining. The battle was fierce, as Anoki was quite powerful at the time, and the battle was joined by a great number of present Jounin and even the 2 IWA Jinchuriki who had at the time just returned from a mission. He totally crushed them. 30 Jounin lost their lives and 20 could never return to active duty again. The Jinchuriki beaten to a pulp and fell into a coma from which they didn't recover for a week despite their advance healing. As for the Tsuchikage, well, there was a reason for his broken hip. Being unable to heal even through Tsunade herself had tried to heal him. He left the Tsuchikage alive, in hopes he would understand that war was hopeless, but he didn't. In the end, he learned it when he single-handedly killed 1,000 IWA ninja and then casually blew up a heavily guarded bridge on his way home after saving the remains of his genin team. Upon the end of the Third Shinobi World War, the secret war between him and Orochimaru and him reached an all-time peak during the election for the 4th Hokage seat. Minato won, outsmarting him in front of all the Jounin Corp. After that, he proceeded to systematically destroy his labs and making the finding of test subject for his experiments nigh impossible. He made Danzo practically powerless and made an alliance between Danzo and Orochimaru impossible at the time. During that Cold War between them, Orochimaru came to fear Minato even more than he could fear the third, although the latter could easily defeat him in an all-out fight. That being the reason he didn't resurrect him during the invasion, although according to Minato, Orochimaru knew the Uzumaki's secret technique for releasing souls from the stomach of the Shinigami. He feared him because unlike the other S ranks which came at you with their full power, wreaking as much havoc as they could on their way to you, Minato simply teleported behind you and jammed a kunai to the base of your neck, killing you without much fuss, and he never showed his full abilities, although nobody ever doubted that he could cause as much destruction as any other S rank, if not more, due to his unparalleled mastery of seals, hence the reason he was given the honorary SS rank, a rank not given even to the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru smiled before with a pulse of chakra he deactivated a pair of seals and disappeared in a blur, and with a kick to the ribs sent Naruto flying through the trees of the forest, but was disappointed to find it was just a reinforced clone. Naruto attacked with a combo of chakra-enhanced punched and kicks combined with a perfect use of his LVL-81 body flicker. Despite all of his effort, Orochimaru simply blocked everything he threw at him, keeping at all times a creepy smile that sent chills down Naruto's spine. As Naruto retreated to recuperate some chakra, Orochimaru didn't miss a beat and took out Kusanagi, and with that he disappeared in a body flicker and appeared in front of Naruto, who was waiting for him as he saw the trail of chakra, and proceeded to attack him with a speed and fury that he only witnessed from Takagi, although Takagi had been holding back a lot. Naruto began to understand why Orochimaru was one of the Sannin, a ninja that all but the most powerful Kages feared, why at the age of 13 he had been capable of going toe-to-toe with Hanzo the Salamander, a ninja whom only Kages of the highest caliber could hope to defeat, albeit it was done with the aid of his team. Naruto was being pushed back and wasn't being done by some flashy jutsu or any earth-shattering secret technique, it was being done by a man and his sword, no jutsu being used. As Naruto avoided another swipe from Orochimaru, he teleported behind his back and with chakra-enhanced speed he jammed a kunai to the back of his head only for Orochimaru to turn into mud. It was that moment that it hit him, Orochimaru was toying with him, a clone had almost killed him, and for all the resilience and strength of mud clones they had but a fragment of the skill and power of the original. Just like your dad, a kunai to the base of the neck, said Orochimaru looking at him with the ever-present creepy smile. Well, he did teach me a few tricks, said Naruto, hoping to stall him long enough for Takagi to arrive. Liar, spat Orochimaru, his face contorting in rage as he attacked him. No one can speak to those within the stomach of the Shinigami. I've tried. I guess you aren't as good as you think, said Naruto nonchalantly even as he struggled against Orochimaru's assault. Even in his enraged state his swordplay and situational awareness was flawless. Cuckoo, to think that you made me lose my composure, said Orochimaru, slipping into his calmer attitude after giving Naruto a particularly nasty cut to his abdomen which caused 500 damage and gave him a Kusanagi poison status, but in a second or two it would disappear thanks to Kurama. Well, Dad always said that you had a soft spot for him, said Naruto as he avoided the definitively deadlier sword swipes. So how did you do it? Asked Orochimaru, increasing the intensity of his attacks. What was chakra meant to do by the Sage of Six Paths? Asked Naruto, teleporting around him in a flurry of yellow flashes and giving him a few deep cuts that made his health bar drop to 3/4. DMN, he was resilient. How am I supposed to know that? That's unfair, pouted Orochimaru as launched a volley of snakes toward Naruto, but his eyes gained a calculative look. Liar, you know that very well, as the power of the white snake is partially ninshu, said Naruto, dodging a volley of snakes. Cuckoo, you really do know your stuff. Well, pleasantries aside, where the hell did you find a large enough chakra sample to create such a connection to him? Asked Orochimaru, intrigued. That's for me to know and for you to duck, said Naruto as a blur flew toward Orochimaru and he was slammed into the ground by an Azura Path enhanced clone. Orochimaru easily dispatched the Azura Path enhanced clone and then with a single hand seal he unleashed Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and sent an unprepared Naruto sailing through the trees of the surrounding forest, or what was left of it anyway. Naruto felt his broken bones and he knew he had to do this if he wanted to survive long enough. Though he activated his three-tailed QB cloak and he felt his strength and speed increase by a factor of 20, although that didn't translate in his stats being multiplied by that number, as your strength could grow 100-fold and yet you gained only a few stat points. Using his newfound speed and strength, he attacked Orochimaru, who for the first time in the fight took the defensive. Despite his enhanced speed and strength, he found himself unable to breach through his defense, The snake Sannin was to DMN agile for a hit to land on him even though he was his superior in raw speed and strength terms. After a few minutes, Naruto managed to pin Orochimaru to the ground and prepared to eviscerate him but was rewarded with a seal to the gut. Naruto fell to the ground and on the way down he analyzed the seal. It wasn't like anything he knew, meaning it was a personalized seal. If he did have any time he could have easily picked it apart and undone it, but he was out of time, so there was only one thing he could do. He did a few hand seals and whispered, "Celestial Release, Sky Guard Eternal Armor," and was immediately wrapped in the azure armor just before the Kusanagi came down on his neck. The blades sank down to the middle of the ethereal armor's neck and even drew BLD from Naruto. Naruto didn't stop there, but using his Preta path, he drew from the natural energy of the land around him, and even Orochimaru stopped to stare at the transformation of the armor. The color of the armor changed to a deeper shade of azure. It also gained 6 azure wings, and all over the armor stripes of shining violet colors spread into a mesmerizing pattern. Inside the armor, Naruto felt his body grow even stronger than the normal Sage mode allowed for, and his chakra mix with the nature energy and the celestial energy making up the armor. With a smirk he saw a table appear before him. Time to seal destruction, 243 min. Another advantage of the celestial Sage mode was that it destroyed any and all seals placed on him upon its activation, well, all except for the seal imprisoning Kurama, since that was created by the death god. Orochimaru attacked with his maximum speed, but to Naruto it was like he was moving in slow motion and he dodged. He couldn't afford to get hit by the Kusanagi because it was a relic of his family and the age before the empire fell, and it could cut through almost everything, even his celestial Sage mode armor. With a quick spin he turned around and punched Orochimaru in the gut, sending him flying through many trees before stopping. Before Orochimaru could touch the ground, Naruto appeared above him and hit him with an axe kick, causing him to form a crater when he touched the ground. When Orochimaru got out of the crater, he shed his skin once more and smiled before his body exploded in a pile of snakes, and from it a giant white snake with Orochimaru's face on it and holding Kusanagi in his mouth came out. With a speed that was a great deal greater than before, he attacked Naruto and managed to score quite a few hits on his armor, leaving a few gashes that started to heal immediately after they were scored. For a few minutes the snake and the armored Naruto fought back and forth, but none gained the upper hand until Naruto's armor began to fade and Naruto fell to the ground exhausted. With a quick motion the snake hit Naruto with his tail and sent him flying, and when he touched the ground he formed a crater. The snake collected all the other smaller snakes and it reformed back into the human form of Orochimaru. Brandishing his sword, Orochimaru approached the prone form of Naruto. "You pushed my ultimate form to its upper limits. Now I won't be able to use it for another 3 months, said as he kicked Naruto. "Do you know how much it hurts to gather that much natural energy in that form? A lot." "Apparently," said Naruto laughing while spitting BLD from his mouth. "Why are you laughing?" asked a curious Orochimaru. "You're about to die." "No, I'm not. You on the other hand are a dead man walking," said Naruto laughing. "What are you saying?" asked Orochimaru, trying to understand if he was bluffing or if was telling the truth. The Celestial Sage mode armor grants power surpassing that of the Rinnegan, although it does drain you of what stamina you have in the end, but the point is that I could have killed any time during our little fight, but I was asked to keep you alive, said Naruto. "By who?" asked a troubled Orochimaru. "By the man who has been watching us for the past 2 minutes and who is currently behind you," said Naruto. Orochimaru made a quick turn and tried to swipe at Takagi, but he hit only empty air as Takagi ducked and then grabbed Orochimaru and threw him at a nearby tree, totally disintegrating it and a few other unfortunate trees standing in the way of Orochimaru's flight. Takagi disappeared in a blur and returned a few seconds later with a battered and bleeding Orochimaru. He let Orochimaru fall to the ground where he was bound by a few ethereal ropes, and he approached Naruto. "That was foolish of you using a power with such drawbacks," said Kakashi as he shared some of his energy with him, which caused Naruto to be fully re-energized. "Well, he blocked my connection to the furball and he was going to cut my head. So sorry for trying to live Sedan." Irritated Naruto, "That wouldn't have happened if you had become immortal," said Takagi. "That wouldn't if you had given me permission to kill him," replied Naruto, not missing a beat. "I need to learn something from him, and then according to what we learn we decide what to do," explained Takagi. "What do you need from him?" To learn of his soulless experiments or how he planned the destruction of Konoha over and over again. Asked Naruto. I know what you feel. I too lost my family at a young age, so I can relate to your need for revenge, but we must not be ruled by emotions. I did that mistake once and I lost almost everything, said Takagi with sympathy in his voice. With a motion of his hand, the body of Orochimaru floated in the air right before them, and then Takagi spoke a string of words in a language lost to time, and Orochimaru's eyes fluttered open. Naruto knew the spell. It made lying impossible, lying to yourself and to others. That spell was one of the ultimate intrusions to privacy, but he squashed those thoughts as he though the man before him deserved it. How did you escape my sensory powers? They were at their peak during my transformation, asked a weary Orochimaru. I have my ways, answered Takagi cryptically. Now tell me the truth, why did you arrange the invasion? Because I needed to give the old man. He forced himself to stop by biting his tongue off. Well, this will be a bit harder than expected, but I have broken man's and demon's way more resistant than you, to my interrogation methods, said Takagi as he focused his eyes on Orochimaru's eyes, and they glowed, and suddenly Orochimaru's eyes became a perfect replica of Takagi's eyes. You'll never get anything out of me, replied Orochimaru, almost breaking the connection between Takagi and him. I'm afraid that isn't the truth, and you'll see, said Takagi as he focused even more, and then after a few minutes he interrupted the connection and said, I see, you see nothing. All of you are blind, answered Orochimaru. You did all of that as an act of mercy, didn't you? Asked Takagi. Partially, but also because Konoha needed to be reminded of their decline since Minato was Hokage, replied Orochimaru against his wish. What mercy? How could you consider killing Gigi as mercy? Asked a distressed Naruto on the verge of tears. Is this reminder worth the life of hundreds who died because you couldn't stand the fact that the village was strong despite the fact that you weren't Hokage? Foolish boy. I don't think in terms of hundreds or thousands but of millions that would have died if Konoha showed any weakness, replied Orochimaru. Nobody is foolish enough to attack Konoha, answered Naruto. Right now, that's true because my invasion showed that Konoha was still the strongest and that it took 2 resurrected Hokage and me to defeat the old monkey, and even then I suffered crippling injuries, answered Orochimaru. That is unfortunately true. Hiruzen was dying because of a rare disease, something not even Tsunade could heal, and that would have shown a moment of weakness to all when he would be rotting in a bed, and then the 4th Shinobi War would have begun, said Takagi. That can't be true, he must have planted those memories there. He can do that, you know, said a tearful Naruto. There is no way he can deceive me, he is a few thousand years too young to do that, answered Takagi, and Naruto knew that to be the truth, but still he couldn't accept it. Listen, Naruto. I see in you the potential to surpass your father, but to do that you must become a man, not remain the boy that I now see before me. Do that and you will have the power to change the corruption and the disease that afflicts the shinobi world, said Orochimaru. Next up, you worshipped, for lack of a better word, Minato Namia's why. And don't give the he outsmarted me bullshit, said Takagi in a stern voice. He found a way to save the good in us all, to save the shinobi world from its own corruption, starting from the leaf, and he would have had he not died sealing the 9 tails, said Orochimaru. Do you not see? He found a way to do so without first destroying it, but now it's too late and it must first be destroyed and then rebuild to our image. Do you believe him? Asked Naruto. He can't lie, young one. It's strong to believe it, but it is the truth, said Takagi. What are you going to do now? He turned to Orochimaru. I'm going to die, replied Orochimaru. I mean, if I let you go, corrected Takagi. I will proceed with my plan, but do you flatter yourself thinking I will reveal it to you, said Orochimaru. Last question, why do you need the Sharingan, or more exactly its Magenkyo form, said Takagi. To set something or someone free, but as to who that someone is I won't tell, answered Orochimaru. No need to, I already know, said Takagi, freeing him. Leave now before I change my mind. With those words Orochimaru disappeared in a body flicker and left Cheyenne unconscious on the ground. The two moved toward the unconscious blonde. Naruto was conflicted about what he learned today. He couldn't believe Orochimaru was one of the good guys, well, more like Gray, but until a few minutes ago he believed he was pure evil, but right now his world had been turned upside down. He didn't know what he was planning, but he knew it would something even bigger than the Akatsuki's endgame. In fact, he was sure that whatever the Akatsuki's endgame was, it would be but a part of this plan of his to destroy the shinobi world and rebuild it, but he would be damned if he left his friends and loved ones perish because of his mad schemes. With newfound determination, he moved toward the prone form of Cheyenne. He decided that he would get stronger in every way that he could, and he would complete this mission and get the means to do so from Takagi. Orochimaru, your plan is not going to happen. Of that I swear on everything I love, for it is that what there is at stake. And so he totally ignored the new tabs that had appeared after the end of his battle with Orochimaru. Takagi saw the new fire burning in his eyes and he smiled. Finally a new emperor was born and he was going to change the world, and he'd be damned if he didn't help him achieve his new goal that had lit the fire in his eyes. With those thoughts in his head, he undid the damage done to the forest during the fight between Naruto and Orochimaru, with but a few words, and then sat down and started to meditate. After his fight with Orochimaru, Naruto had picked up Cheyenne's unconscious form and had left, knowing that Takagi wouldn't come with him. His mind was troubled with the knowledge he had gained a while back. He had known that the ninja world was full of secrets, and even the people he had known for a long time were not those they seemed, but still knowing Orochimaru's true motives for the attack on Konoha had turned his world upside down. He had also learned why Takagi thought of Orochimaru as the most dangerous man in the entire continent. There were only two people that could outsmart him. One was Danzo Shimura, though he had no interest in fighting Orochimaru and couldn't, as he was nowhere near the same level as Hiruzen and his Sharingan arm was rigged to explode under certain conditions. The other being Minato Namikaze, but being a bodiless entity trapped within the Shinigami's stomach made it kind of strong to plan and/or fight against Orochimaru. An hour later a few tables appeared before him. He opened them. Apparently while he was lost in thought he had ignored them, and due to the hour-per-hour notification system his gamer ability worked on, he was re-notified now. Opening them, the first table that stuck was one saying, "You have survived a battle with Orochimaru. You have gained 1,000,000 EXP. You forced a stalemate with Kazu and Haiden. You have gained 2,500,000 EXP. You have unlocked bonus boss. Kazu, Haiden, you have unlocked the Emperor's Will 1/5, the progenitor of the Will of Fire. When the Emperor decides to achieve a goal, there is nothing that will stop him from achieving it. From unlocking the Emperor's Will 1/5, you have received Royal Jade Necklace. Royal Jade Necklace, Heir of the Will. There are only 3 necklaces like this one. One can only be worn by a full-fledged Emperor. One can only be worn by the heir of his will and by consequence his throne, and the last one is worn by the Emperor's closest advisor and protector. It gives plus 10 vitality. It decreases damage from divine and demonic attacks by 50% when equipped. You have unlocked trait Protector 1/3. Your path lies in protecting others, and you draw strength from this mission. Allows for the player to fight even if his health is 1 and gives a plus 30% chance to avoid or inflict critical damage while protecting someone. From unlocking Protector trait 1/3, you have received Heavenly Touch Crystal, created from the jewelers of the gods themselves. This crystal allows one to mark a person with its energy, and when that person is in danger it teleports the holder of the crystal to the endangered person. It gives plus 3 wisdom and allows access to Heavenly Jump when equipped. Heavenly Jump, type, time-space technique. Consumes 0 CP/SC when Heavenly Touch Crystal is equipped. It allows for immediate transportation to a marked person once that person has an active immortal danger status. Congratulations, you have leveled up, plus 29 LVL. You are now LVL 85. Please distribute your newly gained 290 stat points, 870 attribute points and 15 merit points. Status page, said Naruto, and before his eyes a new page was opened before his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki class, gamer LVL 85 points to next level 86, 000/136, 000, age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 14. 700 chakra points, 64. 100 MP, 150. 000 Karamas CP, HP regeneration, 80 horsepower per second. Karamas HP regen, 700 horsepower per second. Chakra points regeneration, 2. 000 CP/section. Kurama's CP Regen. CP/section. MP Regen. 17. 000 energy, 131 control, 100 strength, 53 speed, 115 vitality, 91 dexterity, 80 intelligence, 151 wisdom, 128 luck, 100 special status, Uzumaki and Namikaze's heir, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVO. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps and plus 10% to stealth. Stat points to allocate, 290. Wondering in what he should invest, he thought about investing more into wisdom, as it would help him understand jutsu, spells, rituals etc. faster and easier, in addition to helping him figure out Orochimaru's plan. But then he was reminded that he couldn't increase his stats without investing points into them, and how Orochimaru totally owned him with his speed during their battle, so that showed him that he was still hopelessly outmatched by some high-level ninja when it came to the physical department, so he decided to make a more even split. Naruto Uzumaki class, gamer LVL 85 points to next level 86. 000/136, 000, age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 20. 700, plus 1,310, chakra points, 76. 450 MP, 170. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 114 horsepower per second. Plus 6, Kurama's HP Regen, 700 horsepower per second, chakra points regeneration. 2, 389 CP/section. Kurama's CP Regen. CP/section. MP Regen. 17. 000 energy, 151 control, 120 strength, 103 speed, 165 vitality, 151, plus 10, dexterity, 100 intelligence, 151 wisdom, 178, plus 3, luck, 120 special status, Uzumaki and Namikaze's heir, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVO. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps, and plus 10% to stealth. Stat points to allocate, 0. Attribute page, said Naruto after he was done allocating his stat points, his body feeling a bit weird from his gamer ability changing his body according to his new stats. Elemental manipulation wind, 300 x 3 fire, 275/300 x 2 earth, 180/300 lightning, 210/300 water, 150/300 shape manipulation, 100 ninjutsu skill, 180/250 learning, 200/250 adaption, 300 taijutsu skill, 150/250 learning, 250 adaption, 400 jinjutsu skill, 100/250 detection, 200/250 dispelling, 250 learning, 30/50 adaption, 70 bukujutsu, asterisk skill with all ninja weapons, skill, 100/300 learning, 250 adaption, 300 medical ninjutsu skill, 60/300 learning, 200/300 adaption, 100 Fuinjutsu skill, 80/100 creativity, 1000 complexity, 1000/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up seal mastery, decryption, 1200/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up seal mastery, runes skill, 85/100 creativity, 1200 complexity, 1500/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up rune mastery, decryption, 1700/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up rune mastery, spellwork skill, 300/500, learning, 250/250, efficiency, 50/300, adaption, 500/500, senjutsu skill, 100/300, quickness, 300/900, duration, 500/2000, balance, 1000/1000, adaption, 400/1000. Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new ways of using senjutsu chakra, Rinnegan skill, 300/500, paths, 7/**. Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new paths through meditation and discovering new powers of the eyes in death or life situations, power, 200/600, adaption, 1000/1000, attribute points to allocate. 1170 Naruto normally wouldn't use attribute points. In fact, this was his 39th level up that he didn't allocate any attribute points, as attributes were one of the few things he could actually train, rather than just invest points that he could gain through battle or cheating. Fact, most of these 2 years had been spent with Takagi putting him through mental and physical training from hell, so to learn how to become independent from leveling up to become more powerful at least when it came to attributes, and doing some occasional missions and 1 or 2 sessions of dungeon training per year to help him gain him some levels. They found he excelled in adaption, the capacity to adapt what you had learned to different tasks and situations the skills weren't meant to solve. Thus, in 2 years he had maxed almost all adaption of his attributes except for his senjutsu. In fact, he doubted he would ever max that out as practically the uses of senjutsu chakra were infinite. Screw would release. The power of a god could be truly found in senjutsu chakra. He initially was all about using his gift of the emperor to get another version of the gamer ability, one that allowed even stats to be increased through training, but he was dissuaded by Takagi, who explained to him why the gamer ability was the way it was now. Apparently the former versions of the gamer had this feature, but gamers became obsessed with power and training and sometimes they forgot to allocate stat points, which led to great numbers of gamers died because of such mistakes. But the most important reason was that this new way made sure that the gamers' muscles couldn't atrophy or their minds lose their edge because of old age, and the most important feature, it made them immune to any mental disease or permanent mental damage. Plus, that a gamer's stat points had an edge over normal people's stat points. For example, if a gamer and a normal person had equal stat points in strength, the stronger of the two would be the gamer. Normal people's stat points worked differently because when you used observe, their levels were direct indicators of how much battle experience they had and not how many battles they had won, or a true indicator of their strength. Their stat points were a reflection of their physical and mental capacities, and most often than not it had nothing to do with their level. For example, Hashirama Senju by the age of 10 was a LVL 30, yet only his energy was 200 and his control was also 200, due to his would release granting control equal to energy, no matter how high one's energy was, and that was without the need of investing stat points into control. By the age of 28, his energy was 1250. Minato Namikaze was by the begging of the Third Ninja World War at LVL 16, but his speed was 189, when the maximum speed a normal person can achieve naturally was 200. Their stat points could also be affected by age or mental state, depressed, euphoric, etc., while gamers could be 200 and their stats had no minuses by their age. An example, Hiruzen Sarutobi in his old age had an energy stat of 315, but he also had a minus of 160 because of his old age, while Takagi's current body was at the age of 150 years old. His body regenerated itself when he turned 180 years old, back to the age of 40, but his stats had no minuses from old age. As demonstrated by his earlier example, the gamer ability allowed for a gamer to easily overcome the human body's natural limits. Also, their observe had been changed to calculate one's threat level. His was S rank, with his Rinnegan active, while he was only a LVL 56 when naturally S ranks were of the level 120 and up. When it was high enough it could also reveal their stats, but that was at times frustrating, so most gamers and cheaters never bothered to check them out. After all, they had access to items that could easily make up for the rigidness of their stats. Observe in levels beyond 200 could easily reveal one's weakness. Not that it didn't normally reveal weaknesses, but it had to be actively used on techniques and taijutsu stances for it to work. Either way, Naruto's use of Observe was prodigious due to his natural ability to multitask, thus allowing him to make Observe a weapon that granted him victory in most cases, his battle with Orochimaru being an exception as he switched styles and techniques too quickly, thus leaving him no room to create and deploy counters. Also, his capacity to use merit points was greatly reduced to only be used to evolve his different attributes to their next stage, as to use it to gain bloodlines or other special abilities required. Supervisor's Key, which was in Takagi's possession, the key being used by trainers as a final test for a gamer's personality, and he would use it when though Naruto had advanced enough, as the next logical step would be giving him full access to a gamer's special perks. Well, that, or if the situation became desperate enough that it left no choice but to give him access early on, but Takagi's LVL was high enough that it would take a full pantheon of gods to give him that much trouble. Snapping out of his reverie, Naruto finally decided to focus more on his chakra-based attributes, as his oath on the Emperor's honor prevented him from going against Takagi's order not to use mana spells or any other form of magic. The kind of oath he had sworn when he begun to train with him became automatically binding for an Emperor's heir, and it gave no leeway to twist it or somehow changed, and could only reversed if the person you gave the oath to freed you from it on his own free will. That was why in the entire history of that world, that kind of oath had only been sworn 5 times, Naruto's oath included. Elemental Manipulation Wind, 300 x 3 Wind Storm, 100 Fire, 300 x 2 Blowtorch, 75/100 Earth, 180/300 Lightning, 210/300 Water, 150/300 Shape Manipulation, 100 Ninjutsu Skill, 180/250 Learning, 200/250 Adaption, 300 Taijutsu Skill, 150/250 Learning, 250 Adaption, 400 Genjutsu Skill, 100/250 Detection, 250 Dispelling, 250 Learning, 30/50 Adaption, 70 Bukijutsu, Asterisk Skill with all ninja weapons, Skill, 100/300 Learning, 250 Adaption, 300/300 Medical Ninjutsu Skill, 260/300 Learning, 200/300 Adaption, 100 Fuinjutsu Skill, 100 Creativity, 1000 Complexity, 1000/2000 Can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up Seal Mastery. Decryption, 1200/2000 Can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up Seal Mastery. Runes Skill, 85/100 Creativity, 1200 Complexity, 1500/2000 Can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up Rune Mastery. Decryption, 1700/2000 Can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up Rune Mastery. Spellwork Skill, 300/500 Learning, 250 Efficiency, 50/300 Adaption, 500 Senjutsu Skill, 300 Quickness, 500/900 Duration, 500/2000 Balance, 1000 Adaption, 400/1000 Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new ways of using Senjutsu Chakra. Rinnegan Skill, 500 Paths, 7/**. Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new paths through meditation and discovering new powers of the eyes in death or life situations. Power, 300/600 Adaption, 1000 Attribute points to allocate. 0 With his newly gained skills, he could feel his chakra twisting until his 2D chakra nature's evolution was over and his chakra returned to its normal state, but this time easier to manipulate it into his DMT chakra natures. His eyes were itchy for a few seconds until the power boost they gained settled in their semi-divine nature, fighting against the human power that the gamer ability was and eventually losing. His chakra coils were rearranged to be more adapted to absorb and mix nature energy in great quantities. He took out his Heavenly Touch crystal and marked Cheyenne, just in case they got separated somehow. The jolt of heavenly energy woke her up. With his new speed, Naruto made it past the border of the land of swamps in less than 2 hours, and in another half an hour they were at the base of the mountain where the shrine, keeping Morio's body imprisoned, was located. The problem was that the entire mountain was surrounded by regiments of stone golems and their perimeter was so tight it would take a small army to get through, or Naruto using one of the most versatile abilities in his arsenal. Preparing himself mentally, Naruto mentally said, "Dungeon create, biological tanks battlefield, LVL8, and then combined it with his animal path." The air around them was distorted like you were seeing at broken glass, however no noise or smoke came from it. And forward came 100 beings. Some were giant lizards, some were weird animal hybrids, and some were beings that looked like they had straight from fairy tales, looking very fragile, but all of them had one thing in common: they had incredibly high vitality stats, focusing on the body's endurance rather than on regeneration like most beings. Their combined mental might slammed against his mental walls with the force of a hurricane, destroying most of them. His mindscape was on fire. The entire mountain was burning in a massive cloud of fire as 100 shadows stood in the sky overlooking the destruction and fueling it further by their willpower. A battle in a mindscape was a battle between beings that were literally omnipotent, as that mattered in there were willpower and thought, but the advantage was always on the defender as the battle was being fought on his own home turf. However, this wasn't the case, as having to fight over 100 other beings, all with incredibly strong will of their own, was practically a lost fight for all but those people with the strongest will. Naruto's will was unbreakable, but even that was being put to the test as his normally indestructible resolve was dissolving, as was his mindscape. In a few minutes, the mountain was gone. All that was left were an endless void, Kurama's cage, and a bright sphere of light representing Naruto's willpower. The intruders were represented by shapes made out of liquid darkness. However, since the rules of logic didn't apply in a mindscape, they were quite visible as they were nearing the bright sphere. The sphere's light was getting dimmer and dimmer. Naruto couldn't fathom being defeated in a battle of wills. Even his dark persona had accepted his own inferiority when compared to Naruto's willpower, right before they became one. And yet now he was being pushed back within the representation of his willpower. As he went deeper and deeper in the sphere of light, he began feeling something different from the normal warmth and invigorating effect that being inside one's own willpower gave, in the form of a feeling of invincibility, not like the feeling one got when he used narcotics or was under the effect of a genjutsu, but something primordial within oneself that assured him that he wouldn't be defeated, not within his mindscape, not even outside it. He recognized it quickly. It was the power of the Emperor's will, the willpower that helped his ancestors stand against gods, primordials, and all other sorts of beings that eluded human comprehension and laugh in their face as they grab victory against all odds. The newfound power within him obeyed him with eagerness, to show the intruders that they were facing a scion of the house Otsutsuki, a being that would not bow in the face of gods, let alone some upstart beings that were more beast than rational beings. With an explosion of light, the sphere expanded. In its wake, the mindscape was being reformed anew. The form of the intruders were retreating quickly, their instincts alerting them of the presence of a power that went beyond them, the potential of mankind made reality. In the real world, only seconds had passed as Naruto's eyes shot open, his Rinnegan glowing in the semi-darkness that the shade of the forest provided. All the summoned beings' eyes shot open too, the Rinnegan reflected on their eyes. Adjusting to the newly added field of vision, he mentally ordered them to attack the stone golems as he gestured for Cheyenne to hop on his back. As his summoned army crashed against the golem army, his gamer ability opened a new tab in front of him. You have unlocked the Emperor's Will 2/5, the progenitor of the Will of Fire. When the Emperor decides to achieve a goal, there is nothing that will stop him from achieving it. From unlocking the Emperor's Will 2/5, you have received Cryptex, the Empire's Black Box, the secret archive of all the secrets of the Emperors and the Empire. It also contains the journals of all the 8 Emperors before the fall. It grants a permanent +20 intelligence and +25 wisdom, also allows access to a secret archive. Asterisk note: if the Cryptex is lost and or stolen, the access is lost, and if a non-Emperor heir has the Cryptex, access to the archive and stats boosts are not accessible. Furthermore, all individual that steal this scroll automatically gained permanent insanity, or brain death, according to their luck stats. The effects from this item are activated whether the item is equipped or not, ownership is enough. This baffled Naruto. The stat boost for this item were too low for the importance and the sheer power that the item held. Even in his inventory, he could feel the power radiating like a massive beacon. He could get the jade necklace's effects. After all, it was more of an item designed to represent station and to serve as an irrefutable proof of one identity. The other effects were side effects of being near such power as the power of hundreds of gamers and magic user of all kind that were housed within the imperial court. The cryptex was another matter altogether. It was an item built to withstand powers beyond human comprehension. It held secrets of the emperor's own power. It held copies of the emperor's journals and quite possibly their personal grimoires, whose value was immense even to the most powerful gods. Putting this irregularity in the proptocogulator list, Naruto dodged a punch from a stone golem trying to take his head off and split it in two with a strike of his wind-enhanced kunai, the extra power of the windstorm making even a kunai, a weapon of mass destruction, in his hands. Naruto jumped over the split golem and using sheer wind manipulation, he propelled himself higher toward the place where the shrine was situated. Once landing there, Cheyenne ran toward the shrine as two stone golems run toward him. Cursing under his breath, Naruto dodged the very slow attacks of the golems, thanking his stars that Morio wasn't fully awake, or they would have been as fast as any Jonin. With a single hand seal he unleashed a wind release, great breakthrough while a shadow clone, he created while dodging, unleashed a fire release, spiraling dragon, the collaboration jutsu turning the stone golems into molten rock. His evolved nature transformations made the jutsu cost less and make more damage while he had used a collaboration jutsu of 2 evolved nature transformation and had put a higher amount of chakra than what was needed to produce an average effect. The effect of that particular combination was quite destructive, the jutsu being quite flashy for a proper ninja, but then again he wasn't a proper ninja. Turning around he saw a man enter the barrier Cheyenne had erected around the shrine. In a burst of speed he tried to grab the man, but with a burst of semi-demonic chakra, the man propelled himself through the barrier, his body dying, but from him, Morio was released and the demon refused with his old body, the land around them turning volcanic as the demon was returned back to his full power. He just hopped that Morio was the typical overconfident demon and didn't summon his golem army. They would be a pain in the butt to get rid of. Taking out 50 Senbon, he launched them in the air intending to mark the entire place with his version of the flying thunder god, but the demon destroyed them with a stream of dark chakra. Cursing under his breath, Naruto speed toward Cheyenne. Ho was frozen at the sight of the demon. "Hello, little priestess, I hope you had as much fun as you could all this years, 'cause you're going to die right now," said the demon laughing as he launched one of his tentacles. "No," yelled Naruto as he used his heavenly jump to appear in front of Cheyenne and take a tentacle to the CST before he could do anything to mitigate the damage. Naruto, screamed Cheyenne as she saw Naruto's body hit the ground, his eyes becoming glassy. "This can't be the end," said Naruto as his mind rebelled to the very thought of dying. Kurama's chakra rushed his system, trying to save him, but not even Kurama could heal a disintegrated heart. "No, I won't die here," shouted Naruto within this mindscape as the entire mountain shook, and the cave of the Rinnegan lit up, sending a column of purple light toward the mindscape's sky. Finding himself outside of his mindscape, he saw as time itself was warped by his will and power, the Rinnegan glowing with the immense power it was channelizing. Turning back to the moment when he intercepted the hit from the demon, Naruto used his wind release to deflect the tentacle as much as he could. He would have tried to grind it away with wind blades, but it was too close and he could harm himself even more than the tentacle could. Before his eyes a new table appeared, time stopping as the gamer was automatically put on pause, since he was in the middle of a battle. You have unlocked Rinnegan, the broken path. The power over time itself, it allows one's chakra to mix with the time flow and then push oneself backwards or forward, though the chakra cost of doing the latter ensures immediate death. The name derivates from the fact that when going back in time, you break an entire timeline. However, this can also refer to the fact that this path allows one to ascend once the physical body is nearing death, allowing her to break free of the mortal chains. Type: time manipulation. Consumes 4000 CP/section. You have unlocked Protector 2/3. From unlocking Protector trait 2 of 3, you have received Thundering Trench Coat. Thundering Trench Coat. This trench coat has been imbued with powerful enchantments to allow one to achieve higher speeds than any human is capable of achieving. It gives plus 40 speed and plus 10 vitality. When equipped, time retuned to normal as he fell to the ground. His body flooded with pain as he struggled to remain conscious and equip the Thundering Trench Coat. As he did that, he felt relief at the extra vitality and regeneration. Kurama was busy at work to heal him even faster. Between the two he would be fine in a minute or two. Until then he should avoid getting hit anymore. Blurring through hand seals, he said Earth Release. Tortoise shell and a massive dome of earth rose around them, just in time for 4 tentacles to slam against it. Gritting his teeth, Naruto took out a seal in which he had stored chakra for emergency situations and absorbed it all. The seal kept a good 50,000 CP, and with that he was almost near his full capacity again. A few hand seals later, his hands lit up with green medical chakra, as he used the mystical palm technique to accelerate his already fast healing capacities. Seeing the light, Cheyenne approached the downed Naruto and gasped as she saw what remained of his wound. "Oh my gods, are you okay?" asked Cheyenne, seeing the rapidly closing wound. "Yeah, Peachy, just give me a few seconds till I catch my breath and I'll return to kicking the puny little demons," but said Naruto with a feral grin, his red eyes and enlarged canines making it even more striking. "You don't look that good to me," said Cheyenne. "I've seen worse," said Naruto as he stood up, his health bar already beyond half. "Liart," said Cheyenne. "I've had a hand encased in lighting almost pierce my heart," replied Naruto, deciding not to mention that he was almost dead, but he turned back time and that's how he survived. "Can I do something to help?" asked Cheyenne as the dome above them started to crack. "Just stay away from the demon and let me do my job," said Naruto before disappearing in a blur of speed. Naruto laughed as he moved around at speeds that were frankly inhuman. Not even his father had been that fast. At his prime he had a speed stat of 201, his mastery of seals allowing him to slightly surpass his body's limits. Dodging the attacks of various tentacles that were hell-bent on finishing what they started earlier, he threw a 3-pronged kunai toward the demon's head, and once it was near enough he teleported atop of the demon's head, and with a touch of his palms, an highly explosive seal array was formed out of thin chakra, and then he teleported away, exploding the demon's head and a good number of tentacles. The damage was regenerated within a few seconds, and with a roar of rage, Morio sent dozens of his tentacles toward Naruto, who avoided them with his newfound speed before launching another 3-pronged kunai toward Morio's head. This time the demon destroyed it with a blast of dark chakra, but the moment the kunai was destroyed, the seal on it glowed with a blue light before a giant blue orb appeared between the demon and Naruto. The demon's body moved toward the giant blue sphere, it pull being too strong even for the demon to resist it, and soon its body was fully sealed within the orb. "Told you he was puny," said Naruto with a grin. "Naruto, watch out," screamed Cheyenne as the sphere holding Morio broke away, and from it dozens of tentacles headed toward Naruto's back. Acting on instinct, Naruto's body flickered away, just in time as 3 tentacles hit the ground where he stood a moment ago. The emotion that Cheyenne felt seeing Naruto almost die caused the seal her mother had placed upon her to break away, unlocking her special chakra. With her new power, Cheyenne headed toward Morio, intending to sacrifice herself in a massive explosion of her special chakra, taking Morio down with her. As she prepared herself to do that, Naruto appeared beside her in a flash of yellow light, grabbing her hand before flashing away. "What do you think you're doing?" asked Naruto. "Destroying Morio," replied Cheyenne. "It is my duty as priestess. Nobody else can. We'll do this together," said Naruto, forming a Rasengan in his right hand. "How? All your techniques are useless?" asked Cheyenne. "Fueled only by my chakra." "Yes, add your chakra to the equation and you got one big Morio but kicker Rasengan on your hands," said Naruto. "Really?" asked Cheyenne disbelievingly. "Yes, now push you damned chakra in here," said Naruto, moving his Rasengan toward her. Obeying, Cheyenne pushed her chakra in the Rasengan, causing it to change in color and grow in size, partially because of her chakra and partially because Naruto pushed more of his in the mix. In a flash they were teleported right above Morio's head and slammed the new Rasengan in his head, causing a massive explosion that completely obliterated Morio's body and spirit. The holy chakra shine having a highly destructive effect on the demon's energies and physical form. The backlash from Morio's destruction turned the mountain in which they were standing into a volcano. Naruto teleported them outside, at the base of the mountain where his summons were standing still, awaiting further orders as the golems had ceased to function once Morio was destroyed. With a pulse of chakra the beings disappeared, his instant dungeon disappearing as well. After doing that, Naruto sat down on a nearby tree stump. His regeneration wasn't fully finished and his chakra reserves were near depletion again. One demon down, good work Prats, said Naruto with a grin. I'm not a prat, you little blonde. Trailed off Cheyenne, not finding a proper name to call Naruto. Demon, suggested Naruto, smiling. You're impossible, said Cheyenne, sitting near to him. I know, but if I wasn't then I wouldn't be mean, replied Naruto. You're wrong, said Cheyenne. About what? Asked Naruto. Morio isn't truly destroyed. This form yes, but he'll reform again and try to destroy the world again, said Cheyenne wistfully, and I need to continue the line of priestess that will continue to suppress Morio and demons like him. Will you help me in doing so? Gladly, but I'm afraid that we can't have a relationship, said Naruto laughing. Not one that will work either way. Why? Asked Cheyenne. Because I am an S rank, one who possesses the legendary Rinnegan. I'll be forced to marry many women, and even if I only married one, I would still have to have children with many women, to produce as many children that can inherit my potential and my bloodline, of course, explained Naruto. But can't you choose? I mean, you're very strong, the strongest ninja I have ever met, asked Cheyenne. Nope, even the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha didn't have a choice, replied Naruto, omitting the part in which all emperors were forced to have a small harem, seeing as they rarely produced any children. In fact, the most fertile emperor was the fourth and he had 4 children, and that guy had 80 wives and concubines. I'm not good at sharing, said Cheyenne. None is, replied Naruto. Still we can remain friends. I'll drop by time after time to have a chat. I'd like that, said Cheyenne. Good, now Takagi stop spying and come down here, said Naruto to the forest behind their backs. You have gotten better, commented Takagi, ready for another heavenly transportation. No, I have marked the palace with flying thunder god marker, so no luck in making me vomit this time, answered Naruto, sticking his tongue out to Takagi. Stats at the end of this chapter: EXP gained from defeating Morio not included. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL 85 points to next level 86, 000/136, 000 age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 20. 700, plus 2,620, chakra points, 76. 450 MP, 170. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 114 horsepower per second, plus 11, Kurama's HP regen. 700 horsepower per second chakra points regeneration, 2. 389 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen. CP/section. MP regen. 17. 000 energy, 151 control, 120 strength, 103 speed, 165, plus 40, equals 205 vitality, 151, plus 20 equals 171 dexterity, 100 intelligence, 171 wisdom, 203, plus 3, equals 206 luck, 120 special status, Uzumaki and Namake's heir, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to the traps, and plus 10% to stealth. Stat points to allocate. 0 Naruto and Takagi were back to the ruins of Uzushio. They hadn't stayed much except to get their pay, say goodbye to Cheyenne and Yoshimura, and then they had teleported back to their base. The place was a cave excavated by Takagi, filled with seal and runic arrays that expanded it to double the size of Konoha. The place was divided in 2 areas, sparring areas filled with more seal and runic arrays to make sure the entire cave didn't just collapse on top of them when Naruto went into full power, and the living area, which made up less than 5% of the entire cave. which was filled with different furnitures that had either been made from Takagi or he had collected during the millennia he had lived. Sitting in two couches were Takagi and Naruto having a staring contest between each other. Obviously 15 minutes later Naruto lost. "Tell me what has got you so upset," asked Takagi. "Why the hell did you limit my powers when you knew I was facing such a strong opponent?" asked Naruto. "I needed you to unlock the Emperor's will," explained Takagi, plainly. "Was it worth my life?" asked Naruto enraged. "Yes, it was worth it," replied Takagi. "Good, then I am leaving," said Naruto getting up. "Then you'll force me to wipe your memory and strip you off your gamer abilities," said Takagi. "What if I don't let you?" asked Naruto. "You know that you are far from being strong enough to force a stalemate with me, let alone defeat me, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or not," said Takagi. "Very well, take it. I don't want to have to deal with beings that have such disrespect of people's life, willing to give another human life so that it might have unlocked some sort of mental power," said Naruto, a table flashing before his eyes, but he pushed it away. He wouldn't need it either way as he would soon lose this ability. "Congratulations, you passed the test," said Takagi, smiling proudly. "What test?" asked Naruto, surprised at the sudden change. "Why don't you check your notifications?" said Takagi. "Notifications," said Naruto, and before his eyes various tables appeared. "Congratulations, you have passed the test of the supervisor. As a result of passing the test you have unlocked the Emperor's Will 3/5. From unlocking the Emperor's Will March 5th, you have received Silver Light. Silver Light. A staff made entirely out of silver. Once it belonged to a god killed by the first Empress, to protect humanity. This staff is a symbol of the Imperial Bloodline's oath to protect humanity. It gives plus 50 energy, plus 50 control and plus 30 luck when equipped. You have defeated Morio. You have gained 6,000,000 Rio. You have gained level of the enemy plus 3,000,000 EXP. Damage dealt plus 3,000,000 EXP. Damage received 1,000,000 EXP. Total 5,000,000 EXP. You have leveled up, plus 33. You are now LVL 118. Please distribute your newly gained 330 stat points, 990 attribute points, and 16 merit points. "What the hell?" said Naruto. "Sorry, but it is the last test, to see if you are really worthy of being handed the full power of the gamers and in your case to test your willingness to protect all mankind. Even if that means giving up on your powers," explained Takagi. "You didn't trust?" asked Naruto, disappointed. "I did with all my being, but the test is a part of your training and every single emperor has gone through it, with the exception of the first empress, as she didn't have any supervisor," answered Takagi. "What now?" asked Naruto. "I free you from your oath," said Takagi, and Naruto felt a metaphysical weight lift off him. "That and I'll give you this," continued Takagi, producing a black sphere, the same size of a teardrop. "Holy cow, that the supervisor's key," said Naruto after using observe on it. "Are you sure?" "Of course, I wouldn't have freed you from your oath and given you this if I wasn't," replied Takagi. "Orochimaru is toast," said Naruto. "Not exactly, he is deep in hiding. Finding him will be very strong even with the most powerful of our magics," said Takagi. "He'll come out sooner or later, I can wait," said Naruto. "No, you can't, our little encounter with him has put things into motion, faster than they should have been, so we will have to do damage checks," said Takagi. "What things?" asked Naruto. "Ask the Cryptex what the box of ultimate bliss is," said Takagi. "Okay, so you felt its power," said Naruto, taking out the Cryptex from his inventory. "Yes, it's strong to hide it from other gamers with great sensing abilities, but other creatures will never notice," explained Takagi. Naruto focused on the question he had and then pushed some of his mana into the Cryptex. The Cryptex was a cylinder 15 centimeters long and with a diameter of 4 centimeters. On both sides it had handles made out of orichalcum and adamantine alloy. The cylinder itself was filled by rows and columns filled with eldritch symbols, that when translated could produce enough information to fill entire books. The rows and columns would move when mana was pushed into it, and when it stopped it would reveal a combination eldritch symbols, that when translated would reveal the information required of it. The enchantments on it would cause for the necessary translations, To be done instantaneously without the need for the one requiring the information to waste precious time in translating it. The columns and rows filled with eldritch symbols began to spin, and after a few seconds they stopped to reveal 3 eldritch symbols glowing with a faint golden light. Naruto felt the spell from the cryptex take over his mind temporarily, and in less than a second his gamer ability showed him the information in the form of a table. The Box of Ultimate Bliss is a weapon developed by gods to destroy mankind, after the first Empress and her army of gamers defeated them and erected a barrier preventing them from directly entering the human world. The box contains a construct of the gods, which has one sole purpose: to destroy all humans when the construct is freed from the box. It was hidden in what is today Kusagakure but was eventually found by humans during the beginning of the era of chakra. Teach, said Naruto as he read the description. That only begins to describe it, said Takagi. So will I go there and destroy it? Asked Naruto. No, I will. It's too dangerous for you, especially if the gods who made it realize who you truly are and activate its self-destruct, said Takagi. That would be disastrous, said Naruto. Exactly, while I can seal it away before they can realize it, said Takagi. Then why tell me? Asked Naruto, unless you want me to do something in the meantime. Exactly, I want you to give the gamer ability to Kakashi. Decide for yourself who is going to be his supervisor, said Takagi. Can't you do that yourself? Asked Naruto suspiciously. Of course not, you're the only one that can find more of the crystals containing the gamer power. I can only remove such a power, and even that is because I have a supervisor's key, explained Takagi. Okay, when are you leaving? Asked Naruto. Right now. Things might get ugly otherwise, said Takagi. What should I do until Kakashi contacts me? Asked Naruto. Have fun with your unlocked powers. Thought I would recommend not turning off the immortality option in the instant dungeons. It gives more EXP, but it also carries greater risks that you can't afford to take since you insist to remain mortal, answered Takagi. I have already told you, I will not become immortal, replied Naruto. Why are the stats boosts so low for such powerful items? Asked Naruto, pointing at the cryptex and the necklace. You must max out the Emperor's will before you can get the full power of the items, explained Takagi. That sucks, said Naruto. Yes, but it's just precaution. In case one is not worthy of the full powers of the Emperor. There have been cases where someone achieved 4 of 5 in the Emperor's will but failed to max it out because he wasn't worthy, explained Takagi. My ancestors were really paranoids, and people say ninja are paranoid, commented Naruto. They had to be, replied Takagi. So when are you going to show me the ultimate cheat? Asked Naruto. Once I return from my journey, since I don't trust you enough to leave you alone with such a power, said Takagi. That's not fair. You said once I dealt with Moriotes, pouted Naruto. Yes, but I didn't foresee such a problem arising so soon. Either way, explained Takagi. Anyway, distribute your stat points soon. By DMN, know-it-all, said Naruto as Takagi disappeared in a flash of the heavenly transportation. Stat page. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL, 118 points to next level, 70,000/169,000 age. 16 height. 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 20. 700 plus 2,620 chakra points, 76. 450 MP, 170. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 114 horsepower per second, plus 11, Kurama's HP regen. 700 horsepower per second chakra points regeneration, 2. 389 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen. CP/section. MP regen. 17. 000 energy, 151 control, 120 strength, 103 speed, 165, plus 40, equals 205 vitality, 151, plus 20 equals 171 dexterity, 100 intelligence, 171 wisdom, 203, plus 3, equals 206 luck, 120 special status, Uzumaki and Namikaze air, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps, and plus 10% to stealth. Stat points to allocate. 330 Naruto was pretty content with his stats. He had made leaps and bounds. Since he before the mission, but then again it was an Emperor-class mission, meaning that fighting S-ranks and finding and or receiving some OP items was going to be natural, and his luck made it pretty easy to gain really powerful stuff. Now that his gamer shop was open, he could finally get rid of the junk he had accumulated from his scarce visits in the dungeons or what he had found on his small-time missions. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL 118 points to next level 70 000/169 000 age 16 height 180 centimeters weight 58 3 kilograms HP 24 630 plus 2620 chakra points 102 250 plus 22 500 MP 220 000 Kurama's CP HP regeneration 136 horsepower per second plus 14 Kurama's HP regen 700 horsepower per second chakra points regeneration 3 195 CP/section plus 703 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen CP/section MP regen 22 000 energy 201 plus 50 equals 251 control 170 plus 50 equals 220 strength 133 speed 185 plus 40 equals 225 vitality 181 plus 20 equals 201 dexterity 150 intelligence 221 wisdom 253 plus 3 equals 256 luck 120 plus 30 equals 150 special status Uzumaki and Namake's heir plus 10 intelligence plus 15 vitality plus 10 speed plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation Jinchuriki plus 100 horsepower plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR plus 10% to traps and plus 10% to stealth. Stat points to allocate. 0 attribute page said Naruto, his body, and chakra coils adapting to the new changes brought by the increase in his stats. Elemental manipulation wind 300 300 x 3 wind storm 100 100 fire 300 300 x 2 blowtorch 75/100 earth 180/300 lightning 210/300 water 150/300 shape manipulation 100 100 ninjutsu skill 180/250 learning 200/250 adaption 300 300 taijutsu skill 150/250 learning 250 250 adaption 400 400 jinjutsu skill 100/250 detection 250 250 dispelling 250 250 learning 30 50ths adaption 70 70 bukijutsu asterisk skill with all ninja weapons skill 100/300 learning 250 250 adaption 300/300 medical ninjutsu skill 260/300 learning 200/300 adaption 100 100 fuinjutsu skill 100 100 creativity 1000 1000 complexity 1000/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up seal mastery. Decryption 1200/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up seal mastery. Runes skill 85/100 creativity 1200 complexity 1500/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up rune mastery. Decryption 1700/2000 can invest points. Points are earned by leveling up rune mastery. Spellwork skill 300/500 learning 250 250 efficiency 50/300 adaption 500 500 senjutsu skill 300 300 quickness 500/900 duration 500/2000 balance 1000 adaption, 400/1000. Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new ways of using Senjutsu Chakra, Rinnegan skill, 500/500, paths, 8/**. Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new paths through meditation and discovering new powers of the eyes in death or life situations. Power, 330/600, adaption, 1000. Attribute points to allocate. 990. Naruto was getting used to the fact that he could also use attribute points to make himself stronger, especially in some areas where to advance through training would take too long. He couldn't afford it, the world couldn't afford it, as Orochimaru would soon make the final adjustments to his plans, and the only way to stop him would be to be prepared to both fight him and unravel his plans at the same time, and it would take him years to be capable of that by normal means. But he didn't have years, he had months at most. Elemental manipulation wind, 300 x 3 wind storm, 100 fire, 300 x 2 blowtorch, 100 earth, 300 avalanche, 100 out of 100 lightning, 300 thunderbolt, 100 water, 300 wave breaker, 100 shape manipulation, 100 ninjutsu skill, 250 learning, 200/250 adaption, 300 taijutsu skill, 250 learning, 250 adaption, 400 genjutsu skill, 100/250 detection, 250 dispelling, 250 learning, 30/50 adaption, 70 bokujutsu asterisk skill with all ninja weapons, skill, 100/300 learning, 250 adaption, 300 medical ninjutsu skill, 300 learning, 200/300 adaption, 100 fuinjutsu skill, 100 creativity, 1000 complexity, 1000/2000. Can't invest points. Points are earned by leveling up seal mastery, decryption, 1200/2000. Can't invest points. Points are earned by leveling up seal mastery, runes skill, 100 creativity, 1200 complexity, 1500/2000. Can't invest points. Points are earned by leveling up rune mastery, decryption, 1700/2000. Can't invest points. Points are earned by leveling up rune mastery, spellwork skill, 300/500, learning, 250 efficiency, 130/300 adaption, 500 senjutsu skill, 300 quickness, 500/900 duration, 500/2000 balance, 1000 adaption, 400/1000. Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new ways of using Senjutsu Chakra, Rinnegan skill, 500 paths, 8/**. Can't invest points. Points are earned by the user discovering new paths through meditation and discovering new powers of the eyes in death or life situations. Power, 330/600 adaption, 1000 attribute points to allocate. 0 Naruto side in content as his body, mind, chakra and mana adapted to the new power-ups. Without the need for hand seals, 3 shadow clones appeared in front of him. There was no need for words as they knew what they had to do. A fun fact about shadow clones was that they were an actual cheat even for the gamer ability because they allowed one to open more than one dungeon dimension. While one could only open one dungeon dimension at a time, shadow clones were your exact copies. Thus they inherited even a copy of the gamer ability and could open dungeon dimensions of their own. This he used to train dangerous things like runes, seals or eldritch symbols arrays. The Rinnegan made the scenario where they run out of chakra, mana, ether, prana etc. impossible, but unfortunately that particular ability could only be used if you had complete mental focus, thus it was useless in actual battle except for absorbing raw nature energy. Deciding to see his gamer shop, especially since his gamer shop was an emperor class shop, he mentally said, "Gamer shop, and a new tab opened before his eyes. Welcome to the gamer shop. Here you will find different techniques, spells, rituals, perks, etc. You can buy anything you want from this shop, granted you have the necessary money and merit points. Due to a special mutation in your gamer ability, you can buy techniques, items, spells, etc. regardless of class or the number of classes already possessed. After the introduction came a large list of classes. Nearly 100 classes stood listed there, and there were more because at the bottom of the page stood an arrow and below it was written next page, meaning there were more pages, and knowing how the game worked, it could hold an infinite amount of classes. He saw many classes that greatly interested him, like Mana Specialist, Curse MSTR, Phoenix Mage, Wizard, Sorcerer, etc., because due to his massive reserves of energy of any kind, he could become a fearsome opponent using abilities and perks from those classes. Either way, he chose the Ninja class, and before his eyes a new table was opened. Bloodline Acquirement, Celestial Release. Cost, 2 merit points. Due to the special way you gain this ability, you can transform it into a true bloodline limit instead of a pseudo-bloodline limit, meaning that your descendants can inherit and that it will open up in the elemental manipulation attribute, allowing attribute points to be invested into it by yes, no. Naruto didn't think twice before clicking the yes button, and another tab opened up before his eyes, temporarily graying the gamer shop. Congratulations, you have unlocked Celestial Release. 300. Do you want to evolve it? Cost 2 merit points? Yes. No. Naruto clicked the yes button again. He had a lot of merit points just sitting there, so it wouldn't hurt if he spent some of them. After all, he had spent just 10 of them to open up the evolutions of his elemental manipulations, so if his memory served him well, he still had another 45 points, and even if he remained without any merit points, he could always create a Ludo board and use it to get some more. You have unlocked Skyline 1/100. Your affinity with the Celestial Release is so great that it allows you to create hundreds of different objects using Celestial Release and control them with great ease. It also greatly reduces the costs of any Celestial Release jutsu, making them a very dangerous weapon in the right hands. It reduces cost of all Celestial Release by 150%, increases speed of learning Celestial Release jutsu by 125%. Smiling at the new power he had unlocked, Naruto closed the tab and resumed his work in the gamer shop until a very interesting perk caught his eye, just what he had needed to become even stronger than ever before and perhaps surprise Takagi in their next spar. Flash of the Flying Thunder God. Cost, 5 merit points plus 1. 000 Rio. The Flying Thunder God is a technique of those with great speed. The higher the speed one possesses, the higher the ability to learn and MSTR it. It reduces the cost to using Flying Thunder God and all its variants by 2% per every point in the speed stat beyond 120. It decreased time needed to MSTR or learn the Flying Thunder God jutsu or any of its variants by 1000%. Decrease the time needed to create new version of the Flying Thunder God by 500%. It heightens the reaction time and reflexes by 150%. By yes, no, with a SHT-eating grin, Naruto pressed the yes button and he felt the change in his mind needed for his heightened abilities reaction time and the innate ability to MSTR the Flying Thunder God form within him, and DMN it felt good, which made Naruto wonder if perhaps that was the way his father saw the world, in slow motion. Closing the gamer shop tab temporarily, Naruto created a shadow clone, which without any need of spoken words opened an empty dungeon dimension to train with their newly gained perk. Naruto then reassumed his browsing until he found an interesting bloodline that, while it wasn't very important for his evolution as a ninja, he thought that would quite good if he needed to fight Tailed Beast or their Jinchuriki, especially as he still had Tsunade's necklace. Would release, cost, 6 merit point plus 3. 000 Rio. The bloodline limit made legendary by Hashirama Senju but originating with Kaguya Otsutsuki. Its power allows absorbing chakra from opponents upon touching them. This bloodline is especially potent against Tailed Beast and demons, as it not only drains their chakra but also lulls them into a state of tranquility and temporarily paralyze. By yes, no, he bought it. After all, it would be cool that when he and Sasuke fought, because by now he had no doubt that he would fight him with all his might to test himself against him. The power of the Sharingan faced the power of the wood release and get its butt kicked to the moon and back. You have unlocked wood release 1/300. Afterwards he bought a dozen wood release jutsu, Bei rank, and 2 other celestial release jutsu before he had spent the entire 6 million ryo he won from completing his mission. He found himself forced to get more money by entering a dungeon dimension, but this time he simply turned off the EXP feature and made it so that he would only get money from the enemies he would defeat, according to their rank. Luckily the money feature wasn't affected by the fact that the immortality feature was on, so he would still get the entire pot, unlike with the EXP, which he gained only 10% of what he should have gained from defeating his opponents. Naruto mentally said, "Dungeon create, hybrid battlefield, LVL 11, and as he stepped forward the sky and landscape around him changed to reveal a large field filled with massive craters. The sky was an interesting shade of violet and it had 2 moons who were incredibly near to the planet, enough that they covered a part of the horizon. In the distance he could see different beings fighting one another. He didn't wait long for an opponent to present himself. The hybrid landed right before him, raising a cloud of smoke. Jumping back from the being that was still within the cloud of smoke, he whispered observe, and was rewarded by getting a title within the smoke. Craig LVL 104. Whispering pause and then bestiary, the world around him became gray as a tab opened before his eyes, with a list of all the races of monsters and beings he had ever encountered and found. Craig. Race, Craig. Average danger level, A rank. Description: hybrid of Naga and shark people. These beings possess superb reflexes and inhuman senses. They possess an inhuman control over water and lightning, plus they don't need water around them to survive like the shark people do. Smiling, Naruto took out silver light and pushed mana into it, causing it to change shape into the form of a silver katana. Naruto laughed out loud at the confirmation of his suspicions, as the weapon of a god, who were as a race shape-shifters of the highest caliber, so would their weapons be capable of shifting into different forms and size. The being that emerged from the smoke looked at Naruto with curiosity from his fish-like eyes. The Craig was a 2 meters tall humanoid being, covered in silvery gray scales, his back filled with bone protrusions that spread all over his back. Getting into a basic kenjutsu, Naruto made a come here gesture toward the Craig, who disappeared in a burst of speed toward Naruto but found himself with a slash across his torso courtesy of quick slash from Naruto. The Craig made a gesture with his arms, like he was throwing something, and the air vibrated for a second before a massive amount of water rushed out of nowhere, toward Naruto. Naruto took out his Flying Thunder God Senbons and activated his Flying Thunder God amusement park before disappearing in a yellow flash and reappearing behind the Craig's back, and with a wind-infused strike separated his head from his shoulders. He didn't have the time to see how much money he gained from his fight before a massive stream of fire was directed his way. With a few hand seals, the water the Craig had summoned was raised from the ground to protect him from the fire. The stream was stopped, but not before half of the water became hot steam. Using observe, he found himself against a human fire demon hybrid LVL 107. Blurring through hand seal, he used his newest jutsu, Celestial Release, Heavenly Cannon, which formed a cannon and fired a single cannonball made out of a mystical energy that exploded with a massive explosion similar to his Wind Release, Rashuriken. But this one didn't damage down to molecular level, but it did make all wounds caused from it impossible to heal unless you applied Celestial Release Chakra on it before. The demon hybrid avoided, but he fell for Naruto's trap as a shadow clone appeared in his back and applied a seal on the demon, which paralyzed him before Naruto used Would Release, Crushing Roots, to kill the demon, taking advantage to their natural vulnerability to the Would Release. Making a single hand seal, 200 shadow clones appeared in a cloud smoke and dispersed around the endless plain to fight new enemies. Soon the sounds of explosions, massive earth walls, towers of flames, water waves, flashes and crackling of thunder and invisible, thought incredibly more lethal, wind blades filled the field for as far as the eye could see. After a few minutes, the first memories of his shadow clones began trickling in, as the first of his mini armada fell. Beginning to get impatient, Naruto teleported to the nearest shadow clone. He could see thanks to his Rinnegan. As soon as he got there, he had to avoid getting cut in half by a wind blade almost as strong as one of his own. His observe revealed it to be facing a shadowling LVL. 110-inch. Smiling, Naruto formed a Rasengan and slammed it in the shadowling's gut, or at least he tried, as the shadowling melted in the shadows nearby. Deciding to give him no escape, Naruto nodded to the shadow clone near to him, who enhanced himself with the armor of the Preta path before sending his arm toward the shadowling, who had just re-emerged from the shadows, and like Naruto predicted, the shadowling melted back into the shadows, or he tried, as Naruto activated a seal that produced a massive blast of light that caused all shadows nearby the shadowling to disperse, and the shadowling itself was cut in half as he had been only half merged in the shadows. Suddenly the memories of over 20 clones filled Naruto's mind, and he paled at what those memories showed. The boss of this dungeon, a failed attempt of merging a Leviathan with an elemental salamander, a pseudo-hybrid of both races. As soon as he was within the range from which he could use his observe, he activated it with the intention to show the being's stats, as he needed to know if could actually fight the being or should he use his ID escape and get the hell out of the creature's path. Leviathan Fire Salamander Pseudo-Hybrid Class. Boss LVL, 110 HP, 65. 500 Chakra Points, 180. 000 MP, 400. 000 HP Regeneration, 1000 horsepower per second. Chakra Points Regeneration, 900 CP/section. MP Regen, 2000 MP/section. Energy, 400 Control, 400 Strength, 700 Speed, 123 Vitality, 500 Dexterity, 80 Intelligence, 105 Wisdom, 25 Luck. 50 Naruto sighed in relief at finding out that the being was nowhere near the true level of power of an average Leviathan. Those beings could go toe-to-toe with the Ten Tails and actually win, meaning that the being used for that kind of merger had most probably been a recently hatched Leviathan, that while dangerous, S-rank dangerous, was quite tame when compared to the fully grown Leviathan. The being could defeat him when it came to elemental manipulation, at least when it came to earth, water and fire. It had bigger reserves of chakra and mana. The pseudo-hybrids would be night immortal due to its high regeneration, but Naruto held the advantage in wisdom, meaning strategy, and his Rinnegan, which would allow him to use some really powerful techniques. Using his ability to absorb chakra through touch, Naruto started absorbing chakra through the use of his remaining shadow clones. The hybrid, which looked like a bag black and orange meat with a black tail, black deformed head and 4 scaled orange legs, stomped his tail in the ground, causing spikes of earth to fly toward the shadow clones, which flashed away from the enraged being. One of his clones decided to use its newest invention to neutralize the beast healing factor, Celestial Release, Rasengan, and he would have done just that if he hadn't flashed away using the Flying Thunder God and exploded just mid-teleportation, the only proof of such thing being a ripple, visible with the naked eye, in spacetime. A table notified Naruto as he got the clone's memories of what exactly went wrong. Celestial Release, Rasengan LVL. 3. The perfect weapon against immortals, as it stopped the regeneration of all beings that aren't deities or high-class devils or demons, regeneration, thus making killing them all the easier, though any ripple in spacetime will cause it to destabilize and explode. Snickering at the rookie mistake his clone made, by not reading the tab, he flashed nearby the hybrid boss, before he formed another Celestial Release, Rasengan, and slamming it against one of the hybrid's legs. Naruto dodged the tail of the hybrid boss, using his inhuman speed to blur away, before one of his clones used a Celestial Release, Heavenly Cannon, to blow the tail into smithereens. Enraged, the being breathed a massive column of white-hot fire toward Naruto and his clones. A dozen clones were dispelled by the fire while trying to flash away. Don't get it the wrong way, the Flying Thunder God amusement park was even better than the Minato Namikaze version in that it allowed one not to have to spread hundreds of kunai to cover an area, but it was also slower in the teleportation part, because the version the fourth used allowed for the teleportation to happen in half the time it took for the brain to receive an impulse from the eyes, which was even faster that it took to send an impulse to any of the body's extremities, but Naruto's version took a half a second to teleport, hundreds of times slower than the fourth's version, yet on equal speed as the second Hokage's version. The salamander leviathan hybrid soon found him entangled in a net of roots that emerged around it and began crushing it. The hybrid's physical strength was used in its fullest once it realized that none of the elements it controlled wouldn't even come close to harming the chakra-enhanced wood roots, and the roots began to give away, and within a few seconds they were destroyed through brute strength and the hybrid was free. While the hybrid boss was fighting to free himself of the wood roots, Naruto and one of his clones were forming a wind release, Rashuriken, and a celestial release, Rasengan, respectively, and in perfect sync they launched themselves against the hybrid. Once the hybrid was free of the roots, he found itself facing the combination attack of Naruto and his clone, which exploded into a massive dome made out of millions of molecule-sized wind blades enhanced by celestial release chakra, thus making sure that even if the hybrid survived, the being would still not be able to regenerate from his wounds. Luckily, once the dome died down, they saw no trace of the hybrid, and the tab, notifying them of the money they gained from defeating the boss, appeared. Naruto and his clones didn't have a chance to be happy about that, as from the underground, dozens of fire salamander leviathan pseudo-hybrid appeared and attacked the distracted clones with all their abilities and strength, and it was only through Naruto's quick use of ID escape that he survived the surprise attack, while his clones, not having the same luck, as they were all destroyed before they could react. Sitting into the ground cross-legged, Naruto opened his gamer shop and smiled as he saw that he and his clones had made 50 million Ryo by defeating about 30 beings, of which most were either A rank or borderline S ranks, with only the boss being definitively S rank. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL, 118 points to next level, 70,000/169. 000, age, 16, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 58. 3 kilograms, HP, 24. 630, plus 2,620, chakra points, 102. 250, plus 22, 500, MP, 220. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 136 horsepower per second, plus 14, Kurama's HP regen. 700 horsepower per second, chakra points regeneration, 3, 195 CP/section, plus 703 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen. CP/section. MP regen. 22. 000 energy, 201, plus 50, equals 251 control, 201, plus 50, equals 251 strength, 133 speed, 185, plus 40, equals 225 vitality, 181, plus 20, equals 201 dexterity, 150 intelligence, 221 wisdom, 253, plus 3, equals 256 luck, 120, plus 30, equals 150 special status, Uzumaki and Namake's heir, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps, and plus 10% to the stealth. Perfect control, your control is always equal to your energy due to the wood release chakra in your chakra coils. Stat points to allocate, 0 money, 52. 685, 680 Ryo. Naruto worked on his gamer shop for another hour before closing it and began mediating. After a couple of hours, something occurred to Naruto, to use his broken path while meditating, and began trying to achieve it, and it was only an hour later, and with his chakra reserves down to 15,000 CP, that he achieved that, and instantly he felt like his body was suddenly dissolved and what was left was being pulled from thousands of different directions, but it didn't hurt, it just felt weird. As suddenly as the pull came, it went, leaving him in a place that seemed like a vortex of colors and sounds. Naruto tried to touch the colors just ahead of him, and just before his head was flooded by images, he noted he did no longer have a body but was nothing more than pure chakra. As soon as his chakra arm reached forward, his mind with the images of a world where his father hadn't died the night of the attack of the Nine Tails and all the differences that had brought. In that world he hadn't been treated like a pariah due to his father showing his ruthless side when they tried to ostracize him, that had caused Naruto to actually laugh at the faces people made when his dad was pissed off, especially Danzo. The Uchiha clan was not massacred by Itachi as Minato had rearranged the police force so that included members of each clan, while most Uchiha were sent to serve into the borders of the Land of Fire, where skirmishes with the Kumogakure were becoming always more common and bloodier. The Uchiha and Hyuga became steadfast allies once the teams of combined members of the two clans were proven to one of the most powerful weapons, that and because Itachi Uchiha saved Hinata Hyuga from being kidnapped by the Kumogakure ambassador. When the Raikage asked for Itachi to be sent there so that he could be executed, in fact they were planning to use him to produce a new Uchiha clan in Kumogakure, Minato had calmly flashed in the Raikage's office and threatened to wage war upon them before disappearing in a flash. After that, Kumogakure stopped making demands on Itachi's head and created an alliance with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, who feared Minato enough to actually band together. The masked man, who Naruto learned was called Obito Uchiha, was captured by Minato one month after the assault and was subjected to Yamanka's ability to wipe memories away and become one of the most skilled ninja of Konoha, dubbed the Sharingan Ghost. After that, Minato reunited all the survivors of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, further adding the fear the other nations held off Konoha. Akatsuki, as Naruto knew it, was never formed as Minato had offered them refuge in Konoha and they accepted it. Nagato grew up to be the fifth most powerful ninja in Konoha, right behind Obito, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Minato, and one of Naruto's best friends. Konan created an entire division that used her special paper-based jutsu, which wasn't a bloodline but an incredibly complex area of ninjutsu. Amigakure was annexed into Konoha after. Hanzo was tricked, by the alliance of Kumo, Kiri and Iwa, into attacking Konoha, but Minato attacked Amigakure's army on his own and decimated it, killing Hanzo in the process and acquiring the Salamander contract, later given to Konan, while the rest of the Konoha's forces met the forces of the alliance near the southern border and decimated them in a battle that lasted 2 days. During the second day, Minato joined them, causing mass hysteria among the invading army, which allowed the Konoha forces to finally break the stalemate against the vastly superior numerical enemy forces. In that battle, Minato finished his work with the second Tsuchikage and the third Raikage. He had fought both and left them live, and also killed the third Mizukage, allowing for Yagura to ascend into power. Yagura left the alliance, declaring neutrality in the affairs of the other Big Five and asked for peace between Konoha and Kiri, which Minato granted. The remaining 2 villages signed a temporary ceasefire which lasted for a full 10 years. During Naruto's 13th birthday, the hostilities recommenced and Naruto was paired with Sasuke and Hinata in his team, their sensei being Obito Uchiha. Their team was Team 7, but behind closed doors it was called Team Prodigy, because Naruto had already learned the Flying Thunder God. Minato used, and while not as good as his father was incredibly good, his control over wind was in certain circles compared to Tobirama's control over water, and he was still 13. He had mastered the Rasengan and had created a variety of them, including here his own version of the Wind Release, Rashuriken, that was far more powerful and versatile than the Fourth's version. He had signed the Toad contract, knew over 30 different Winjutsu, and if you add to that his mastery over seals, which was on par with that of Jiraiya the Toad Sage, you got a scary ninja. Sasuke was also called Madara's reincarnation, as he was driven by his need to surpass his brother and ladder his rivalry with his best friend. Naruto Namake's Uzumaki had achieved a 3-tomo Sharingan by the age of 10. Had mastered 6 different fire jutsu before everybody realized he had lightning-natured chakra, and had focused on teaching him how to master that element under the tutelage of Kakashi Hatake, the legendary thunder god of Konoha. By his 13th birthday he had more chakra than most jounin and in almost perfect control. His mastery of over a dozen ninja weapon made him scary despite not having the strength of a grown-up ninja. Trying to surpass Itachi, they had discovered that Sasuke's Sharingan illusions could eventually achieve the level of power needed to control tailed beasts, but he still lacked the finesse that Itachi possessed. All in all, many people were sure that he would soon enough get promoted into the battlefield, and there were many bets on how many months it would take him to be promoted to Jounin. Hinata had been encouraged by Minato, to grow stronger so that she could protect her loved ones and herself. Initially she had been eclipsed by Niji's natural talent, but she had quickly closed the gap and had surpassed him by actually learning ninjutsu and later on even medical ninjutsu, which made her quite possibly the most powerful Hyuga of her generation, and there were rumors that she was a future S-ranker. If you combine these three young prodigies with the fourth most powerful ninja in Konoha, it was a sure deal that three of them would become S-ranks of the highest caliber. That was proven when, during the 3 years that the war lasted, they quickly evolved into the most powerful ninja alive, rivaled only by Minato Namikaze, especially after Sasuke awoke his Mangekyo and later evolved it into the EMS by exchanging his eyes with those of his brother, and Naruto finished mastering all the 5 elements to levels previously never seen and learned how to synchronize his chakra with that of Kurama, with whom he had become a great friend. As he was seeing those, Naruto forced himself to stop seeing that timeline, as he knew that for all his willpower he would lose himself to this alternative life, and he wouldn't want that. As his chakra hand moved away from the vortex of colors around him, he was bombarded with visions of possible futures from different possibilities of how he handled Orochimaru, though he never achieved to see what his plan was. One future that worried him was when he and Sasuke fought in a battle and the Sage of Six Paths gave them half of his power each, and after a long battle they became friends once more and returned to Konoha. The other nations were ready to declare war on Konoha, fearing the power it held because of Naruto and Sasuke. With the help of Takagi and his gift of the Emperor, Naruto exiled himself and Sasuke to another world, so as to avoid the war, but that didn't satisfy the other nations that still declared war on Konoha. The war was terrible, and it ended when Orochimaru killed an injured Jiraiya and declared himself ruler of the entire continent and the surviving ninja, barely 2,000 out of hundreds of thousand ninja that had been alive before. This caused something within Naruto to break, as the visions of this war still swam in his head. The deaths, the cruelty and the destructions were simply unimaginable, and people, though that the tailed beasts were evil, if they saw that, they would definitively change opinion on that. A powerful presence, thousands of times stronger than his, entered the vortex of swirling colors and sounds. Turning around, he saw the same, a red-haired man, holding a staff in his hands, his chakra body being the exact copy of his physical body, unlike Naruto's own, which was a blob of chakra that vaguely resembled a human. He immediately recognized him as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, his ancestor and Takagi's student, but most people knew him as the legendary Sage of Six Paths. "What you think now that you have seen this?" asked Hagoromo as he came to stand right before Naruto. "I must change that, at any cost, even if that is my own life," said Naruto after thinking for a few seconds. "That can never come to pass. You are truly an Otsutsuki," said the sage, laughing. "Of course I am, though I have taken to the more sane side of the family," replied Naruto. "You speak of my mother," said the sage, immediately becoming serious again. "She was not always like that. Power-hungry. Yes, but her radical behavior was a side effect of the chakra fruit. I was under the impression she was, insane since the beginning," said Naruto. "No, she was tired of the fighting of the other humans around her, and she hated not having the power our family had held during the past ages, so she ate the chakra fruit, gaining a sliver of the primordial being imprisoned in the tree, but also a part of the primordial's mind infected hers, causing her to become what she became," explained Hagoromo. "For all the good it did, the primordial still escaped," said Naruto. "No, he didn't," said Hagoromo to a clearly surprised Naruto. "How?" asked Naruto. "The 10 tails is still out there. I have a piece of it sealed within me." "No, a sliver escaped from the tree, a piece holding pure chakra, though there is still enough chakra left in the tree," answered Hagoromo. "Did you really think that a prison built by an emperor can be so easily broken? Well, yes. The 10 tails escaped, and that never happened with the other persons that the emperors rewarded with the fruit of the Shinjuku," said Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. "That happened because the emperors protected their minds from the primordial's influence through their arcane blessings, while my mother wasn't protected from that. Now don't get me wrong, the Shinju was never an evil entity or a good one, but due to its uncaring nature when it came to human beings, the emperors were forced to imprison it into its tree form," explained Hagoromo. "So why did it corrupt Kaguya, if he was so neutral?" asked Naruto. "For the same reason you would, to free himself, though he underestimated the emperor's prison and lost a sliver of his power. A small sliver, even less than 1,000th of his original power, but he still lost a part of his power, answered Hagoromo. Though the tree turned into the 10 tails, said Naruto confused, referring to the part where he said there was still chakra left in the tree, having been reminded of that when Hagoromo said that the primordial lost only a small portion of his power. No, the trunk and branches did, but the root remained and are now teleported to the palace of the emperors where no one but you can enter, answered Hagoromo. Oh, I get it, said Naruto. Hey, if you were as good as Takagi said, why didn't you inherit the gift of the emperor? That was because of the chakra of the primordial within me was of divine nature, and that is the exact contrary of the power of the gift of the emperor, which is 100% of pure human origin, and due to the conflict the gift never awoke within me, explained Hagoromo. That sucks, said Naruto. Perhaps, but you can never miss what you never had, said Hagoromo. Are you so uptight all the time? Asked Naruto. If you think I'm uptight you should see my brother, said Hagoromo laughing. So, I suppose you ascended in your deathbed? Asked Naruto. Yes, you know I only unlocked the broken path in my deathbed while I had unlocked many other paths before then, while you unlocked it first, replied Hagoromo. How many paths did you unlock? Asked Naruto surprised. With the broken path, I unlocked 6 paths, giving me a total of 13 paths by the time my body failed me, answered Hagoromo. Any chance you could help me with my paths? Asked Naruto. No, you must unlock those yourself, or you simply don't. In fact, the paths you can unlock might have nothing to do with the paths I unlocked, and the broken path might have just been a coincidence, replied Hagoromo. Well, it was worth a shot, said Naruto, shrugging before something hit him. Holy ramen, 13 paths, and you still needed your brother's help to seal your mother and the 10 tails away. Seal it away, not defeat it, but seal it. I'll tell you something, but don't tell anyone of this, said the sage in a conspiratory tone. I could have defeated my mother. She was all about raw power and no skill, but even if it came to raw power I could go toe-to-toe with her and win. Then why did you need your brother's help to seal her away? Why not just defeat her? Asked Hagoromo. Because the only way to defeat her would be for me to either kill her or to absorb her body and powers into me, thus still resulting in her death, replied the sage, anger leaking from his voice. Though Naruto knew he wouldn't harm him, would you be capable of killing your mother? No, answered Naruto, embarrassed. Sorry for my outburst, it seems that even though I have ascended I still remain a human being, said Hagoromo, rubbing the back of his head, much like Naruto had before. It was my fault. Still, it doesn't make sense. The power you gave me and Sasuke in the other timeline was way below what you should have had with 13 paths, said Naruto. That is because I lied. I didn't give you half of my power, but just the power that my sons had in their prime with a portion of my own. Enough power to allow you to defeat my mother if she was ever freed, but not enough to kill her, explained Hagoromo. Cunning, and here I thought you never lied or deceived, said Naruto. Of course, most people have forgotten, but I fought a war against the demons that in those days run rampart in the worlds. After sealing my mother away, that was the origin of Ninshu, said Hagoromo. Ninshu wasn't made to be used as a weapon of war, said Naruto, confused. No, me and my brother created it as a way to allow for understanding between people, but if needed be it could be used as a way to defend against beings of greater power, but since people didn't have the patience to finish the training it took to master Ninshu, they took only pieces and warped them into the lesser form that you know as the ninja arts, replied Hagoromo. You know, the basis of chakra-enhanced taijutsu Tsunade uses was derived from the warm-up exercises I did every morning. You leveled mountains every morning? Asked Naruto, awed. Of course not. My chakra control was even greater than your own so-called perfect chakra control, so I could easily control my power to keep it from leveling mountains, answered Hagoromo. How did you have that kind of control? Asked Naruto. Well, a lot of chakra control exercises, of which you today used only what Ninshu used for children who had minuscule reserves, by the way, and a perfect control over my Preta path, but in gamer terms Takagi said that I always had 20 more points in control that in energy, replied Hagoromo. Damn it, I seriously need to open that Ninshu practitioner and get some techniques from that, said Naruto. So I doubt you came here for a friendly chat? No, I only came here to see which path would you chose, savior or destroyer, answered Hagoromo. Only that? Asked Naruto with a risen eyebrow. That, and I wanted to see why you came here, replied Hagoromo. That was because I was trying to see what would happen if I mediated while activating the broken path, while to see what path I chose you have to wait and see, said Naruto. Fair enough, though you would get the power I have reserved for you only when you will fight your greatest battle with Sasuke or in case that my mother gets free somehow, said Hagoromo. I suppose it's only fair with my advantages. I won't need your power except for those kinds of emergency, said Naruto before deactivated his broken path. The feeling of returning to his body was far from uncomfortable like the experience of leaving it. In fact, it actually tickled. As soon as he was back in his body, he saw his chakra bar drop continuously until he was left with only 10 CP. He had never been so close to chakra exhaustion and never had his chakra been depleted so quickly, so he was left breathing very strong in the ground as his meter filled itself back up, his limbs shaking from the sudden and massive depletion of his chakra pool. A smile slowly spread across his face as he figured there was a third path, one that not even Takagi and Orochimaru could foresee no matter how smart they were. Unnamed location in a mountain range in the land of water inside the cavern. Time and space were distorted as a masked man stepped out of the vortex created by space and times being bent like strings to the will of a man. Toby was furious. The Nine Tails had escaped his grasp once more, but that wasn't really a problem once the plan would come together. He would show up, if not then there were dozens of other backup plans that he could set in motion. What really worried him was the fact that the Snake Sannin had shown up and chased away Kakazu and Haiden. Not that he could blame them, there were only 3 people in the entire organization that could defeat or even hope to achieve a stalemate with the crafty snake. As he sat on a nearby chair, he felt as if he was being watched, and turned around to see a pair of yellow eyes watching him from the shadows. In a blur, Toby had drawn his kunai and held in it in a reverse grip, slipping into a fighting stance, his Sharingan analyzing every movement of the Snake Sannin. Chuckling, Orochimaru stepped out of the shadows and sat on one of the chairs in the room, no longer wearing his white robes, having replaced them with a full ANBU armor, clearly expecting a fight to happen. Ku, that's very rude of you to give me such a cold welcome, chuckled Orochimaru, clearly not disturbed to have a kunai pointed at him. Well, if you don't like it, I can warm it up a bit, replied Toby. Don't be impertinent, boy. You may have your flashy jutsu, but I can still defeat you, said Orochimaru matter-of-factly. Well, I don't blame you for thinking that, chuckled Toby. Why is that? Asked Orochimaru, raising one of his eyebrows. Because I am Madara Uchiha, the strongest of all Uchihas to have ever lived, said Toby, sitting in the chair across that. Oh, Orochimaru, there has been only one who was my equal and is long gone. Fool, he totally outclassed you in every field. If you are who you really say you are, of course, said Orochimaru softly. You didn't come here to mock me. What do you want from me? Asked Toby. You will tell me what you truly want with all the tailed beasts, and then perhaps I'll let you go, answered Orochimaru. As arrogant as ever, Orochimaru, answered Toby with a chuckle. It's not arrogance if can back it up, kid, said Orochimaru in a neutral tone. You are skilled, but I'm one of the 3 people alive to be capable of defeating you, stated Toby. You are wrong, there are 4, replied calmly Orochimaru. Yes, I forgot Jiraiya. It's kind of easy to do so with the way he acts, chuckled Toby. You're only partially correct, said Orochimaru. The 4th is Naruto. Doesn't have the skill yet, but he has the needed power, said Orochimaru, but most important, you never were capable of defeating me. Toby's eyes widened as Orochimaru rose with a speed equaling that of thunder, while at the time slashing at Toby with Kusanagi, and he was forced to resort to activating Kamui, surviving the surprise assault. Toby didn't waste a moment before gaining some distance and unleashing a fire release, Howling Fong, which filled the cavern with a cone of fire in the shape of a gigantic fong. Orochimaru was enveloped in the cone of fire only to burst in a cloud of smoke, the real one emerging behind Toby's back in his favorite taijutsu move, the BLD Riper. A punch combined with his snake summons that easily shredded the area that he hit, leaving a bloody mess behind. Toby countered by bathing his hands in flames before parrying Orochimaru's punch and retaliated with one of his own, sending Orochimaru flying, or would have had Orochimaru substituted with a pebble. Using the temporary respite, Orochimaru flew through hand seals, unleashing water release, Hydro Crusher, and the cave was flooded by a massive wave of water which was stopped by one of Iwa's greatest techniques, Earth Release, Guard Shell. It was only fitting that the jutsu of one Kage to stop the jutsu of another. Orochimaru jumped to the side, avoiding dozens of kunai wrapped in explosive tags, high-grade ones. Their detonation caused the cavern to explode, though Orochimaru got away with just some scrapes, but as soon as he got to the surface he was assaulted by a jutsu he thought was long lost, fire release. Volcano spark, a jutsu that stimulated the heat of the heart of a volcano, the creation of Madara Uchiha himself. His entire body should have been incinerated, but he did something most ninja never thought about to do. He fought fire with fire, literally, and while Toby used techniques from Madara Uchiha's own arsenal, he knew somebody who was just better when it came to fire, and thus he used fire release, blazing circulation, which saved him from becoming ashes in the wind, but still he was not Hiruzen, so he suffered from minor burns all over his body. The smell of roasted snake, there's nothing quite like it, the voice of Toby rang from the smoke his fire jutsu had caused, though I like them well cooked. Tough luck, kid, said Orochimaru. I told you I'm not a kid, replied Toby, in an irritated tone as he appeared behind Orochimaru and with a kick sent him flying. Because you're a kid to me, Obito, said Orochimaru, punching Obito in the st. While he was distracted from the revelation. I admit your BLD was a bit strong to find, but once I had it, I compared it to Konoha's records. Why are you revealing this to me? Asked Obito. I know you reveal nothing without a cause. I needed to buy time, replied Orochimaru as he said lightning release. Electro-turbine pulse, a massive stream of electricity headed toward Obito, who launched his own counter-wood. Release, green barrier blossom, which should have had in theory stopped even a tailed beast ball, but the electricity simply went through the vines and electrocuted him. Jumping back as Orochimaru sent dozens of kunai towards him, he decided to stop holding back and flew through hand seals launching would release. Imprisoning decree, a jutsu that simply could not be avoided as it tore through the landscape to capture the slithering Orochimaru, but in the end he won as the massive trees got him and began to drain his chakra, only for Orochimaru to become a pile of mud. Sorry to disappoint you, but this ends here, said Orochimaru, emerging a few hundred meters away from Obito. Wind release. True Flight of the Sovereign was labeled a kinjutsu for a reason, that being the sheer amount of destruction it caused would obliterate foe and friends alike. Thus Suna forbade its use, but Orochimaru was never a team player and used it for the first time since the Third Shinobi World War, when one use of it on a crucial battle for Suna, at the cost of over 50 ninja. Like with the imprisoning decree, there was no way you could escape the massive increase of air pressure as it bared upon you, turning one into nothing more than fine powder. Not even a trace you even existed in the first place, but then again Obito was a true master of time-space manipulation, so he totally ignored what was possible or not and just avoided it, but that didn't mean he got away unscathed as the pressure still hit, but luckily it was a glancing hit or he would be missing half his body. That was power of a true S-rank jutsu after all. Becoming intangible again, he sped outside of the massive crater, large enough to fit a medium-sized village, and hit Orochimaru with a chakra-enhanced fist, or he tried to as his body shut down and he fell to the ground paralyzed, his body not responding to his commands. Orochimaru slashed with Kusanagi and on instinct he tried to activate Kamui, only to be rewarded by BLD spurting out of his mouth and his eyes returning to normal, as even his chakra refused to obey him. I told you to just give me the information, said Orochimaru, kneeling next to the immobile body of Obito. No, I will not, said Obito weakly, barely mustering the strength to speak. Foolish, child, I have planned for every possibility, and while you are certainly strong to track, my attack on the Uzumaki would cause you to run back here to check on the three tails, said Orochimaru. Did you think I didn't plan for this possibility? I will not break under torture. Madara made sure of that, replied Obito. It figures that only another SS rank could teach how to fight Minato, mused Orochimaru, though I don't really need you to speak. Once your body becomes mine, so will your skills, and what's more important, your entire knowledge and memories. Your technique can't do that, said Obito, frightened at the prospect that what Orochimaru was saying was true. Kid, I was just given my genius title. I earned it by inventing over 100 of jutsu and improving twice as many, boasted Orochimaru. The only reason you didn't become my new host immediately was that I had to perfect this technique. You know that it will boil down to sheer willpower and that I have in spades, said Obito, more trying to reassure himself than intimidate the Sannin. Well, try fighting Hanzo with nothing more than 2 years of experience as a ninja and then come and tell me that you can defeat me in a battle of wills, replied Orochimaru. We both know you weren't 13 when you fought Hanzo and you were far from genin, said Obito. It served its purpose. It raised morale to know that there were 3 near S-rank ninja in their middle, shrugged Orochimaru, and while we weren't 13 we were around the same age young Naruto is and we fought to raise through the ranks you know. Not giving Obito the time to answer, he flashed through 30 hands seal and his body was lit up in violet flame. His old vessel flesh burned as all of Orochimaru's chakra and soul was transferred to Obito's unmoving body, cracking his mask in the process. Once his soul and chakra was inside Obito's body, he took the form of a titanic 8-headed snake and clashed with the massive humanoid being, a Susanoo, battling for dominion inside a mindscape. If that had happened in the outside world, an entire country would have already fallen as Obito's Susanoo kept firing any jutsu he knew at the snake, which just became smaller snakes and then reassumed its titanic form. In the end, no matter how formidable Obito was, he wasn't a match for Orochimaru, for while he wasn't the most powerful of his teammates, Jiraiya held that position, he was by far the most intelligent, and in the end a battle in Mindscape was just a battle of willpower and intellect, one that he couldn't lose, not against somebody that had as little experience as Obito. As soon as Obito's soul was taken care of, he squashed the conscience of the white Zetsu clone wrapped around his vessel, leaving nothing more than an empty vessel that could only follow orders. The downside was that it would make controlling would release harder, but he had always liked a challenge. As he finished processing all of Obito's memories, his brows rose before starting to chuckle at the plan the legendary Madara Uchiha had made. Pretty simple. So simple he hadn't even considered the possibility it was the right one. Well, he had apparently overestimated the man and his puppet. 1 year until we met again, Naruto, and this time I won't hold back, said Obito/Orochimaru as he and his former body disappeared in a vortex. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL, 118 points to next level, 70, 000/169, 000, age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 24. 630, plus 2,620, chakra points, 102. 250, plus 22, 500, MP, 220. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 136 horsepower per second, plus 14, Kurama's HP regen. 700 horsepower per second chakra points regeneration, 3. 195 CP/section, plus 703 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen. CP/section. MP regen. 22. 000 energy, 201, plus 50, equals 251 control, 201, plus 50, equals 251 strength, 133 speed, 185, plus 40, equals 225 vitality, 181, plus 20, equals 201 dexterity, 150 intelligence, 221 wisdom, 253, plus 3, equals 256 luck, 120, plus 30, equals 150 special status, Uzumaki and Namake's heir, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation, Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps, and plus 10% to the stealth. Perfect control, your control is always equal to your energy due to the wood release chakra in your chakra coils. Stat points to allocate, 0 money, 2, 665. 283 Rio, a simple flicker of mana. Normally he wouldn't have had noticed it, but with his sensor abilities unlocked, he could, and there was the chakra, belonging to one Kakashi Hatake, his white chakra bloodline serving as a beacon, even thought neglected and barely harnessed as it was. Takagi, well, he couldn't feel him. He had had millennia to master concealment techniques and he just loved to test his awareness, but since he would be needed to guide Kakashi through the part of Uzushio Kagure where they resided, the sealing array protecting it had been enough to make Jiraiya leave. It made him predictable, so replacing himself with a shadow clone. Naruto retreated in the shadows of the ruins waiting for Takagi to give him reminders to be careful. He wasn't disappointed as Takagi moved too fast for even his new reflexes to sense him before he hit the shadow clone with a soft hit, which caused it to disappear in a cloud of smoke. Using the momentary distraction, Naruto flew at Takagi with all his speed and almost succeeded in hitting him, but the old man was just too fast even with most of his capacities sealed away in order not to blow up the entire island with every time he decided to stretch a bit. Kakashi decided that it would be the proper time to say hello, much to Naruto's embarrassment as he was currently face down in the dirt as Takagi with one hand, as he looking at the nails of his other hand, whistling as if he wasn't holding down someone with the strength to bend metal with little to no problem. "Yo, what's up?" said Kakashi with an eye smile. "You know, training, saving damsels in distress, eating dirt courtesy of old man's the usual," replied Naruto, being released from Takagi's hold. "Bah, you don't think first, you act," said Takagi sitting a stone chair, that he had just summoned with a though. "Show off," muttered Naruto before turning to Kakashi. "How have you been doing, sensei?" "Pretty good actually," replied Kakashi. "If we don't consider the complaints of my clan for letting you leave the village in the first place, I didn't think that anyone cared about me," said Naruto, "except for a few persons. No. The ninja population holds you in great regard, but some of the smaller clans want you out of the picture so one of theirs can become the next Jinchuriki and even get their hands on the political power of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans," said Kakashi offhandedly as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "You know, the usual ninja political stuff." "Bah, I really hate politics," pouted Naruto. "They are so boring and troublesome, you know. For a moment you reminded me of Shikamaru," said Kakashi with a chuckle. "So did you really mean that you can make me see sensei again?" "Of course I can, and I never go back on my word," said Naruto, pulling out a small silver disc and rolling it into the ground. From the disc a shimmering silver portal opened, and from it Kakashi could sense the chakra of his sensei and his wife. Without warning, dozens of chakra chains shot out of the portal and bound Kakashi before any of them could react, while an aura of absolute doom came from the portal. A second later Kakashi was dragged inside the portal with a girly scream. Naruto, with a shrug, sat down cross-legged. "Aren't you going inside?" asked Takagi, raising an eyebrow. "No way in hell, Mom's pissed and I appreciate being able to start my own family someday," said Naruto, shaking his head vigorously. "And I was thinking you were going to give them some privacy," said Takagi, face palming. "Yeah, that too," replied Naruto before turning to face Takagi. "So did you get it?" "Yeah, though Kusagakure might have found itself one prison short," said Takagi, rubbing the back of his head. "You went overboard again," said Naruto, sweat dropping. "It's not my fault, the warden had the bright idea to open it," answered Takagi. "Wouldn't that require a whole lot of chakra so that only one blessed by the gods could open it and gain his longing?" asked Naruto, interested in the turn of events. "Normally, but the idiot preferred to use a kenjutsu that killed all the prisoners by chakra exhaustion and opened the box," explained Takagi. "The creature of the box even forced me to go to level 2 of my normal power." "Please tell me I don't have to buy new maps?" asked Naruto, rubbing his temples. "No, I was extra careful," answered Takagi with a bright smile. "Sometimes I swear you're the kid and not me," said Naruto. "So you accept being a kid?" asked Takagi, a tad bit too innocently. "You're impossible," said Naruto, pausing a bit before adding, "I meet your last student." "Which one? I had 2 last time," asked Takagi. "Hagoromo," replied Naruto. With Kakashi, Minato and Kushina, Kakashi slammed into the ground, held down by dozens of chakra chains, while he felt as if death was looming over him. That suspicion was confirmed when he looked up and saw that it wasn't just Kushina that was glaring daggers at him, but it was also Minato, though he was frankly scarier due to cold eyes and perfectly calm mask. Last time he had seen his sensei with that look, well, let's just say that the poor chap wished he was dead for 3 days in a row before finally dying from a very Rasengan to the guts, its effect made incurable and slowed down to last for 3 full days. After having been introduced to what would become the standard Konoha torture manual, and Minato had been in a good mood that day because Kushina had said yes to his marriage proposal. Gulping, Kakashi stood up, albeit his limbs were still held by chakra chains to prevent any possible escape attempt. Kushina came near him and gave him one of her world-famous haymakers. The only thing keeping him attached him to the ground were her chains. He didn't react not even to her next punch, though he did wince at seeing his sensei write something on a scroll. "Why?" came the cold voice of Minato, causing shivers to run down his spine. "Because he is a DMN coward and betrayer," said Kushina, punching him again. "Honey, stop punching him while I am asking questions," said Minato in a tone that clearly conveyed the fact that he was planning something far worse. "Answer, I was a kid myself, and even you two got to accept I am not exactly a role model," said Kakashi, spitting BL'd. "Not that. I already knew that and told Hiruzen-sama to not give Naruto to you under no circumstances unless he and his entire clan died," said Minato, not lifting his eyes from his scroll. "I am asking why you ignored him in favor of the Uchiha." "You did what?" exclaimed both Kushina and Kakashi. "I did what was best based on my predictions," said Minato, giving them both a raised eyebrow. "I doubt you'd want a broken and perverted Naruto that killed his first man by his 6th birthday. "No, I don't," replied Kushina. "You still have to answer my question," said Minato, returning to work on his scroll. "I did it because Naruto could have been killed and with him my whole clan," said Kakashi. "Who could do such a thing?" asked Kushina, taken aback. "Tokara," replied Kakashi. Replied Minato, looking up from his scroll. "Who the hell is Tokara?" asked Kushina, worried at the reaction of her husband. "One of Konoha's darkest secret, an S-ranker created from a special training program designed by Danzo and Hiruzen working together," said Minato. "It was supposed to create the perfect ninjas, both powerful and mentally sane, only it didn't go exactly as planned, as 2 of the 50 test subjects, who had achieved S-rank, turned on the others and slaughtered them easily along with the people working on the facility." Continued Kakashi, "I thought you killed them, sensei, so imagine my surprise when I find Tokara in my living room and threatens to kill me, my clan and Naruto if I so much as teach him a single ninjutsu until they give me green light. Who are they to think they can touch my son?" asked Kushina, her chakra flaring wildly. "From what I gathered, they call themselves Judgment, and are an international organization that intend to shape the human race to their image through wars instigated by them," explained Kakashi. "I know of only one other member, Ebisu." "That's worse than I thought," said Minato, getting up and starting to pace around nervously. "You knew about them, didn't you?" asked Kushina. "Yes, and was planning to deal with them, but I died before doing that, though I believed that Orochimaru should have already dealt with them by now," replied Minato. "Orochimaru?" asked Kakashi. "Yes, he was my man inside Judgment. You wouldn't believe of what we had to do to get him inside it," said Minato. "We learned that the organization has 8 leaders, each of them supposedly on the same level as I was before dying. That's, Kakashi stammered, incapable of finding the right words for it. "Yeah, like Orochimaru could defeat you, Databeo," said Kushina. "I never said defeat them," answered Minato with a smirk. "I said dealt with them, meaning destroy their infrastructure, kill their agents, or even poison or infect their leaders with biological weapons. He was quite skilled at them after all." "So what now?" asked Kakashi, stupefied from the revelation of the organization's scope. "Now, Naruto is our only hope," said Minato. "We have to hope his gamer abilities will give him enough power and fast enough to deal with them. He might not even have time to get the full perks of being the emperor." "You shitting me, right? You mean those old tales of the age of the second moon are true?" asked Kakashi. "The second moon?" asked Kushina, confused. "Yes, the moon of the Sage of Six Paths is supposed to be the 3rd moon, and yet they're not stories, and Naruto is next in line for the title of emperor, and with it, all its powers and perks," answered Minato. "May the powers that be have mercy on us," said Kakashi, all color drained from his face, visible face that is. "My thoughts exactly," said Minato, laughing alongside Kushina at Kakashi's horror-stricken face. "Now to lighter topics," said Kushina with a grin that made Kakashi gulp in fear. "Did you finally settle down?" "No," replied Kakashi in an emotionless voice. "Which means he is married and has probably a few brats running around," said Minato, chuckling at the face Kakashi made at this revelation. "Aw, my little cute Kakakuin is a father," said Kushina while pulling at Kakashi's masked cheeks, having moved right in front of him faster than even Minato's flying thunder god. "Sensei, you'll pay for this," screamed Kakashi in exasperation. "Nah, I'm dead already and this is just too good," said Minato, taking a few pictures with a camera that appeared out of nowhere. "Kushina, honey, let him breathe," said Minato, prying his wife from Kakashi, who immediately began crawling away, breathing strong and rubbing his throat. It's not my fault he is such a wimp, said Kushina pouting. Am not, said Kakashi. Yeah, let's go with that, said Minato, placing himself between the two steaming infant-heir adults. So who is the lucky lady? You wouldn't know her since she is a civilian. As for the other mothers of my children, they are kunoichi and you would probably remember them, but that would be useless since Takeda takes care of them all, explained Kakashi, his disdain at the village's practices regarding the progeny of their elite dripping from his voice. Well, that's better than most, said Minato. That's barbaric, said Kushina. Your clan followed such a practice too, and you're one of such children, pointed Minato, earning himself a haymaker. You're telling me you approve of such practices, practically yelled Kushina. Yes, it is a part of our way of life and one that has saved many clans from extinction, said Minato, rubbing his jaws. The Senju avoided them for one generation and the only ones having Senju BLD are integrated in other lesser clans. It can also be that Senju were one for unity and merged with other clans because of that, pointed out Kakashi. Have you ever read causality reports of the Second and Third War? No. Well, I did, and let me tell you, the Senju numbers were ridiculously low when compared to the Uchiha that followed such practices, said Minato. So, you'd approve them for our own son, said Kushina. Yes, if you want any grandsons, that is, replied Minato. With his powers comes low FRTLTY, and he would be very lucky if he had more than one child, even with a hypothetical HRM. But we are getting off topic here. So how many? 2 with Takeda and another 4 with the other kunoichi, answered Kakashi, pride filling his voice. The oldest is 7, you'd love him, he is a mini-me, but he has got his mother's brown hair instead and isn't a sociopath. Well, that would be Peachy, a Kakashi without a mask, and that isn't always thinking about killing and maiming, said Kushina with stars in her eyes. Sorry to disappoint you, but he too wears a mask, said Kakashi, smirking inside his mask. You're no fun, accused Kushina with a pout while Minato was laughing. Back with Naruto and Takagi. So spill the beans, said Naruto, practically bouncing on his feet. Okay, so the ultimate cheat is dungeon create, said Takagi. Yeah, I get it grants powers and such other stuff pretty easily, but it's far from the ultimate cheat, said Naruto, confused at Takagi's words. Yes, normally you'd be right, but the ID create has a small glitch, I guess, said Takagi. When the 6th Emperor created this current version of the gamer power, he wanted more versatility in its dungeon ability. And what is the glitch here? Asked Naruto. Simple really, it allows you to do what you did on the first time you created an ID, but you probably don't remember it, as the simple aura of power of the beings must have been enough to cause your mind to repress such a memory, said Takagi, before adding while chuckling. For a moment there, though you discovered within minutes the secret that took the last emperor 8 years to figure out. Alas, it was just a child's curiosity and need for flashy jutsu taking over. Well, flashy jutsu are kinda cool, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Yes, they are, but now back to me keeping my promise, said Takagi, laughing at Naruto's answer. Now all you had to do is open ID for the thing you want to get, though you'll not get any EXP from the defeated monsters. Still, the advantages are way too good, especially as it will allow you to grind through skills with great ease. I still don't get it, said Naruto, confused by Takagi's explanation. Figures, said Takagi, grabbing Naruto and saying, ID create Energy Regeneration Hunting Ground LVLT 12. With those words the world blurred away as the Takagi's dungeon enveloped him, to transporting him into the middle of a gigantic canyon that stretched for as far as the eye could see. Inside the dungeon it was nighttime and the sky was filled by hundreds of thousands of twinkling stars and 1 or 2 nebulas, but the most impressive thing was the proximity of the moon. In fact, it was so close that it occupied a nice portion of the sky and bathed the gigantic canyon in a sapphire light that made the place look like your ideal place to build a house and raise your children. Such an appealing veil to cover for the death that lurked within its shadows. The dungeon didn't disappoint as a whitish blur jumped toward Naruto, but instead found itself getting an up-close view of a spiraling ring. The blur managed to swerve in the last moment, although how it managed to do so while mid-air and traveling faster than sound was something that baffled Naruto. Skidding to a stop, the creature was revealed to be a mix of a bat and a leopard standing on 2 legs while the being's front legs were attached to its lathery wings. Screeching, the creature tried to attack but found itself blitzed by Naruto, who used his full speed to slam his spiraling ring into the being's ugly face, turning it into nothing more than red mist, saving the dungeon the trouble to transform its body into nothing more than particles. He didn't have much time to rest and ponder about the meaning of the numbers that rose from the spot where moments ago the Bat Leopard mix was standing, plus 1120 CP/section, plus 2488 MP/section. The next monster was a silver falcon, only that this falcon had completely red eyes and was at least 2 times longer than Naruto was tall. Jumping back, he avoided the falcon's dive and retaliated with Wind Release, Blast Decree, a massive and immensely fast wind blade supercharged by his massive chakra reserves and natural affinity for wind, which slammed into the falcon with enough force to tear a mountain in two but only succeeded in wounding the falcon as it avoided it in the last second faster than even Naruto using his max speed. With a swish of its tail it launched a funnel of air very similar to Suna's Wind Release. Tail Smashing Tap, an A-rank mid-range wind ninjutsu capable of crushing a man through a single glancing hit. Dodging the wind funnel, he was met with the gleaming talons of the falcon that would have torn him in two if it wasn't for an instinctive Rasengan forming in his hands and tearing in the talon of the falcon. With a heave of its previously wounded wings, the falcon took the skies and just in time as the ground beneath Naruto opened up and he was swallowed whole by a titanic beast with 8 legs and a cylindrical head the same size as Tower. Naruto was officially pissed as the monster's jaws were snapping shut and his Rinnegan awoke, and with an effort of will he directed his chakra into a lance of pure destruction fueled by his chakra and emotions. The monster's head exploded as a beam of light tore through its head and hit the soaring falcon in the sky, turning it into a blazing fireball as it fell from the sky. Rinnegan shining ominously, Naruto jumped from the already dissolving body of the monster as the numbers rose again from the ground, plus 1190 CP/section, plus 2644 MP/SC, and plus 1180 CP/section. Plus 2622 MP/section. Checking his stats quickly, Naruto finally understood what was happening but had to dodge as 2 dog-like beings came toward him, but the smell of brimstone and the flames curling from their mouths gave away what they truly were: hellhounds, vicious little buggers born before even the first. Demons, and so inherently evil that demons took notes from them to perfect their evil act, not to mention being insanely powerful. Slowly 4 more joined, breathing fire from their mouths, and their growls notified Naruto that they were enjoying his panic and that was going to end as soon as he made a move. Regaining his wits from the primordial presence of the hellhounds, Naruto gathered his chakra to do something that was until that moment purely theoretical, but right now it was that or risk dying, and although he wouldn't actually die, it would hurt like a beach and take 2 full days to return if his calculations were correct. The hellhounds sensed that and jumped him before the chakra was fully molded. Naruto's body lit up in pain as 6 pairs of fangs sank into his flesh, both tearing and burning it with their own special fire, but due to his very high vitality stats his flesh was insanely strong and resistant, and living with a constant stream of toxic chakra within you made one pretty much immune to toxic energies, so Naruto simply ignored the pain and activated his Naraka path. With a rumble, the head of the king of the underworld appeared and his face twisted into something akin to anger, but one couldn't be sure when dealing with such primordial beings. "You!" roared the head of the king of the underworld, causing the hellhounds to whimper and try to flee, but a massive aureole of primordial power and rage quickly swallowed the fleeing hellhounds. "That's what you get when you try to kill the king of the underworld," chuckled Naruto at the reaction of the king of the underworld and his satisfied look as he re-entered the ground and back into his dimension. His laughter didn't last for long as he saw a floating monster standing above him, the monster resembling a human with 6 firefly-like wings, but it had no mouth, nose, or ears. Naruto watched in slow motion as the monster's eyes opened to reveal a mouth filled entirely with teeth, and from it a pinkish-violet beam came for him, and he could do nothing but watch as his chakra had been literally burnt away from the hellhound's fiery bite while his body was not even capable of moving, let alone dodging it. In the last moment, however, a massive golden dome that had a symbol resembling a hand with an eye in its center, a hamsa, he recognized a symbol of the old world, that immediately absorbed the attack without even flickering once despite its obvious S-rank class. Naruto whistled, impressed at the display of power. It was pretty strong to harness the power of a symbol, let alone do it with most of one's power sealed away and in less than a second. Takagi's familiar mop of white hair appeared behind the monster and with a well-placed punch threw him toward Naruto's immobile body. While being immobile didn't mean he was defenseless, as he summoned a great spiraling ring, wasting the last vestiges of his chakra and blasting the being to pieces. Takagi appeared before him and threw him over his shoulder, while another golden dome appeared defending them from various mean-looking ball of light which slammed with great force in the barrier but were useless, as the barrier was empowered from a symbol's mystic power, making it immune to anything below an enraged Kurama, but even that could be solved with a nice dose of raw power. In a blink the world around them dissolved back into the familiar landscape of Uzushio. They found that the silver portal was still active and they had time to explain the full effects of this glitch. So that was pretty cool, said Naruto, his wounds smoking as Kurama was pushing more of its chakra into the open bite marks. Only this way of using can grant an incredible amount of fire power with minimal risk. Yeah, though remember, it's harder to find what you want to get in the lower level dungeons. It was just that this dungeon was S rank and thus every monster gave you what you were looking for, explained Takagi. Still remember, you must never have more renan than your current energy capacity, or else, well, let's just say it won't be very pretty, or quick, or painless. I get the gist. More renan. Very, very bad, said Naruto. So you say it can be used even on skills? Yes. Or to get specific crafting materials, but the coolest thing about this is that it allows you to safely layer ID upon one another, said Takagi, grinning. But that still shouldn't be possible, exclaimed Naruto. That would be like changing the very nature of the skill or instantly raising its level to beyond 100. It doesn't do either, but since this is essentially a glitch, it doesn't matter how many layered it is, and not to mention that each layer is at least twice as dangerous and abstract that it would normally be if you did that with an ID create beyond level 100. Well, that means I'm not going in there for some time yet, said Naruto upon hearing the last part. I might have psionic immunity, but that would still be insanely dangerous for my mental health. Sanity is seriously overrated, said Takagi, laughing. Haven't you noticed that every powerful ninja has a weird quirk or is totally insane? Well, being powerful can get to your head, said Naruto, shrugging, but I'm not exactly a ninja and I'm the most awesome human being ever, Databeo. While that is true, you need to be a bit on the insane side to master obscure ninja arts and surpass all your peers and believe you have that spark. The same spark your father had, said Takagi, smiling. Let's just hope you'll retain enough sanity not to blow the planet apart every time you fight. So you think I'm going insane? Asked Naruto with a strange glint in his eyes. I don't think you're becoming. You already are, but let me tell you a secret, said Takagi in a conspiratory tone. The best of us are always insane because we need to surpass our own limitations and grasp the true potential of humanity. You really think so? Asked Naruto doubtfully. Yes, and I also think you'll be the greatest leader this world has ever seen, said Takagi. You said it yourself, the empire has already crumbled and the only way I can lead is by becoming a Kage, and that is not exactly possible seeing as I am banned in my village and other villages would either kill me or use me as a breeding mule before extracting Kurama, said Naruto. You could always found your own village. You certainly have the charisma and necessary power, said Takagi. Besides, I doubt money is going to be a problem or training insanely powerful ninja. Doesn't that require permission from a daimyo, secret locations, and a certain number of clans to join for that to happen? Asked Naruto. Well, the Land of Spring might actually accept, seeing that their old shinobi village was dissolved from infighting while the new daimyo consolidated her power, said Takagi with a shrug. As for clans, you do have a way with people. Well, that's something to think about later. For now, we still had to make Kakashi into a gamer, said Naruto, and he is about to return. So you're a sensor type, said Takagi. That would explain how you knew I was here. Phew, for a moment I thought I was getting sloppy. No, I unlocked my sensor abilities, said Naruto, grinning. Fun fact, they were being blocked by my own chakra so that I didn't go mad with all the info it can gather. I have heard of such a thing back in the old days, but those power usually activate at a time of great stress and you have never shown any inclination to do so, said Takagi. Yeah, mine are just too powerful, so much that it would have taken at least 4 generations to resurge against, said Naruto with a grin. That is certainly most unexpected, perturbed at the thought of the potency of Naruto's sensory abilities, as most repressed abilities resurged after 2 generations. 3 for the old Song of the Decaying Star, but 4 was totally unheard of. Yeah, but don't forget to add the fact that me and the impossible have a history of forgetting that the other exists, said Naruto, and I am a walking seed of change on steroids. Perhaps you are right and we don't need to worry about it. Still, you must exercise caution while in sage mode, said Takagi. Yeah, about that, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. Sage mode is off limits for me, PRD. Too bad, said the old man, that means we'll have to step up your training. No way, old man, said Naruto. I'll teach you Rebirth of the Fallen, said Takagi, causing Naruto to develop a serious case of starry eyes and drooling. That's a tad bit overkill, said Naruto, recovering from his brief relapse, but there's no kill like overkill, don't you think so, Kakashi? Quite so, said Kakashi, laughing while rubbing his sore ribs. Mother's bear hug, said Naruto with a deadpan. More like a dragon's, but yet, he said as he sat down cross-legged. She is a very scary woman. It figures she'd be the one to give beer to an emperor, said Takagi, laughing at the look of sympathy Naruto sent toward Kakashi and the later relief to be far from Kushina's hugs or haymakers. Well, she is awesome like that, said Naruto. Takagi, if you don't mind. Of course, said Takagi, throwing a scroll to Naruto, the same scroll that he had used his emperor's gift on for his first time. What is all this about? Asked Kakashi, looking up from trying to heal his bruised ribs. Well, my dear, I suppose you have heard of the Emperor's Special Forces? Asked Takagi. Yeah, but still the name eludes most scholars, said Kakashi. It doesn't, but then what kind of name is gamer? Said Takagi, scoffing at thin air. The truth is that is the real name of the special force, and that is more literal than you can even imagine. Yeah, and he is one of them, the Emperor's personal protector, which automatically makes him the leader of all the other gamers, added Naruto. But that should make him, what, 3,000 years old? Asked Kakashi. No, I'm not that old, said Takagi, just 2,300 years old. I think you broke him, said Naruto, taking his hand out of the scroll, a purple gem clutched in his hand. Wake up, pervert, you're not shirking away from this. Just break the gem, said Naruto. Okay, said Kakashi, breaking the gem while staring at Takagi all the while. Don't worry, I don't bite, said Takagi, roaring with laughter. No, he just slams you into the ground and then calls it a love tap, said Naruto, scoffing before he too laughed at Kakashi's expression. After all, few things could reduce his old sensei to such a mess. I think we need to talk, said Kakashi, about the reason that I didn't train as well as I could. What has already happened, and there's no point crying over spilt milk, said Naruto with his trademark smile. No, I really think you should listen to this, said Kakashi with a tone that left no room for discussion. Shot then, said Naruto, his smile slipping from his face. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL, 118 points to next level, 82. 350/169, 000, age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 24. 630, plus 2,620, chakra points, 102. 250, plus 22, 500, MP, 220. 000 Kurama's CP, HP regeneration, 136 horsepower per second, plus 14, Kurama's HP regen. 700 horsepower per second, chakra points regeneration, 12. 605 CP/section, plus 703 CP/section. Kurama's CP regen. CP/section. MP regen. 42. 911 MP/section. Energy, 201, plus 50, equals 251 control. 201, plus 50, equals 251 strength. 133 speed. 185, plus 40, equals 225 vitality. 181, plus 20, equals 201 dexterity. 150 intelligence. 221 wisdom. 253, plus 3, equals 256 luck. 120, plus 30, equals 150 special status. Uzumaki and Namikaze air, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation. Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps, and plus 10% to the stealth. Perfect control, your control is always equal to your energy due to the would release chakra in your chakra coils. Stat points to allocate, 0 money, 82. 352 Ryo Kakashi Hataki, after getting gamer power, class, Gamer LVL 122 points to next level 82. 350/169, 000, age, 28 height, 181 centimeters weight, 67. 5 kilograms HP, 14. 288 chakra points, 47. 250 MP, 105. 000 HP regeneration, 3 horsepower per second. Chakra points regeneration, 15 CP/SEC MP regen. 33 MP/section. Energy, 105 control, 102 strength, 145 speed, 196 vitality, 105 dexterity, 167 intelligence, 400 wisdom, 650 luck, 11 special status, Hataki clan head, plus 80% on all stealth and tracking skills. White chakra, perk, heir of the white fang, plus 30 intelligence, plus 50 wisdom, plus 60% and all kenjutsu skills. Genius, plus 10 intelligence, plus 20 wisdom, plus 30% EXP on all skills. Student of the yellow flash, plus 20 wisdom, 50% EXP on all space-time skills. Tsunade was furious and the whole council knew it, and it had nothing to do with the suffocating killer intent she was radiating or the fact that the table was splintering under her light. By her standards, grip. No, they knew it because they had summoned the daimyo to Konoha without her consent or even bothering to notify her. She should have no matter how big the festivities of the new season. The luxury of this one was pretty excessive, but she was too distracted trying to locate Naruto to focus on the piranhas that sat in the chambers. She wouldn't give them the pleasure of seeing her slip, especially not in front of the daimyo, who currently on his way there to sit in the council meeting, but there would be hell to pay later. Danzo was pretty upset. The little worms had gone forward to call the daimyo to Konoha without notifying him of it, and he had been far too busy searching for the Jinchuriki so he could recruit him into route to notice it, and by the Hokage's looks so had she. For all his dislike of the Hokage's softness, she had proven to be a cunning person, following the daimyo's orders and then immediately searching for him so that he could remain a valuable asset of Konoha even though officially not part of it. The civilians would pay for such transgression and he wouldn't even need to move a finger, but what truly pleased him was that they would rally behind him, complaining about the Hokage's cruelty. Kakashi had just returned from Yuzu and he was absolutely furious at the civilian part of the council for pulling this little stunt. Oh, there would be hell to pay for this, but he feared the consequences of Tsunade's revenge. Most people called the Uchihas emotional shinobi, but they totally forgot about the Senju, who were equally as emotional if more benign. But if there was one thing you did not do to a Senju, and that was mess with family, and he had no doubt that the civilians had summoned the daimyo to put a stop to Tsunade's plan to revoke Naruto's banishment from the village on account of his help during the Moryo crisis. Another factor was the fact that Tsunade had finally been pushed at the edge of her patience by 2 years of the council doing everything in their considerable economical power to stop her attempts at getting Naruto back. The daimyo entered the council chamber accompanied by an entourage of samurai and advisors. Though Kakashi noticed at least 3 of them were ninja, the daimyo's little open secret after the dissolving of the fire guardians. As one, all the people present rose to their feet and bowed at the smiling daimyo, his circular dark eyes roaming over the room and resting upon Kakashi with an approving nod. The daimyo gestured for all the people present to relax, and he seated himself in the head of the table right across where Tsunade was seated herself, his eyes filled with reproach as he locked eyes with her. "Daimyo-sama, I welcome you in the name of Konoha and wish you a pleasant stay," said Tsunade, her voice betraying no emotion. "Thank you all for your sincere wishes, but please do not let my presence interrupt your normal proceedings," said the daimyo with a well-practiced, polite smile. "Of course, daimyo-sama," said Tsunade. "As all present members of the council know, this meeting was called to discuss the pardon for Uzumaki Naruto for the services offered during the Moryo crisis. Wasn't he the unstable Jinchuriki we banished 2 years ago?" asked the daimyo. "Yes, but his services proved to be detrimental to our defense efforts as he liberated one of our best ninja, Kakashi-san, here to bolster our defenses while escorting the priestess to seal the demon awaits," explained Tsunade. "Furthermore, from Kakashi-san's meeting with him, he seemed perfectly stable. His return would also be a great addition to the military of Konoha, as his power as a Jinchuriki would make it so that the other nations think twice before taking any action against us, added. He is very unstable, though, added Omura Takeshi, clan head of the Takeshi clan. We found traces of the Nine Tails chakra in a forest, or more exactly what used to be a forest in the Land of Claws. He could have been fighting monsters sent by the demon to kill the priestess, interjected Kakashi. As if, scoffed one of the civilians, the demon doesn't need any reason to destroy things. Let's be reasonable, interjected Danzo. The Nine-Tail was many things, but stupid was not one of them, or it would have taken something less than the first Hokage to defeat him or the dead demon-consuming seal to seal it. So why would it unleash its power uselessly and warn us of its supposed control of the boy with no reason? Shimura-san has a good point there, commented the daimyo. Perhaps, but the fact that its power was unleashed on that level means that the demon has a hold on the boy, said Omura. Or the kid has gained a degree of control over the tailed beast, said Tsunade in blank face that only 5 people in the room recognized as barely restrained anger. We must not forget that the fourth never did anything, no matter how small, without a reason, let alone create a Jinchuriki that would have no control over his tenant. I keep hearing nothing but praise for this Namikaze Minato, and yet he did nothing worthy of praise but win a single battle against IWA and seal away the Nine Tails. At the cost of his life, mind you, commented the daimyo. Of course you didn't hear anything else about him. In fact, I would be surprised if you did. He was always efficient like that, said Danzo with a small smirk. What Danzo-sama means that his other exploits are not as well known because the other great nations don't want to accept that their kages were defeated in their own home turf by one as young and inexperienced as Minato Taicho was then, said Kakashi. He defeated 3 kages, asked one of the advisors of the daimyo, flabbergasted. No, at the same time, mind you, but yes he did, Tsunade. The kid was always joking how no one of them could lay a finger on him even if he didn't use his flying thunder god jutsu, and the thing is I believe he wasn't joking. To top it off, he did what took Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama their bloodline limits, which were uniquely specialized against tailed beasts, to do, added Kakashi with an eye smile. He defeated a seriously pissed off Nine Tails with nothing more than overwhelming skill, so he was our strongest and competent ninja ever. Asked the daimyo. I wouldn't go that far, but he was indeed very skilled and the foremost expert in seals in the whole world, said Danzo, clearly not liking the comparison between the fourth and his part-time mentors. So his work is the best seal that the demon could have been sealed in? Asked the daimyo with a thoughtful expression. Yes, not even my teammate Jiraiya could ever do better, and he is the greatest seal emissary alive, answered Tsunade. Of course you would say so. The body that the demon has taken over is your BLD relative, accused one the civilians. A twice-removed cousin that I have only known for a month at most, countered Tsunade, her KI spiking for a moment but still enough to remind the civilians that he was playing a dangerous game against an Kaga-level ninja. Still, that is enough, especially for a member of a clan pushed to the brink of extinction with only one legal heir remaining, said one of the actual advisors of the daimyo. As if, scoffed Tsunade, the Senju clan lives on for while we have even spread among other clans. Our unique life force and chakra will never fade but will only grow stronger with every generation. A biased opinion, don't you think? Smirked one of the advisors. My chakra levels have barely tripled from when I was 14 and their strength has only marginally increased, said Tsunade, surprising a great deal of people. Kakashi here, while not inheriting the Senju large chakra supply from his mother due to his white chakra, there is no denying that his chakra is among the strongest in sheer potency, and I mean one of the strongest as in the whole world strongest. Indeed, so let's say, could the boy rebuild the Senju clan away from the village? Asked the daimyo. Yes, even if he married a civilian his progeny would have the same or larger amounts of chakra and chakra potency, answered Danzo, hoping to sway the daimyo to allow Naruto's return. Food for thought, that is for sure, said the daimyo, but one thing is sure. The Senju clan must never leave Konoha. You mean that you'll allow the demon back? Asked Morinaga Nishina, the wealthiest merchant in the whole Fireland. No need to go that far, my dear, answered the daimyo. The best option would be to capture the boy and use him as a breeding stock before extracting the tailed beast from him and transferring it to another loyal ninja. Why this decision, if I may ask? Asked Hamura, politely. The boy has been away too long from the village, and from what I gathered his departure did leave 2 ANBU agents in the hospital for weeks, said the daimyo calmly. I also reckon you must have heard that the ANBU operatives started the fight themselves and have been officially reprimanded, said Tsunade. Be that as it may be, it's just too risky to just reinstate him as a Konoha ninja, and I forbid you from seeking revenge from the counselors for this. The boy has only himself to blame, said the daimyo in a tone that didn't tolerate any discussion. Oh really, or is just because the counselors have put way too much gold in your and your advisor's pockets for you to allow the kid to return, asked Tsunade, her control slipping and the meeting table cracking in two. Careful Tsunade, you are treading into dangerous territory, warned the daimyo. No, I have had enough of this bullshit, exploded Tsunade. I have put up with your intricate plots for some time now, but no longer. Take your entourage and leave, you're no longer welcome within this walls. My decree is final, any attempt to deviate from it will have Konoha facing the wrath of all the armies in my disposition, threatened the daimyo, inwardly worrying that Tsunade might just kill him there and there. He had no illusions that the ninja disguised as his protectors would buy him at most a full minute before his body was broken by Tsunade's legendary fists. Bring it on, Konoha has weathered tailed beast and shinobi armies. Your samurai and whatever renegade ninja you'll hire will be nothing more than a fun pastime for my shinobi, answered Tsunade, barely restraining from killing him there and there because that would cause a bad reputation for the village, while an open war wouldn't cause as much damage to their credibility. Tsunade, isn't that a bit too rushed, interjected Hamura, trying to defuse the situation. Choose your side now, Hamura said. Tsunade, her fingers curling into a familiar seal that every high-ranking ninja knew but only the Hokage could use, and caused every Konoha ninja present to go pale white. You know what side we have and will always choose, answered Koharu, and Hamura said at the same time, not bothered in the least by Tsunade's familiar hand seal. Good, now Daimyo-sama, please take your entourage and leave this village while I am still feeling generous, said Tsunade. I will not forget this, threatened the daimyo. Nor I expect you to, said Tsunade as the daimyo and his entourage scurried outside of the chambers. A tad bit rushed, but still the look on the daimyo's face, just priceless, said Kakashi, causing the chamber to roar with uproarious laughter, from the shinobi side at least. From now on the civilian side of the council is dissolved and only shinobi are allowed to sit in the council from now, said Tsunade. As for your help with economical matters, the village will hire auditors for such a job. Which reminds me, the finances of the last 16 years will be revised. You can't do that, bellowed out Morinaga. Of course I can, and while the daimyo's decree forbids me from arresting you onto grounds of treason and undermining the power of the Hokage, I can still disband the council whenever I feel my authority has been challenged by it, said Tsunade with an evil smirk. My great-uncle, Tobarama, was quite insistent on it when the charter of Konoha was firstly drawn. The civilian side, not willing to aggravate their Hokage, further decided to leave quietly from the room, and even their allies from the lesser clans didn't do anything more than smile through the whole proceeding, further consolidating their belief that the shinobi were backstabbing beings not to be trusted. As they left, their thoughts boiled down to one thing: the shinobi would pay for this affront. Tsunade, on the other hand, was very pleased at the way things turned. Not only had she found a way to finally get rid of the authority of the daimyo, which was stunting their military growth, but also she had found a good reason to disband the civilian side of the council, while the shinobi side would have to wait for some time until her power was fully consolidated from her latest power play. Of course, now she would have to post some Yamenka to watch over them to make sure that they wouldn't betray the village, and if necessary mess with their minds to ensure their continued loyalty. After all, they were all psychologists as a clan, and even without their jutsu they could read civilians and most ninja like an open book and could decide for themselves if messing with their minds was necessary, not to mention that they were fanatically loyal to the village and the Hokage. Danzo had been very helpful, so his life expectancy had been greatly increased, but he would die and not even his precious Sharingans would save him, the fool, thinking that a medic nin of my caliber would notice them. Even as the room emptied, her mind was in overdrive, mapping out a plan for her next move. Now if only she could get in contact with Jiraiya and get him to bring Naruto back. The same day, somewhere in Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage was calmer now, and he hadn't had to cause massive property damage to be calmed. No, just the thought that another Jinchuriki would be soon added to Kumo's military might, and the fact that the Jinchuriki seemed to have a measure of control over his tailed beast was a big bonus. In the poorly lighted room, a small group of people stood, the only people he trusted to accomplish this mission and propel Kumogakure to its rightful place as the greatest of the hidden villages. You have been called here to be given a mission, said a pacing around the dark room. The future of Kumogakure depends on it. Don't tell me we are going after the Konoha Jinchuriki, asked Darui, alarmed at the prospect of fighting a Jinchuriki. He is no longer Konoha's Jinchuriki technically speaking, said Dodai, though Konoha will not take this laying down. The boy is a weapon of mass destruction after all, no to mention the other villages won't like that we will now have more than 2 Jinchuriki, added the head of Kumokagure's ANBU, which will eventually lead to war, and it takes time to train Jinchuriki. You're forgetting that we are going against the 9 Tails, and while the Gyuki will never accept it, he is terrified of what the fox can do. You fools, said B, it won't matter anyway. Our R&D has just finished preparing a special seal that will nullify tailed beast's chakra for 15 minutes, explained. More than enough time for you to neutralize the boy and block his chakra with regular chakra suppressing seals. Still, we have no guarantee that the boy will cooperate, and I don't need to remind anyone that extracting a tailed beast is dangerous even without the boy's naturally powerful Uzumaki chakra making things worse, said Dari. We'll be just transferring the beast from one host to Anther, said O with a smirk. The boy's powerful chakra will be no problem, as there will be over 12 ninja giving their chakra to this process, including me and B. Ironic, isn't it? The technique that will kill the boy will be Uzumaki Jutsu, said Dodai, laughing. Still, war is unavoidable if we go forward with this plan. With 3 Jinchuriki will crush any and all opposition, said A. Well, his worry is not unfounded. Konoha has won 3 world wars without once employing a Jinchuriki, not factoring that they have the best seal MSTR in the world, said the head of ANBU. And they tend to produce monsters. You fool, said B. Do I need to remind you of our last meeting with their latest monster during the war? You fool. Enough of this nonsense, shouted, standing up. I will not tolerate your whining anymore. This was me letting you know of your assignment, not asking your opinion. This will still cause World War IV. Kit, said a figure seated in the shadows, Kumo's very own version of Danzo, but we will be invincible with the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails on our side. Finally, someone with some sense, said A. Sai too. Really, said Darui, face palming. Last time he agreed on something was on the kidnapping of the Hyuga, and that ended well, didn't it? A minor inconvenience, said Sai too. Of course, scoffed Dodai. If you are so assured it will work, why don't you go with the team that is assigned to this mission? I think I will, said Saitu, stepping out of the shadows, revealing an old bald man with a long beard leaning on a cane. You're too old for this, said A. That's not what the 5th platoon of NBU though when I decimated them last week, said the old man with a chuckle. This old weary bones still can live up to their old S-rank classification. I don't trust him, you fool, said B. Good, you'll live longer that way, but this is for the glory of Kumogakure, so you can at least trust me on this mission, said the old man. If you think you can do it, I'll place you on the team, but at the first sign of not being up to it you'll become back, said A. Of course, Lord Rakage, said Sai-Tu, bowing slightly. Good, you're dismissed, said the Rakage, massaging his temples, and the participants wisely chose to leave quickly and quietly from the room. You know that Beardy has a plan if he agreed to leave the village so easily, said Mabui. You think I don't know, said A, but my hands are tied where his participation is involved. Your father was a fool, said Mabui. He had no choice. We needed him back then, said A. His skill with fire release is what kept Sand from penetrating our defenses these last 2 wars. Still, he allowed to gather too much influence. Unfortunately, we can't do a thing now. Besides, he is an old man who will die anytime soon, said A. Hopefully, said Mabui, putting a stack of papers in front of A. These are the paperwork you need to fill for this mission. The Rakage's anguished no could be heard all over the village. In Suna, Gaara gazed from the windows of one of the Kazakage's special manor. This manor being located in the middle of the desert, which made it his favorite place in the whole country. The wind ruffled his hair as he gazed at the endless sea of sand, wondering about the newest challenge to the stability of his reign. Of course, he could just kill the faction that opposed him, but he didn't want to rule by fear alone as his predecessor had done. No, he wanted to rule by the love of the people, much like the Hokages of Konoha had done. In his humble opinion, love is better than fear, After all, fear can get you so far, but love well suffices to say there was a reason why Konoha had never deployed a Jinchuriki or why they hadn't gathered all of them. This new faction wanted to capture Naruto for their own uses even though he had explained to them the foolishness of such endeavor. It was simply impossible to capture Naruto or the Nine Tails without a seal MSTR of the same caliber of Jiraiya or some of the other best seal masters in the world, which Tsunade didn't possess. Even if they did, Naruto was his friend and anyone that tried to harm him was going to have to go through him, and quite frankly he had gained enough skill to make most S-rank shinobi think twice about fighting him, and that was without using the One Tail's power to enhance his own. Hopefully Kankuro would convince them that Naruto would side with them and thus calm down the situation before he had to deal with them personally, which would be really bad for Suna seeing as some of the most powerful shinobi of Suna were among that faction. His sand informed him of the intruders before they stepped inside the manor. A sad look replaced the serene look on his face as the fragile peace within Suna had finally been broken. He didn't move from his position as three people touched down on the wooden floor. "Gaara, we're sorry about this, but it's all about the good of Suna," Baki claimed, preparing for a fight. "No, it's about appeasing your lust for power," rebuffed Gaara. "It's about fixing the damage you and your father did to this once proud village," shouted one of the other two masked ninja. "Fools, even if you somehow succeed in subduing me you'll never get past Temari," chuckled Gaara, "or Kankuro for that matter. "Neither will be a problem," said Baki, unsealing a scroll revealing the corpse of Kankuro. "Temari will join him as we speak." "You utter cretins," hissed Gaara, turning to face them. "What will you do?" taunted one of the masked shinobi. "This mansion is sealed within a barrier bubble that makes your demon's power useless, and without your sand you are useless." "Naruto's right. Surrender, there is no need for further bloodshed," spoke Baki softly. "A fool like always," Sensei laughed bitterly. "Gaara, you killed my BLD and expect me to just accept this and join you?" Sand rose like a giant tidal wave, blocking the sunlight and plunging the entire mansion in complete darkness. "The sand was never for the One Tail. It was always mine, and you're about to find out how much better I've grown in the past 2 years, whispered Gaara, just adding to the fear his would-be assassins were feeling in that moment. "Seriously?" asked Temari in disbelief, looking at her sensei in the art of fanjutsu. "You are an obstacle in the way of Suna's growth," as the ultimate power spat out Kiso, a middle-aged man with short brown hair, gray eyes and a brown beard with flecks of white mixed in it. He stood wearing the standard Suna Jonin uniform except for the giant war fan he held in fully opened. "Gar will kill you for this," she threatened. "He is being dealt with right now," replied Kiso with a cruel grin. "So, this is how it is going to be," mused Temari, opening her war fan. Instead of answering, Kiso blurred forward with all the speed of an A-rank ninja, fully intent of striking Temari down. Temari disappeared like a mirage right before Kiso's attack connected. Wind release, bladed hurricane, came from Kiso's right side, and he, acting on reflex, jumped on the left only to crash onto the mini hurricane that Temari had summoned. He survived out of sheer luck as the technique wasn't as powerful as it should have been, and his control over his wind chakra saved him from being turned into a mangled mess of flesh. He wasn't allowed a respite as Temari blurred right in front of him and hit him with all her might. The blow had him dripping BLD from his mouth as he bit his tongue from the shock of such a powerful blow. With a single swing of his fan, he unleashed his own wind release, bladed hurricane, which manifested as a massive 20 meters tall funnel wind that would turn anyone caught into it in confetti. The technique was too DMN flashy to actually connect with Temari, but it would give him a chance to recover from the shock of the newfound skill of his student. He didn't have a chance as hands shot out from the sand and dragged him within the sand dunes. A simple downward swipe of his war fan caused a massive explosion that created a large crater with his sitting in the center unaffected. He didn't have a moment of respite as a massive gust of wind threw him off his feet and slammed him into the sand dunes. Temari smiled as she approached Kiso with a light step and hit him at the back of his head, knocking him out. Kneeling beside him, she sealed him in a scroll and immediately headed for Gaara's favorite retreat. She was sure that Kankuro would enjoy trying his new Shinobi Truth Serum on the poor chap as she enjoyed using her new genjutsu, Perfect Siege, making him dream a whole battle while she knocked him out without him noticing a thing. The new Mizukage was pacing nervously around her office, waiting her options. Her village was weak, clinging to their status of one of the great powers by the skin of their teeth. They had no Jinchuriki, and the only Jinchuriki out there that they had a chance to get were the 6 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. The problem was that they had practically no leads on the 6 Tails Jinchuriki, and the only fresh lead was the one of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Still going after the Jinchuriki of the most powerful tailed beast was very, very dangerous, especially since they had no powerful shinobi they could spare to hunt the Jinchuriki. However, having no Jinchuriki would announce to the world their weakness, and Kumo would certainly jump at the chance to further expand their influence in their century-old struggle to topple Konoha from their place as the top dog. Her hands were tied: either send a group of shinobi to their certain death using the 5-pillar of heaven seal to bring back the 9 Tails to their village, or risk an all-out war with Kumo, which they would certainly lose in their current state. With a glare, she fixed an alliance proposal from IWA, which was practically them accepting to become annexed from IWA, which the proud people of Kiri would never accept. With a resigned sigh, she released a minuscule chakra ripple that notified her most loyal shinobi, Ao, that he was required. A few seconds later, a silent thump notified her that Ao had entered the room, and she turned around from gazing at the village, preparing for the incoming morning storm, to face her trusted comrade. "You came to a decision?" asked Ao, still bowed before his Kage. "You know that we have no other choice," replied Mei. "Prepare a team and bring us back the 9 Tails. It's goodbye then," nodded Ao, perfectly calm. "Hopefully no, but in this line of work we can't afford wishful thinking," smiled bitterly. "Just don't forget your paperwork," Ao reminded her, moving to leave the room. "It wouldn't do for the village to fall because you didn't have me to remind you to do your paperwork. Only you," Mei spoke softly, "only you would think of such a thing right now." "You know why," Ao replied before disappearing in a lightning-fast body flicker. "I'm sorry," Mei whispered to the empty room as a single tear slid down her cheek. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL, 118 points to next level, 102. 350/169, 000, age, 16 height, 180 centimeters weight, 58. 3 kilograms HP, 24. 630, plus 2,620, chakra points. 132. 250, plus 22, 500, MP, 245. 800 Karamas CP, HP regeneration, 236 horsepower per second, plus 14, Karamas HP regen. 700 horsepower per second, chakra points regeneration, 22. 605 CP/section, plus 703 CP/section. Karamas CP regen. CP/section. MP regen. 62. 911 MP/section. Energy, 201, plus 50, equals 251 control. 201, plus 50, equals 251 strength. 133 speed. 185, plus 40, equals 225 vitality. 181, plus 20, equals 201 dexterity. 150 intelligence. 221 wisdom. 253, plus 3, equals 256 luck. 120, plus 30, equals 150 special status. Uzumaki and Namikaze air, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 speed, plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation. Jinchuriki, plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 CP for every new LVL. Trap MSTR, plus 10% to traps, and plus 10% to the stealth. Perfect control, your control is always equal to your energy due to the would release chakra in your chakra coils. Stat points to allocate, 0 money, 1. 356. 352 Rio. Dozens of masked figures were watching a shipyard with some pretty amazing technology which made the tech that the Big Five used look like they used sticks and leaves. A signal was quickly sent with a small burst of chakra signaling the rest of their forces to signal they had found one of their targets. Dozens of miles away, a group of masked men stopped for a moment before resuming their tree hopping toward their target, the trees becoming a blur due to their speed. Killer Bee stood on the sandy beach of a country that he didn't even know the name of, their tracking seal having led them here after 3 weeks of silence. His body was filled with adrenaline at the prospect of fighting the Jinchuriki, a force of nature if the state of the forest when their experts got there was any indication. Darui silently approached his side with a look of utter boredom, though he knew he was as nervous as him, if not more so. Watching the squad of ANBU with them, they knew many would never return. In fact, their own survival was very doubtful, even though they were both S-rank, not counting Old Man Saitu or Dodai, because their power and usefulness against the Nine-Tails was limited at best. Before leaving, they had been treated with some of the old records of the Nine-Tails that the village had in their archives, and it was troubling indeed. While their sealing was not as good as that of the Uzumaki clan, they still had memory seal that offered images from the mind of ninja who had survived the expedition of the Gold and Silver brothers against the Nine-Tails. What they saw gave a whole new meaning to overpowered. Most people, though the late Raikage was overpowered, or even him with his perfect control over his tenant, but the fox had decimated the entire force within less than 5 minutes, and the Gold and Silver brothers had survived by throwing themselves in the fox's throat. The forest where the Masak battle took place was reduced to nothing more than ashes raining from the heavens like black snow, and the towering columns of smoke rising from giant fires that melted the earth into rivers of flowing lava. The destruction was something you had to see to believe, because he had tried to rationalize seeing the fox batting 2 S-rank ninja like one would flick away annoying gnats. Still, Saitu had confirmed that it was the truth, and the nine-tailed fox, even inside a vessel that couldn't, hopefully, access the full powers of his tenant, was perhaps the most dangerous foe after the yellow flash, especially if the fox took over. The plan to neutralize it was simple: use the modified Uzumaki seal, the gargantuan whirlpool, to practically cut off the tailed beast from the vessel, allowing for him and Darui to disable the kid, and he cover him from head to toe with chakra-suppressing seal. Then they would take the vessel to Kumo, where using Umeshishikabe-Hikaji's command seal, to transfer the tailed beast to another loyal Kumo shinobi, perhaps his own brother. A nod came from Saitu after he finished consulting with the specialized device made to hunt one Naruto Uzumaki, and they departed. The group of masked men silently spread across the shipyard's perimeter, and few of them entered underwater, preparing for an assault on the shipyard, while the rest of their forces moved to circle their true target. Once in position, they waited for precision was the name of the game today, and it all depended on how coordinated their strike was. Ao deactivated his tailed best compass. The name itself was a misnomer, since the compass could track any being provided you had a sliver of their chakra. Sadly, their last Jinchuriki was careful to destroy all samples of his chakra when he left, certainly with the aid of an accomplished seal emster. Now the name itself came from the fact that the second Mizukage created it mainly to avert them of the movement of the Jinchuriki, as the chakra of a free-tailed beast was too dense and would destroy the device, and his masterful use of this device saved Kiri from total annihilation. Today it would serve the same purpose, for this Jinchuriki was the last hope for Kirigakure. He was nervous not because he feared for his life, for he had come to accept that he would probably die in this mission. No, he was worried because the Nine-Tails was a big unknown. The only persons to have ever defeated it were legends that could easily stomp the Big Five all on their own, but hopefully it would be severely limited from its imprisonment within a vessel who couldn't use all of its power, the chakra samples they found being too rough to belong to someone who could perfectly use the tailed beast power. The compass was, however, having difficulty tracking down their target, because until 3 days ago the compass simply didn't work, and then since yesterday it started pointing at different points simultaneously, similar to a perfect clone technique or time-space jutsu. Ao really hoped it was the first, because clones you could deal with, but time-space jutsu were something no shinobi that had any self-preservation instincts wanted to fight, ever. The signal came, and all teams moved in perfect synchrony. The first strike came from the underwater teams, which used a barrage of really powerful black spheres to blow up the 12 ships in construction, turning them to molten slag. In the initial shock, over 24 masked ninja landed between the people present and attacked viciously. The unprepared shinobi closer to the outer lines of the camp were quickly slaughtered by precise strikes of silvery broadswords. The others recovered quickly enough, and hundreds of kunai covered in explosive tags rained upon the masked shinobi, exploding in mid-air, filling the air in smoke and deadly shrapnel. Over half of the masked ninja didn't come out of the smoke. But those who did attacked with vengeance. A dozen black spheres were launched from their outstretched palms and exploded with various degrees of power. The sheer power of such counterattack shocked some of the younger recruits as they saw their comrades blown up to pieces, but the veterans fired continued barrages of explosive tags that took out another 8 of the masked shinobi. Their advantage was short-lived, however, as 5 masked ninja emerged from the water and attacked with water release, feeding frenzy, and wind release, great migration combos which tore through their clustered formation like a hot knife through butter. As per protocol, one of the defending shinobi sent a signal over their wireless communication devices, though that cost him his head literally, as a water shark enhanced by wind birds tore through him and struck the sand a few feet from him, creating a man-sized crater. Miles away, 30 shinobi were dispatched to help the attacked forces. On the beach, the stunned defenders had recovered their wits and were now firing their own jutsu, mainly lighting and water but with some wind mixed in, which earned them another 3 kills, but that was it since the masked ninja had achieved their goal, and with less people they made full use of their preternatural speed and attacked their foes using quick kunai and silver broadsword strikes, quickly thinning their ranks as though they were teleporting. When a signal came to them, the masked ninja stopped for a moment, getting one of them killed due to his proximity, but the rest dodged in time, the 5A rank lighting jutsu heading for them. The beach was quickly filled with the unmistakable sound of whirling chakra, and the masked ninja disappeared, and in the next moment the remaining 45 defenders fell to the ground, their hearts having been turned to red mist from the grinding power of the legendary Rasengan. The 5 masked ninja that disappeared in a plume of smoke, leaving behind only a beach full of corpses for the incoming help to find. The city was now open for attack, their flying machines having flown away, and what remained were a mix of Chunnin and some Jounin-level ninja, but unfortunately they were not enough to stop the fury of approximately 100 of the masked shinobi who had stealthily surrounded the city hidden in the jungle vines. The first to fall were 36 patrolling shinobi that didn't even have the chance to notice they were not alone before they dropped dead from a fatal case of kunai to the back of their head. Their approach was halted by a golden dome snapping into place, killing 11 of the masked ninja. There were many ways to disable Fuinjutsu barriers, but the most reliable and quickest method was good old raw power, and unfortunately for the defenders that was not a problem for the attacking shinobi. Dozens of great spiraling rings meet the barrier and exploded in a massive light show, which was followed by dozens minor explosion of lone great spiraling rings impacting the nigh impenetrable barrier. In 1 minute 35 seconds the barrier ceased to exist as the Fuinjutsu arrays exploded in a shower of shrapnel from the chakra overload. The masked shinobi were met by turret fire which thinned their ranks considerably before they found shelter in the city walls. The continuous fire made moving further impossible, and not even the walls were secure enough as they exploded every now and then in showers of shrapnel and reducing his forces to less than half of their original numbers. With a TSK, one of the masked shinobi moved forward. A hastily erected wall of chakra-enhanced wall stopped the projectiles in preparation of his new technique. Just as the wood wall fell away, the masked shinobi's voice boomed rebirth arrows, and hundreds of ruby-red bolts of energy came out of his outstretched palms and impacted the 38 turrets located in the city, turning them to gas from the power they packed. The shockwave of the explosion served to throw the awaiting Soranin of balance, and the remaining masked shinobi moved out whistling at the destruction the mana spell had caused, even though it cost close to 10,000 mana points to cast in the first place, but then again they hadn't had it for long enough to use it efficiently. The shocked Soranin never stood a chance as a tidal wave of masked shinobi descended upon them with various cries of orange rules and glory for the Ramen Emperor. The compass activated, suddenly showing AO, a new location, a single one this time. With a short order, the Hunter Nin squad quickly changed direction deeper into the jungle. Ao's mind was a whirlwind as he thought of the various jutsu and evasive maneuvers he and his team had to perform to give the 5-person sealing team to rip the tailed beast away from its vessel and encase it into a crystal cylinder that would be sent to Kiri by the survivors of the expedition, if there was one of course, if not a smaller team trailing behind them at a safe distance, for a battle between S-rank titans, would then recover it and send it home. Saitu was an old war hawk or hound depending on who you asked, so he was a bit suspicious on the reason why their tracking map suddenly showed a single location as the location of their target, which coincidentally happened to be deep within a jungle, a ideal battlefield for a Konoha nin. Hastening his steps, Saito approached the leader of the mission, Darui of the Back Lightning. The map now shows a single location, informed Saito. That's good. Where? Asked Darui. In the middle of nowhere, 12 miles northwest of here, replied Saito, and pleasantly saw Darui catching on to the implications. An ambush, Darui stated, foolish of the boy to think we'd fall for it. What troubles me more is that he knew we were coming, warned Saito. Nothing suggested the boy was that good. He might just have encountered a patrol from other villages and choose to confront us in his own terms, reasoned Darui. Perhaps, nodded Saito, or perhaps the boy has inherited his father's cunning. You seriously believe that he is the spawn of that man, snorted Darui. It all fits, Saito explained his intelligence, the fact that he is the Jinchuriki and his follicular features. There are a lot of people who have those features, countered Darui. Yes, the Namikaze clan being among them, while the rest come from the frozen wastelands of the Land of Skylights, reasoned Saito, so which is more likely, him being his son or him being an orphan from the northern wasteland? Well, I suppose you might be right, but it doesn't change our mission, stated Darui. Get 10 Anbu and move forward no further than 500 meters, no closer than 200. Immediately, saluted Saito as he flashed away in a speed that was strong to believe came from an old man. With a single hand seal, the original Naruto sent a signal to the remaining 43 clones to begin Phase 3 of his assault plan. Immediately 5 of them moved to a secluded area and began writing seal with a speed that was frightening. Normally he would have simply guided the chakra, but this particular seal required a rough edge that nothing but a human hand could give it. His chakra sense had already gone haywire, so he could not be certain on when the flying machines would return, so he had to adapt his plan to allow for maximum protection against a surprise aerial attack. The seal being drawn was one of his own design that instead of creating a big impenetrable barrier as most seal masters did, it worked more subtly by creating 2 pockets of air, one hot and the other cold, which would later be merged and with some help would create a level 6 storm that, while harmless to the Titanic City, it would obliterate all the flying machines. With that done, Naruto stepped out of the shadows concealing his form and drew a single 3-helix blade that was his own attempt to replicate the legendary Sword of the Sage, and although it failed, it still produced a weapon that could bend space-time itself to get to the target. Coating the blade with a thin layer of chakra, which caused it to glow with an ethereal green color, he started slashing at thin air. Too bad for the protecting shinobi that the glow was not just for show but was similar to his ultimate one-hit kill technique, which he couldn't use if he planned to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which he had mastered to a degree that, while not as good as his father's, it made fighting him a health hazard. Well, more than usual, that is. Seeing the original literally cut a swath in the enemy forces, his clones took advantage to tunnel the city with extensive use of the spiraling ring. Their aim was only one: disable the artificial-tailed beast before it could so much as stir in its hibernation. His own, on the other hand, was capturing the leader of this place and gain insight in Orochimaru's body-stealing technique. The defenders were good, but unfortunately his S-rank danger rating wasn't there just for show, as he dodged the hails of kunai sent his way and placed his smoking sword back in his inventory, its power depleted for the next hour or so. The Sora Nin attacked with a ferocity born out of desperation, while he fought with the clarity of one who had cast away his doubts and was driven solely by one aim: peace. In less than a minute he had killed 23 Jounin-level shinobi with nothing more than a kunai and his father's legacy. The sickness within him began to raise its head once more, but he ruthlessly squashed it, for he couldn't afford hesitation. The hole in the formation of the Sora Nin was quickly taken advantage of by his clone mini-army, and the carnage began in its truest sense. Moving quickly to avoid spilling his guts at the massacre, for there was no other word apt to describe what was happening. His senses quickly located the only chakra signature mixed with the artificial dark chakra the Zero created. He encountered the man at the gates of the room where the Zero was held. Not giving the man a chance to speak, he flashed at the man, but his kick was stopped by a hand that was way too strong for an old man. He was thrown into the wall and through it with nothing more than a flick of his hand. A quick observe revealed the man's strength to be in excess of 400. Cursing his bad luck for meeting somebody both stronger and faster than him, he launched one of the 3-pronged kunai that he had in his inventory and teleported to it once it hit the ground, launching a spiraling ring to the clearly surprised man. The insane vitality, concentrated on body density, the man held made sure that he came out of it with minor injuries, but the levels of artificial dark chakra were drastically reduced. Grinning behind his mask, Naruto prepared another spiraling ring but didn't have the chance to fling it to the man because his stomach met Shino's knee. Quickly recovering from the staggering blow, Naruto backflipped and launched an overpowered spiraling ring at Shino, who like an overconfident fool stood and took it head-on, to prove to his opponent that he was invulnerable. Shino was quickly reminded he wasn't immortal or invincible when the spiraling ring exploded with such power that it shocked the entire city and threw him through the titanium chakra metal alloy door like it was made of tissue paper. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, Naruto unleashed would release Dance of Konoha, a rather powerful jutsu created for one reason and one reason alone, to capture and immobilize an enemy, and not even the powerful dark chakra inside Shino's body made any difference as the plants of the jungle around the city rose to put a stop to the abomination polluting the world around them. The giant sleeping behemoth that was the Zero tried to wake without the necessary energy and would have succeeded had it not been for 4 of his remaining clones that sealed it away with the secret Uzumaki art. Heavenly chains of Tsukuyami, which while too weak to imprison any of the tailed beasts above the 3 tails was quite effective on the artificial being. The 4 shadow clones dispelled due to exhausting their chakra because while highly effective against minor nuisances, the seal was very crude, requiring massive amounts of chakra to properly function. Picking up the crystal that had manifested from the sealing process, he slumped to the ground using the wall to slow his descent and gazed at the bright yellow crystal, the same color as a wisp of his own pure and refined chakra, with black dots that moved across its surface, proof of the success of their mission. After a few minutes the bar was almost full again, and as he stood up again a massive explosion shocked the now defenseless city. The Kumo squad led by Darui and Killer Bee was the first one to arrive on the battleground, for that would be the only word that would do justice to what they saw there. Well, there was also Slaughterhouse, but it doesn't sound quite as good, does it? With a few hand signals, Darui gave the orders for his squad and they quickly hid themselves and waited for the remaining part of their expedition to arrive. They didn't have to wait for long, as within a minute and a half Saito and Dodai had arrived, and with a quick use of reflected light they were told where to find them, seeing as a chakra burst would be useless due to the air being practically drowning in chakra. Everything had been already planned and practiced so many times that it had become practically a muscle memory, but that didn't stop every one of the members of the Kumo expedition to feel their hearts hammering in their chests as Killer Bee flashed through the hand seals that would tear a hole in the victorious, masked shinobi. Lighting release. Cannon bolt, Killer Bee shouted as he finished his hand seals, and a single bolt of lightning which was wide enough to take an entire tower of the half-sunken city, slammed onto the city with a deafening boom. Darui, while having to be more careful about his chakra reserves, was still highly more efficient than Killer Bee could ever be, so he contributed with the legendary's black lightning release, battery strike, and from his hands dozens of streams of black-colored lightning slammed into the surviving masked shinobi. The puffs of smoke assuaged his fears that the Jinchuriki had somehow founded an organization of highly skilled shinobi, or what would have been worse, he allied himself with one. The rest of the team, most of their fears assuaged, speed forward toward the half-ruined city. The 4 SA-ranked shinobi weren't so assured of that, and they weren't proved wrong, as a little over a dozen masked shinobi appeared between the ruins and proceeded to launch a massive collaboration jutsu. Fire release Ember Bullet were masterfully combined with wind release, atmospheric bashed, and water release, rainfalls, to produce hundreds of mini-streams of superheated steam. Luckily not all of them died as of the 45 NBU that went there in what they supposed was a secure ground, not that Darui blamed them, as he himself hadn't sensed them at all until they attacked. Only 13 survived, and of them 4 had gotten some rather nasty-looking burn wounds. Saito didn't wait for the shock of seeing an army killer performed right before their eyes, but unleashed his own army killer, Fire Release, Molten Phoenix Heart, which quickly dispelled most of the clones, but he was sure some of them survived. After all, he had gotten a bit rusty on that particular technique, though he fancied himself a tad bit better than the late Hiruzen Sarutobi, or as Kumo knew him, the Ash Dawn. Ao wasn't prepared to find himself in full-blown battle, let alone one in which an army killer that hadn't been seen since the last war had been fired. His squad of hunter nin was quickly dispatched to deal with the Kumo Anbu. Ao himself prepared himself for what would probably be his last battle, as he made a beeline for Sai-2 of Kumogakure. He was stopped as a sandy-haired kid. A shinobi of Kumogakure stopped him by shooting a few lightning-enhanced kunai that he barely avoided. A single seal he completed while mid-air, activated his Byakugan, and even as he landed in a crouch, Ao inspected the enemy. What he saw made him pale. The kid's reserves were insane, almost as large as that of his Jinchuriki teammate. Cursing silently, he activated the famed Kirigakure no Jutsu, but that was not to be, as lightning quickly flowed through the mist and into his body, causing him to be temporarily paralyzed. Faster than thunder, Darui appeared behind the Kiri nin and decapitated him, only for the body to turn to water. With a chuckle, Darui speed forward to exit the mist and wasn't disappointed as his guess proved correct. The Kiri nin was practically committing suicide as he had engaged the old Warhawk. With a scoff, he turned toward the sky, from where a rain of kunai enhanced by explosive tags of quite some quality fell upon the undefended shinobi on the ground. With an impressed whistle, he saw as the explosive tags exploded and turned the entire rubble into more rubble, only this one was on fire and smoking quite a bit. A few hands seal later, one of his own original creations came out, Black Lightning Release, blazing thunderbolt, which tore through the heavens, and more than half the flyers went down while the rest were having some difficulty with the static electricity which the black lightning bolt had dispersed in the atmosphere. His next technique was interrupted by a mop of blonde hair charging for him, which he easily sidestepped, only to be kicked in the back with enough force to send him flying through a tree and land into the wet mud. Okay, so things had spiraled out of control. Not only were there at least 3 S ranks in his proximity, but they also had a small army with them. That simple fact would have been enough to demoralize anyone else, but he wasn't anyone else. He was Naruto Uzumaki Otsutsuki, and he had a long history of getting out of impossible situations unscathed. Eyeing the man who had until recently been flinging admittedly cool-looking lightning jutsu. His black lightning was somewhat troubling, as it spoke of the ability to control and compress lightning chakra to a level that was even beyond him. Oh well, he could always use spells if things got sticky, though he hated them. He was a ninja, not a wizard or sorcerer or any of the other thousands of classification for magic users. The Kumo nin was back up faster than he expected, meaning that since he wasn't wearing his thundering trench coat, the shinobi was a tad bit beyond the 190 points in speed. Dodging to thin strip of lightning, normal one, he used wind manipulation to launch of the ground, breaking through the sound barrier and intending to turn the Kumo nin to mush through the sheer force of impact. Alas, that was not to happen, as an octopus tail slammed into him and sent him flying deeper into the forest. Golden chakra chains caught him in midair and threw him back toward the octopus tentacles, Kurama's own bloodlust temporarily overpowering his own senses, meaning that he was facing the only tailed beast that was even close to the power of the fox, even split as it was, the 8 tails, Yuki. A 5-tail chakra cloak covered him just before impact. The 2 Jinchuriki meet with enough force between the 2 of them to turn mountains to dust, the forest around them turning into a cloud of dust, wood and steam from the water puddles nearby. Darui had barely survived, and he had had to use his imperfect lightning armor to escape the explosion as the 2 titans clashed. Sensing the oppressive chakra of the tailed beast, he started applying black lightning chakra over his body to prevent it from shutting down at the sheer amount of chakra in the air, which in fact was the most dangerous thing about battling a tailed beast. Their ability to simply unleash enough chakra to equal the output of a small army without even denting their chakra reserves, and that chakra sought to dominate the lesser chakra of humans, and only the strongest-willed and those with immense chakra reserves could hope to survive. Interesting, Yuki, came the distorted voice of Naruto Uzumaki, the chakra of his tailed beast coloring it. You actually accepted one of them. So have you, ya fool, came the distorted voice of Killer Bee as his tailed beast temporarily took over. Surrender, brother, and this will be painless. Spineless coward, spiked out Kurama as it located his enemy and shot out faster than any shinobi ever could. So afraid to fight me? An idiot as always, came the reply from the 8 tails as their chakra tails slammed together, creating a crater and blowing a speeding Darui away. You're the idiot. Brother, for like you I too have gained new tricks since last time, spoke the deep voice of the Nine Tails as one of his tails turned into a massive chakra hammer that pounded on the recovering version 2 chakra cloak of Killer Bee. You're not the only one, bellowed out the 8 tails as ink came out of his tails and formed a crude kinetic seal, draining most of the immense energy out of the attack but still getting hit and further enlarging the crater. Nice tricks, laughed the Nine Tails, the voice causing a chill to run down the spine of Darui, but do you have what it takes to survive the big leagues? And with those words the chakra output skyrocketed, taking the breath out of Darui's lungs and setting the trees in 100 meters radius on fire. Naruto Uzumaki class. Gamer LVL 123 points to next level 234/174 000 age 16 height 180 centimeters weight 58 3 kilograms HP 24 630 plus 2620 chakra points 132 250 plus 22 500 MP 245 800 Kurama's CP HP regeneration 236 horsepower per second plus 14 Kurama's HP regen 700 horsepower per second chakra points regeneration 22 605 CP/section plus 703 CP/section Kurama's CP regen CP/section MP regen 62 911 MP/section energy 201 plus 50 equals 251 control 201 plus 50 equals 251 strength 133 speed 185 vitality 181 plus 20 equals 201 dexterity 150 intelligence 221 wisdom 253 plus 3 equals 256 luck 120 plus 30 equals 150 special status Uzumaki and Namikaze heir plus 10 intelligence plus 15 vitality plus 10 speed plus 30% EXP in Fuinjutsu and technique creation Jinchuriki plus 100 horsepower plus 100 CP for every new LVL trap MSTR plus 10% to traps and plus 10% to the stealth. Perfect control, your control is always equal to your energy due to the wood. Release chakra in your chakra coils. Stat points to allocate. 50 money, 1. 356. 352 Rio. If we don't end war, war will end us. HG dwells while 2 titans were ducking it out in a tropical forest. Within the mind of a certain blonde, 2 men were sitting opposite to one another. The dark-skinned man looked at the blonde, who was sprawled on a couch, and simply couldn't believe that he could be so calm while their tenants had decided to take over their bodies to fight their petty grudges. A table appeared between them, a steaming pot of tea standing in the middle, flanked by 2 plain, white, porcelain cups. I would have offered sake too, but unfortunately I haven't drunk any of it, so I can recreate in here, the blonde said cheerfully. Why are so calm, you fool? Killer Bee spoke, barely refraining from shouting. Because Kurama and Yuki are siblings, shrugged Naruto. They might fight and talk big, but in the end they'll be there for one another. Siblings? Asked a confused Killer Bee. Yeah, siblings. Messed up siblings, but still siblings, replied Naruto. I personally blame their father. He was kind of a JRK. Who was their father? Asked Killer Bee, fishing for more information. Oh, the Sage of 6 Paths, though he wasn't their father in the common sense, explained Naruto. Seeing no problem sharing this bit of information, it was more like he split the power of a pissed of deity of sorts and gave them their own unique personalities. Oh, well, that explains a lot then, spoke Killer Bee, and then plopped down in the couch created for him. Do you reckon we'll be in here for long? Until the seal you brought to neutralize Kurama is finished, replied Naruto. How did you know? Asked a flabbergasted Killer Bee. Simple logic. You don't fight a Jinchuriki without a few hidden aces, especially not me and Kurama, replied Naruto cheerfully. So you know we will take the 9 tails from you, exclaimed Killer Bee. There is no chance for you to win this one. Bah, me and the impossible have a long story of ignoring each other, quipped Naruto. smiling, and then his blue eyes hardened as he looked right into the eyes of the other Jinchuriki. "If you somehow take Kurama from me, I will hunt you down and erase you from history itself. If I have to, you will not survive," stated Killer Bee. "I'm an Uzumaki. We are survivors," shrugged Naruto. "I mean we will kill you once we are done extracting the tailed beast," explained Killer Bee. "Good luck with that," scoffed Naruto, "because if don't kill you, Kurama will. You think because it has accepted you for its host, the Nine Tails will fight for you?" This time it was Killer Bee's turn to scoff. "Oh, yes he will, we're sort of a family," replied Naruto cheerfully, returning to calmly sipping his tea, as their tenants were ripping the landscape asunder. A battle between tailed beast was something out of a horror stories. Nations crumbled and island rose and fell to the bottom of the seas as the beings clashed with seemingly endless energy. A battle between Jinchurikis was just slightly below a battle of tailed beasts in sheer destruction, especially if the two Jinchuriki cooperated with their hosts and could use the maximum amounts of the power their physical form could handle, which, depending on how long one has been a Jinchuriki, could be astronomical. Now, as the most powerful of the tailed beasts, Kurama and Gyuki had clashed many times, but this time they were fighting to prove who of them had grown stronger while being inside hosts. Many tended to forget that while Jinchuriki gained special abilities from their tenants too gained by incorporating their unique chakras to their own and thus developed unique abilities of their own. The Gyuki had had more hosts, but Kurama had had Uzumaki hosts, so that kind of balanced their gains. Still, it depended who was the cleverest in their usage. Lightning twisted and writhed around the possessed frame of Killer Bee while the possessed body of Naruto stood there with an impassive look on its face. "You disappoint me, Gyuki. You were always the most fun of them all," laughed Kurama as he launched forward far faster than any human could ever hope to achieve, wind howling against his frame. "Foolish brother," grinned Gyuki, as lightning ceased to exist and black ink formed a titanic hand, made of thousands of crude seal which slammed into Kurama, creating a massive mushroom cloud. "So naif," came the voice of Kurama from within the crate, his chakra tails having dissolved the mighty ink fist. "I have learned quite a few tricks, brother." "How?" stammered a clearly impressed Gyuki. "That shouldn't be possible. If they were better quality perhaps," agreed Kurama, while appearing right in front of a surprised Gyuki and launching an haymaker. "But such crude seal I can easily dissolve, Uzumaki unique chakra and all. That's—" "You are cheating," exclaimed Gyuki, his power output increasing tenfold as black clouds gathered overhead, the lightning within, bathing the forest around them in bluish light. "You had the most hosts of us all," exclaimed Kurama, with a feral grin, as from his tails 9 gigantic wind tornadoes assaulted the heaven. "That is what I call cheating. You will not defeat me again," shouted Gyuki as the clouds unleashed thick columns of lighting down on Kurama, who frantically grasped for his tornadoes. Kurama, unlike his brothers, had never had any favorite elements, his massive power well allowing his to simply overpower any of the elements to such a degree that his siblings' control over it simply was no match, though Gyuki's newfound power over lightning was on a whole new level than before. That being said, he wasn't totally helpless against his brother's legendary skill with lightning even without wind to protect him, though he preferred not to unleash the abilities gained by the paranoid Mido Uzumaki. The thick and somewhat solid columns of electricity slammed into the ground with revenge, and where they slammed a massive chasm opened as the ground crumbled before its might. At the bottom of the seemingly endless chasm stood Kurama, no worse for wear even after his brother used his once most powerful attack against him. Dozens of chakra chains floating around him, their tips connected to the smoking ground, what had saved him from a most painful regeneration. The power of these chains was inferior to the natural power of human chakra chains, but the sheer raw power he could funnel into them made them superior to anything short of the chains of Asura himself or his father's unique solid chakra constructs, which was why they could survive the onslaught of lightning and redirect it without a scratch on them. Kurama launched his chains toward his smirking brother while he totally unlocked the full extent of his powers within this vessel, and a golden cloak covered Naruto's body while Gyuki, who had dodged the chains, became covered in a burgundy-red cloak, which Kurama would never admit to look rather cool on the muscular frame of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The two possessed vessels clashed in a show of immense speed and strength, the land around them exploding in a shower of dirt, steam and dusted wood, disrupting most fighting being done around them. Ao saw the monstrous shockwave arrive a few seconds before his opponent, and that gave him the opportunity to gain the upper hand in a losing battle against an S-rank monster. The thing was that he had never been an S-rank, borderline yes, but never won himself, but Saito was an S-rank, and while his old age had dulled his physical abilities, his experience more than made up for such a disadvantage, and it was only extensive use of the Byakugan that allowed him to survive and keep the old man occupied for long enough for his men to finish the 5 Pillars of Heaven seal. As the shockwave was upon them, pulverizing everything in its path except for those who had already prepared themselves, Ao let the old man hit him with his burning cane, it tearing through his abdomen and tearing a hole inside his liver and badly damaging his spine, though it left him totally unprepared for the massive pressure that crushed his old body into a heap of bloody goo. Smiling as he won, Ao tried to stand up, his body heavily damaged but already failing him quickly. As he pushed himself up, it having to do more with chakra usage than his body's ability to move, he smiled a bloody smile as he made his way to where the seal array was being prepared inside a barrier. His smile, however, quickly faded as he saw himself across Darui, a battered and bruised Darui, but still the infamous Darui of the Black Lightning. Knowing that even if he didn't use any jutsu, his chakra would only allow for 3 minutes of fighting at his normal levels, he attacked immediately, foregoing any pre-battle banter he would have usually done to gauge an enemy. That proved extremely unwise as Darui merely dodged his desperate attack and with a backhanded blow sent him flying through the scarred landscape. His already damaged body was further damaged as the cauterized wounds caused from Saito were opened and BLD began filling his insides. Darui appeared in front of him, a katana covered in lighting chakra held in a stabbing position above him. Being left with no choice that didn't benefit, he began using a forbidden technique taught only to high-level ninjas in order to protect their village's secrets even in their death. You were a worthy foe to have defeated Saito and survived, and I really wish that I didn't have to do this. Darui trailed off as he plunged his sword downwards, and at the same time Ao spoke his last words, Kirigakure's Kenjutsu, forbidden chakra fruit, and he smiled as Darui upon hearing those words aborted his initial attack and spun away to initiate a body flicker, and he felt pain blossom in his left eye, right where his Byakugan eye was, but that shouldn't have happened, as all his chakra was being forced out of his chest's chakra points. He didn't, however, have the time to investigate as his world went black. The Battle of Titans was interrupted by a single brave soul initiating the gargantuan whirlpool seal after it was completed. Tens of thousands of tiny seals spread across the barren wasteland and even the collection of ruins that was once the Anchor Vatian, making it impossible for tailed beasts' chakra to be used inside its radius, thus forcing the tailed beasts to retreat inside their seals and their Jinchuriki regaining control over their body. The massive amounts of power receding from their body had left both Jinchuriki weakened, which was the point of using the seal, stacking the deck for the Kumo-nin as much as it was possible. Of course, as with all plans, nothing went quite as the planners meet them to because of a myriad of factors, among which the top 2 being that Naruto Uzumaki was easily a Kaita-level shinobi Ninetales, or not, while the other was that both Darui and Saito were not capable of helping Killer Bee deal with Naruto. Moving sluggishly, compared to his usual standards, Naruto kicked the still recovering Killer Bee through the barren landscape and then sprinted toward the still skidding Jinchuriki with speeds easily surpassing that of sound itself, intent of knocking the Jinchuriki out so that he could deal with the rest of the shinobi still battling it out over the ruins of Anchor Vatian and thus save at least some part of his original plan when he went there. Of course, that was not meant to be, as Killer Bee recovered before he could reach and in an impressive show of speed and strength stopped himself and lashed out with a kick toward Naruto. Caught by surprise, Naruto didn't have the time to dodge and thus was hit in the CST by the lighting quick kick, which sent him flying, having done quite some damage to him, and without Kurama's chakra to help him heal the damage almost instantly, that would weaken him considerably. Now, that is not to say he didn't get off lightly, considering that any other human being and even most Chunin would have been pulverized by the force of impact, or at least their entire CST and abdomen would have been pulverized, while he would get a nasty bruise and possibly a cracked rib or 2. Naruto broke the fall with a quick roll and in one fluid motion fired 6 wind-enhanced kunai toward the slightly dizzy Jinchuriki, and even though he jumped over them, he never stopped to see the tiny seals inscribed into the kunai handless. The explosions of the kunai wasn't something to write home about, and even the shrapnel wouldn't have been enough to pierce through the tough skin that every powerful ninja and Jinchuriki developed. Of course, that didn't factor in the wind chakra that clutched and enhanced even the shrapnel, thus making sure they at least made Killer Bee bleed. As a high-level shinobi, Killer Bee didn't even flinch as the shrapnel pierced his skin and tore, if only a few millimeters deep, into his muscle before his chakra-saturated body stopped them entirely, but it still detracted quite a bit of power from his fire release. Great dragon scales turning in from a titanic fire release technique capable of erasing a small village into a pathetic 20 meters wide fireball, a third of its original size, before smashing into the position of one Naruto Uzumaki, or at least it would have if it didn't simply disappear inside a seal drawn in the ground. That fraction of a second it took for Killer Bee to process his technique's seemingly nonchalant countering was all that Naruto needed to finish the fight with a wind release Rasengan to the Jinchuriki's back. Enough to put him out of the fight, but not enough to kill him. It would have worked if not for a laser-like beam of lighting impacting his side less than a microsecond away from delivering his technique, and he was thrown away like a doll, only his insane vitality saving his side from being torn apart. Well, that and a copious amount of wind chakra. What's with people and interruptions today? Naruto spoke as he retaliated with a titanic fireball, burning a bright blue as it melted the earth underneath it before impacting the spot where Darui was standing a tenth of a second before, and exploding with the power of 1,000 explosive tags. I didn't mean to be rude, answered Darui, dodging a few dozen blades of wind that almost tore him to pieces, but he's my teammate. I know the feeling, replied Naruto just as he unleashed 3 bolts of lightnings from his fingertips, hurting his opponents toward a better position. Then you'll also know that you stand no chance against both of us, Darui sighed as a spike of earth came too close to impaling him, but the intensity of the attack was winding down despite his enemy's best attempts to keep them both on the defensive. If you saw so, shrugged Naruto as with a wave of his hand the earth beneath the 2 Kumo-nin crumbled, and they were cast into the abyss created earlier on. Darui and Killer Bee, while surprised by this move, as shinobi could easily survive such a fall and even escape the crumbling earth through their unnatural speed, easily wove through the falling debris, and as they made it out of the abyss they were met with a sight that sent a chill down their spine. Hundreds of 3=pronged kunai littered the sides of the abyss, and the Uzumaki was staring them with a victorious grin, a Rasengan spinning in one hand before he flashed away. Instead of pain, however, he felt only the displacement of air behind him before a scream tore through the air and BLD splattered his face as he turned around. In the ground writhing stood one Naruto Uzumaki surrounded by a cloud of green light which was siphoning red chakra from his body and crystallizing it in a crimson crystal a foot above his iki. The most shocking thing, however, was the state of the young shinobi's body, mangled and bloody as if he were a simple civilian who had gone through a particularly nasty wind jutsu. That is to say, there was hardly any skin left in him, and his right eye was totally ruined. The cause, unknown to the Kumo-nin, was that the 5 pillars of heaven were activated just as Naruto flashed away, and thus it forcefully ripped him out of the space outside of space, causing more damage than any ninjutsu ever could, damaging down to a subatomic level. The whole process of sealing away the 9 tails lasted exactly 3 seconds and 2/10 of a second, easy enough to reverse through the broken path, backward dance, but the moment his good eye turned into the Rinnegan and tried to do just that, a sign popped up even as his chakra burned away, giving his Rinnegan a sinister glow. Broken path techniques don't work in any instance where semi-divine or divine's class beings are involved. From his broken lips a laugh reverberated as he turned to his last solution, a massive influx of natural energy energizing his dying body, allowing him to stand in a cloud of swirling, gold chakra as nature energy purified his chakra to it being almost 80% in its purity, a good 30% beyond that of the most powerful sitting Ka. That, however, was not the end, as wood, its bark glowing with pure unbridled power, formed a layer of skin for his flayed body even as the sage marking spread, painfully, across his naked flesh and muscles. The moment he had done such an action, his head should have been gone in a shower of BLD and brain matter from his unlocked sensor abilities overloading, but in a show of sorcery beyond what would have been expected even from prodigies, all the emotions he turned into energy, and then it formed that into an rainbow-colored, eye-shaped crystal of focused emotional energy. Darui survived the first strike, but it cost him 2 fingers from his left hand while Killer Bee, well, he never stood a chance without his tailed beast and was knocked out before the transformation was even over, but in that anger-clouded state of mind, Naruto ignored him and the QB crystal entirely as he attacked Darui, which soon found a wooden fist buried in his stomach which sent him flying like a rag doll. A massive boom exploded from the edge of the abyss, creating a crater where once Naruto Uzumaki stood, as he took the warpath. Normally the survivors would have been safe, obscured by the massive ash clouds and the thick miasma of power unleashed from so many high-ranking shinobi fighting. This, however, was not a normal situation, as Naruto's last-ditch effort to cling to life and avenge his friend and brother, elevated to levels of power beyond mere humans' capacity to comprehend, and 32 Kumo and Kiri were decimated in less than a second. Anyone seeing Naruto at that moment, his armor of blinding white wood covering most of his form, his left rinnegan blazing with an bone-chilling red from the BLD covering it, his right eye a sphere of empathic energy waiting for a simple command to incinerate 1/10 of the entire continent. But what was the most impressive was his sage cloak, a technique forgotten from the time of Azura Senju and his father, blazing like a miniature sun in a golden color that could provide both warmth and protection and unlimited destruction at the whim of its ensor. Unfortunately for Darui, the sage was not in a particularly forgiving mood, and as soon as he got back to his feet, he was assaulted by a beam of pure chakra, and though he avoided it, the shockwave from when the beam connected to the soil sent him flying uncontrollably. As he flew, Darui gathered all of his remaining chakra and used a technique that he had only ever used in practice, and even then in a toned-down scale, not to blow up an entire mountain or two. The clouds above them rumbled a split second before giant dragons made from black lightning struck the radiating god below Darui with enough force to easily match a tailed beast ball and perhaps even surpass it. The force of the technique was so large that it even parted the clouds, both natural and ash ones, overhead, allowing sunlight to filter upon the desolated battlefield before a new dust cloud blocked it again. A few seconds later, the dust cloud was parted silently as the entire world fell silent as Naruto walked from the newly created abyss, or more exactly as he walked over thin air as if it was everyday occurrence, his bloodlust coming as an unstoppable tide, crashing the already drained Darui to his knees as he approached him at a slow walk, his eyes widening for 1/10 of a second as the rinnegan in his left eye exploded with an inner light, and then his soul was roughly taken out of his body and subjected to pain beyond the point where a normal brain would have liquefied from sheer overload. The only reason why the torture didn't continue for longer was that he had to dodge a missile cloaked in a cloak of red chakra. The sheer speed it moved enough to surpass the natural ability that chakra had to nullify friction, and its flaming form slamming into the ground with enough force to create a narrow bridge between the two abysses as the rock and dirt vaporized. The second attack came in the form of lava, a titanic wave of lava, higher than any mountain, showing to the world the power of a Jinchuriki. Normally escaping the lava wave would have been a child's play, but with all of his kunai vaporized and his transformation coming to its edge, he could only reproduce what had defended him from the sheer power of Darui's final attack, and though the world shifted from its axis as natural energy formed an invisible dome of inhuman power and chakra, glorious, potent and pure chakra lined the edges, giving the natural energy a structure through which to express its limitless power, the power to bring down gods and to elevate civilizations from mere bacterias. In the end, his downfall came from his own arrogance, as while he focused on the titanic technique, a lesser but equally dangerous mountain of lava overcame him from within his bubble of personal sunlight, and then there was nothing. From outside the rapidly cooling lava, a black-haired girl fell to her knees, her chakra spent and the adrenaline in her system fading as the three-pronged attack brought down the monster, now most certainly burned to a crisp within her technique. The dome of lava cooling above her head cracked as two Jinchuriki entered within the massive cave within the newly made mountain. The older of the two held in his hands a red crystal radiating pure, breathtaking power, even mostly covered in cloth as it was. "Well, that went well," commented the old man. "It could have certainly gone worse," nodded the giant. "What are you saying? We totally owned him," the young girl boasted. "Foolish girl," admonished the old man, "in a prolonged fight he would have demolished us, tailed beasts or not. Indeed, his chakra was powerful beyond anything I've felt, and I fought the fourth and all three of the Sen, agreed the giant. You must be kidding. Just because he had a shining cloak doesn't make him stronger than us, or… Gramps, shouted the girl indignantly. He's, stated the giant. He survived your strongest technique. Even now he is still alive, commented the old man offhandedly. Why, you must be kidding, right? Spluttered the girl, looking at the small hill with trepidation. No, he is not, though. For how much longer he shall leave is another matter altogether, spoke the giant, gathering his chakra in his fist. Much longer than you will if you move toward him, spoke a voice from behind them. The three of them turned around, unleashing a barrage of shuriken, kunai and fire jutsu toward the old man behind them, who simply dismissed them with a wave of his hand before they found themselves brought to their knees by the sheer power the man unleashed, as the air cracked under that same power. I have no quarrel with you, shinobi, spoke the man calmly, but if you don't leave now your BLD will adorn the walls of this cave, nor we with you, spoke the old Jinchuriki. If you promise not to follow us we shall leave immediately, then leave, mercenary. Takagi nodded before with a glance the rock around Naruto cracked and broke away to reveal a badly wounded Naruto missing an eye and bleeding more BLD than was strictly advisable. The three shinobi left carrying with them the crystallized 9 tails. Internally cursing the fact that he couldn't do anything without an active emperor other than guard the air when he couldn't do so himself. He approached the unconscious form of Naruto and took out an egg made entirely out of blue flames. Idiot, mumbled Takagi as he slammed the flaming egg into Naruto's tea and saw as his body exploded into blue-colored flames. I told you would eventually become immortal. In the ruined remain of the Anchor Vatian, laid a crystal forgotten in the great battle that occurred in the surrounding area, rearranging the very lay of the land. Normally that wouldn't have been a problem save for one tiny detail. It was cracked and leaking dark chakra. That in and on itself wouldn't have been a problem, but the abundance of corpses made things far easier, and within a few minutes a corpse opened his eyes, to reveal eyes as black as the darkness between the stars from where the imprisoned being came from. Fire capital city, nightfall, the same day. A group of shinobi stealthily made their way through the palace of the fire daimyo. Technically it was a small city built to prevent exactly what was happening right now, shinobi entering the palace unnoticed. Yet the members of this small group were not your average shinobi, and in fact were so much beyond the reach of other shinobi that they were classed in a class created solely for monsters with body counts of a small army on their own. In fact, this group was made of only 3 shinobi: Tsunade Senju, the most powerful kunoichi in the world, PRD, the greatest medic since her grandfather had walked the earth, sprouting forests everywhere he stepped, but most important to this particular event was that she was the 5th Hokage and unknowingly to her the instigator of a series of events that would shake the world. The second member of this group was Kakashi Hatake, the person with most S rank in his mission record since the 4th, the honorary leader of ANBU even though he had officially retired, the official MSTR of lightning jutsu in Konoha, a walking library of jutsu, wielder of the Mangenkyo Sharingan, possessing the relatively unknown but insanely dangerous Kamui, and unknown to most gamer extraordinaire and future head gamer of the 9th Emperor. Trailing behind them, riding seal in lighting fast strokes of his brush, came Jiraiya, greatest of all Sannin and arguably the most powerful shinobi on the continent, Nagato and Obito not included since the world at large doesn't know them, the man whom lesser demons ran away screaming for their not life but something along those lines, a spy master that would make Tobirama shed tears and joy and was more often than not the reason behind Danzo's frequent headbanging seasons, beating his teacher by more than 20%, most famously known for being the only sage on the continent. Again, Naruto is an unknown to most, but his most infamous and therefore highly unknown achievement was that he had infiltrated each and every one of the ANBU divisions of every major village at the same time and had been in at least 2 of them promoted to head ANBU before he was forced to leave, with all their classified material, scoring the biggest win for Konoha since the last major war ended. All this 3 legends were inside the palace with one simple mission: kill the daimyo and his family down to their family cats, which was really a source of joy for all the blissfully ignorant genin of Konoha. Of course, their little stroll through daimyo's palace didn't went unnoticed for long, as a pair of unfortunate Shinobi guards spotted them during their patrol, but they were swiftly relieved of their heads courtesy of Kakashi's blade. "This guys were real letdowns," Kakashi whispered while Jiraiya disposed of the bodies. "If they had been anything like during Asuma's stint, they would have lasted at least 3 seconds longer. You do know that they weren't the Fire Guardians but mere cannon fodder?" Jiraiya deadpanned. Still, Kakashi silently whined. "Get moving, you babies," scolded Tsunade as she speeded toward the daimyo's chambers. "Party popper," Kakashi added before blurring behind her and Jiraiya, who coincidentally was the only thing stopping Tsunade from repainting the walls with some liquefied Kakashi. The room was quickly found. It wasn't like you could confuse it, what with the dozen ninja trying to hide to the best of their ability, which sadly was no match for 3 former ANBU and current shinobi legends. Oh, make no mistake, all of them were A ranks and 1 or 2 could claim being borderline S rank, but seriously, borderline didn't cut it, not with the Sannin or Kakashi, which was like a kid at the candy store. "Finally, I got dibs on the bare face," Kakashi happily exclaimed as he stepped out of the shadows with his trademark eye smile, "and perhaps even lilac eyes over there. Kakashi, for once in your life be serious," spoke Tsunade, charging her fist with chakra. "It's I'll kill them all. Just like good old times." Jiraiya spoke from the side of one of the hidden shinobi, minus the snake parts. "Creepy that one," shuddered Jiraiya, sidestepping a Buu staff strike before slamming a kunai into the unfortunate ninja's torso. At that point all hell broke loose as Kakashi made a beeline for the bear-like shinobi, who met his blade with metal gauntlets infused with earth chakra, making them harder than diamond. Unfortunately, that was a mistake as Kakashi lit the large ninja up like a Christmas tree on steroids. He didn't get to kill him though, as the lilac-eyed kunoichi he had spoken of earlier interfered with a wind jutsu that would have had decapitated Kakashi if he hadn't been, well, himself. Tsunade hadn't been holding back, and that was proven as a broken body shot out of the fray just as another shinobi lost its head when Tsunade's fist made contact with his head. Kakashi, on the other hand, had quickly shown the lilac-eyed kunoichi the difference between S rank and an A rank as she fell to the ground, BLD pouring from her mouth just as the bear-like shinobi's head rolled from his body. The hallway was quickly filled with a storm of fire as 5 of the ninja tried to gang up on Jiraiya but were quickly dispatched as, waving between thrown weapons and various jutsu, he unleashed his own fire jutsu, turning the 5 ninja into pieces of coal. The remaining 2 ninja were smart enough to realize their future would be a whole lot longer if they got out of there, and they did so before any of the killing machines in front of them got any ideas on how exactly to kill them. Shaking their heads at the same time, the trio slammed open the door of the daimyo's bedroom, his CNCBN quickly killed by a kunai to the forehead, courtesy of Kakashi, while Tsunade stood at the edge of the bed and with a tisk turned the daimyo to red paste. Well, save his head, they needed that to decorate the walls of the city to show what happened to those resisting Konoha. A few minutes later, the whole palace lit up in a huge ball of fire, the shockwave from it blasting the walls that separated the palace from the rest of the city. That day the city awoke to a rain of ashes, as for the first time in a century the will of fire was turned into a raging inferno.